好，我哋請各位嘉賓咧先就座。我哋快將開始。係啦，我哋影埋一張咧好可愛嘅合照咧，我哋就開始啦。Hello， 各位早晨。各位嘉賓、各位評判、各位老師同學，大家早晨，俾啲聲音我哋好唔好呢？係啊，喺一個咁靚嘅背景底下呢，我哋就即將舉行我哋第一場分享會啦。再一次歡迎大家，除咗現場之外呢，唔好忘記我哋今日呢係全程直播嘅，所以我都同網上嘅朋友大家 say 個 hello 先。歡迎大家嚟到咧 M+ Grandstand 參加咧由 Preface 主辦 Debate for Tomorrow 全港學界 AI 辯論邀請賽。今日咧係總決賽啊！我係大家嘅司儀 Grace， 大家好。其實咧，我哋比賽直到今日為止已經係2個幾月啦。一直以嚟咧，大家頭先有冇細心留意我哋剪輯咗14場比賽嘅片段呢？好多同學仔都會問同一個問題嘅喎，大家有冇留意到佢哋成日都會問，究竟 AI 係你嘅對手定你對手呢？其實我哋希望藉住呢個比賽，唔單止淨係我哋同學仔，係希望我哋在座每一個，我哋大人，我哋香港人，我哋一齊諗下，咦 AI 已經發生喺我哋生活每一個角落，亦都咧大家有留意我哋喺出邊嘅展板，有好多嘅議題，咁究竟 AI 係真係可以幫到我哋？但係同時間咧，亦都挑戰緊我哋嘅喎，亦都咧係甚至咧係挑戰緊我哋對人嘅價值添。咁藉住呢個 Debate for Tomorrow， 今日咧我自己都好唔捨得啊。其實我把聲咧都唔係咁嘅，所以大家幻想得到14場比賽，我哋嘅同學仔係幾努力走到今日係最後一場賽事啦。咁希望咧，我哋最想帶俾今日各位嘅觀眾、各位大朋友、小朋友一個嘅問題，我哋 AI 發生咗啦。希望大家繼續有一個批判嘅思考，記得 keep 住問自己問題。最緊要咧就係 AI 就係我哋隻手，唔係我哋嘅對手啦。諗翻起呢2個幾月啦，頭先大家都聽到我把聲音好有歲月嘅痕跡。其實咧14場比賽咧一啲都唔容易㗎。我哋後台咧亦都有一啲隊伍咧已經好努力咁樣咧係去準備緊啦。有小學組啦，有中學組啦。中英文啦，今日咧全部都仔仔一堂。其實咧呢2個幾月咧，我哋同埋我哋唔同嘅隊伍遊走香港唔同嘅角落。首先我哋嘅起步點咧就由香港銅鑼灣嘅鬧市啦。我哋都有比賽咧帶到入去咧國際銀行嘅總部啦。如果大家記得我哋小學嘅 Semi Final 去到奧海城商場，我哋希望將一個辯論嘅氣氛走入到家庭咧每一個角落。仲記唔記得咧？上個星期我哋咧連一個象徵住法庭公義嘅一個法院舊址，我哋都去到埋。真係咧成條路程咧，我自己都好有感觸，一啲都唔容易啊！而今日咧，我哋就正式嚟到最後一站，就係西九文化區 M+ 博物館啦。呢個充滿住文化啦、藝術啦、歷史嘅地標咧，就幫我哋寫下最終章。咁最後咧都好想寄語今日嘅大小朋友，雖然係我哋辯論比賽嘅最終章，但係希望大家咧帶住我哋呢個比賽嘅精神，希望咧係去感染一下辯論咧，令我哋反思，亦都咧係希望可以改變到我哋對人去睇呢個世界嘅一啲嘅力量。好啦，事不宜遲啦，今日咧我哋其實每一場嘅比賽咧都有一場分享會嘅喎。而分享會裏邊咧，我哋都希望唔單止淨係一場比賽，喺14場比賽裏邊有好多學習嘅地方。而我哋第一場分享會咧，我哋先探討下辯論啊嘛，咁一定係批判思考 critical thinking 係幾咁重要。所以我哋第一場分享會就係去探討 critical thinking the essential skill for the next generation。咁咧提大家喎，我哋今日有個 QR code 嘅。嗱，呢個 QR code 咧就非常重要啦。大朋友小朋友咧記得 scan 喎，因為咧我哋都想你哋體驗一下 AI 咧，其實就係我哋點樣 facilitate，令到我哋學習更加方便。所以咧我哋3場嘅分享會咧， 即時咧係會有一啲 knowledge points 咧，大家可以上到平台咧可以即刻睇到㗎。另外咧就係，咦，我錯過咗喎 Grace， 你話14場賽事喺呢個平台咧都可以咧撳翻咧去睇翻我哋14場賽事嘅回顧㗎。咁不如咁啊，頭先我賣咗個關子，第一場分享講 critical thinking， 大家可以細心睇下，我哋有1分鐘剪輯翻呢14場比賽，我哋嘅同學仔有幾 critical thinking， 跟住咧我就會介紹我哋今日嘅分享主持啦。請大家留意欣賞片段。
而家立法會會議佢哋嘅即時字幕都用 AI 生成喎，咁你覺得立法會咁樣做係為咗便利啊，定係佢哋純粹想偷懶呢？
AI 新聞摘要，結果單今年以嚟已經至少對36篇 AI 新聞摘要進行咗更正啦，因為憑虛構嘅假新聞得嚟咗社會風波。你答我，負責嘅記者係唔係懶啊？呢一種嘅懶惰係唔係會傷害咗社會大眾嘅知情權啊？
所以其實今日嘅最大問題就係病人喺急症室連資訊嘅輸入啊都未必準確，又談何效率，病症都解決唔到，講乜嘢舒緩醫療壓力啊？
我哋會相信人嘅判斷同專業，但人工智能冇是非觀念，反映嘅只係以往數據嘅影子。佢可以計算概率，但冇辦法理解良知；可以歸納數據，但唔會知道證人背後嘅掙扎。
正如而家 AI 幾十秒就可以幫我哋整理文件重點，唔通用咗呢個功能就代表我懶得睇？
評改作文要考慮課程形式同學生嘅特點，呢啲 AI 都睇唔到，何來公平？有方話 AI 標準清晰一致，但同一篇文 AI 自己評10次都可以有10個結果，咁係咪一致咩？
失業率上升嘅話，呢個由蒸汽機時代啊，進入其他唔同嘅轉型啦，話電腦出嚟嘅時候，失業率應該係層層上升，業界應該全部人都冇工開喎，係咪咧？唔係啊嘛，而家大多人有工開，更何況你疫情之後你仲要多咗人可以翻到工嘅時候，呢個失業率嘅呢一個講法咧，又根本唔成立。
其實就好似醫生一樣，因為佢涉及到人命，所以我哋唔會專業外判，容許 AI 做病情分析，取代醫生出診斷嘅結果。同樣地，審決咧係會影響被告嘅人生。我哋又點解要將專業外判呢？多謝各位。
好啦，係咪好多批判思考喺整個過程裏邊呢？不如而家咧有請我哋第一場分享會嘅主持人，就係我哋 Preface 嘅創辦人同埋行政總裁 Tommy Low。有請 Tommy。我哋咧有2位非常重量級嘅第一場分享嘉賓，佢哋咧都會喺媒體啦或者係communication 界非常有經驗嘅。第一位咧就係 Miss Annie Chan，Independent Communications and Public Affairs Advisor。有請 Annie。接住落嚟咧就係 Miss Maggie Tam，Head of Public Policy，Meta Hong Kong。有請 Maggie。好啦，時間我就交俾 Tommy 啦。
Hello，大家好。嗱，今次咧就到我冇沙聲啦，因為首先我一定要多謝個團隊啦。咁其實做呢場即係做呢個 debate 咧，其實其中一個好重要嘅就係嚟自幾個月前咧，我記得就係因為大家經常都係啦，即係茶餘飯後就傾我哋應該用咩 AI model。咁但係的而且確覺得喺呢個討論底下，我哋有冇一啲可以更加深嘅討論啦？咁而我哋就搞咗呢場 debate 啦。咁喺呢個 debate 裏面咧，其實啱啱你見咧，小學生、中學生咧，其實即係唔單止詞鋒鋭利，咁其實佢哋中間咧收到個題目咧，有一個好 deep 嘅 discussion 啦。咁 discussion 裏面咧，亦都開始就會諗一啲我哋叫做批判思考。嗱，咁批判思考嗱，我哋有Annie 啦，有 Maggie 啦，咁我哋你會覺得批判思考喺你嘅角度，因為嗱，大家應該咧，尤其是我估 Maggie 咧用唔少 AI 啦，即係公司亦都係一個 leading 嘅 AI 公司啦。咁你會覺得 AI 其實都識批判思考啊？咁你覺得其實人類或者我哋作為學生，咁我哋即係應該如何自處？我哋可以點樣？我哋係依賴 AI 嘅批判思考啊，定係 AI 批判完我哋人類又再批判啲咧？
好啊，我答先啦。好
啊。
我覺得好好啊呢個問題，因為其實當然我哋有好多唔同身份啦。咁我自己都喺企業裏面工作咗大概有20-30年嘅時間。咁其實我哋對點樣去思考、點樣去工作，其實不斷都喺度轉變緊。 咁但係我最近當然 AI 嘅出現，亦都令到我有好多嘅一啲反思又好，或者一啲更深層次嘅一啲考量又好。我自己覺得其實嗰個批判思考就係要通過不斷去問問題，而呢個不斷問問題咧係我哋需要學習佢成為一個習慣。我舉個例子，可能同學收到一個作文嘅題目，咁佢揾 AI 幫手，咁做咗出嚟之後，同學需要去不斷咁問啊，其實呢啲資料係咪正確呢？我唔咁做，我可以點做呢？其實係通過一個不斷去提問，去不斷去思考而建立一個習慣。咁呢一個我自己覺得係一個非常非常重要嘅能力，無論係喺同學又好、家長、學校又好。咁呢個係我最近嘅一啲少少嘅學習同埋一啲體會咯。
係啊。我都非常之同意阿 Annie 所講，因為我覺得而家嘅世代可能AI 可以幫到我哋去做到好多嘢。咁我哋問 AI 個問題啊，咁佢會答到我哋好多嘢，甚至係好多唔係 yes or no 嘅問題，係好多分析嘅嘢，佢哋都可以做到。咁但係正正就係咁樣，我哋就更加需要有一個嘅批判性思考。俾啲例子譬如喺大家應該都會有使用Meta 嘅一啲 platform 啦，可能喺社交媒體上面，而家你哋會見到嘅資訊同以前相比，除咗係一啲人佢哋自己去創作嘅 post 寫嘅文字之外，其實都會有好多係 AI 生成嘅圖像啊、影片啊咁樣。譬如近排世界盃，我哋都即係大家都好關注。有時我見到有啲片，我第一下都睇，咦，究竟佢係即係你會更加需要即刻諗，究竟佢係咪即係真係嗰個人講嘅咧？係咪嗰個球員嘅訪問咧？定係其實係 AI 生成嘅咧？原來係會有一啲好多混淆嘅。咁所以而家我覺得比起以前係更加需要，當你接觸到資訊，你係要去不停去 fact check 啦，要去反覆咁樣去思考之餘，你仲要喺每一個收到嘅資訊上面再去睇下佢係咪真嘅。咁所以比起以前，我覺得大家反而係人嘅。大家要比以前用多啲腦啊，更加需要係要去思考多啲咯。
不過其實可能即係我哋會睇咧，就其實 AI 或者呢一趟嘅 Gen AI 嘅熱潮之前咧，其實都已經好多網上嘅資訊。咁我亦都記得咧，大概可能已經5年前啦、5、6年前咧，同 Meta 我哋已經，我記得 Meta 嗰時已經推動一啲叫做數碼嘅資訊素養。咁而家會唔會由數碼資訊素養慢慢會發揮一啲叫做 AI 嘅資訊素養咧？
會啊會啊，咁我哋有時候以前就會比較講得多啲，就係喺數碼素養，譬如係如果有啲假資訊、假新聞，你哋要去做多啲嘅 fact checking 啦。咁或者係有時候可能遇到一啲嘅攻擊性嘅評論啊，你要點樣去喺網上面有個素養去面對啦。咁其實而家去到 AI 嗰個複雜性係會再多咗。咁所以我哋都會係即係無論係我自己個人啦，同埋公司啦，同埋我諗成個界別啦，成個 industry， 其實大家都係諗緊點樣去培育自己同埋下一代嘅 AI 素養、數碼素養，因為呢樣嘢我諗比起以前係更加重要，因為以前可能啲嘢你都唔會覺得哇咁大機會係唔係真嘅，咁但係而家係更加多，你可能睇落係真係完全睇唔出佢係AI 生成，咁但係亦都係調翻轉，我哋都睇到佢嘅好處就係其實大家嘅創意力係會更加可以用到 AI 幫你去發揮。咁點樣係要我哋成日都話個工具其實係好neutral 嘅，好唔好話一定係好同唔好，係睇你點樣去使用。咁所以就係人使用嗰個工具嘅素養就嚟得非常之重要。咁所以我哋即係除咗我哋公司，其實我諗所有人包括家長啊，所有嘅老師啊、家長啊、學校，大家都要一齊去培育自己同埋下一代嘅數碼素養同埋 AI 素養。
嗱咁Maggie 嘅工作咧就當然就推動素養之餘，咁其實佢公司都做緊一啲好犀利嘅 AI model 啦。咁 Annie 如果即係唔用專業嘅身份作為家庭或者作為一個家長，咁你又點睇咧？
我自己本身都係個媽媽啦，咁所以我其實覺得小朋友或者身邊嘅人去問問題，我哋首先唔好覺得佢係一個批評。我諗呢一個可能喺我自細學習嘅環境裏面咧，唔係太主張大家問太多問題嘅。咁所以我會覺得我會不停咁提醒自己，我要有多啲耐性，因為珍惜每一個提問嘅背後 其實都係一個機會，都係一個好令到我哋可以同身邊嘅人、我哋小朋友溝通嘅機會，甚至乎我哋可以俾多啲引導佢，唔好第一時間俾個答案佢，千祈唔好。我哋可以反問一啲嘢，我自己嘅學習係，我哋可以反問佢，譬如話AI 俾咗呢啲嘢我哋其實會唔會全部都係真嘅呢？等佢可以有一個思考嘅時間，咁我覺得通過咁樣嘅一個做法咧，其實亦都可以幫助到我哋同仔女或者身邊嘅人建立一個更好嘅關係。其實小朋友未必會記得解答嗰條問題嘅答案，但係佢會記得爸爸媽媽通過啲乜嘢嘅方式，哇！我哋睇咗10本書，揾到呢個答案，咦？我哋又去睇下係真係假呢？係咪應該咁樣 fine tune 呢？我覺得呢一個佢會記得，我覺得呢個係一個好珍貴喺佢嘅一個記憶裏面嘅一個寶藏咯嚇。
其實咧冇同 Andy 夾過，咁啊你啱啱講過程好緊要啦。其實點解要做一個 debate 咧？原來一個 debate 嘅比賽咧。所有同學仔應該大概7日之前咧就會收到個題目，收到個題目咧呢個過程咧好重要啦。咁過程當然 debate 因為比賽，咁所以會有正方會有反方，你會代表咗自己嘅立場。咁由一個立場開始要做研究啦，然後開始要審題啦。咁我亦都知道咧 Maggie 同埋Annie 咧中間有做 judge 啦，有做 mentor 嘅過程。咁你可唔可以分享下你嗰場比賽係點㗎啦？咁你有冇一啲特別學生講咗嘅嘢，或者佢嘅思考方法個過程令你深刻呢？咁啊 ，Annie 先啦。
好，我先啦。我嗰場我唔係好記得清楚嗰啲學校名稱咁但係咧，我覺得好深刻嘅係其實同學仔水平好高。佢哋唔係淨係就嗰個題目去揾一啲資訊，佢哋有能力去連結好多唔同，譬如倫理、社會、教育、家庭，將所有嘢聯繫埋一齊。我覺得呢個正正就係我哋今日頭先討論緊嘅一個批判性嘅思維需要具備，因為批判性思維呢個底層嘅能力，其實佢亦都會幫助到我哋去一個解難嘅能力 problem solving， 甚至乎喺我哋生活裏面，我哋嘅溝通能力。所以我覺得呢3個都係一個非常重要嘅能力，而佢哋亦都係可以互相牽引住。咁我好記得就係喺我聽嗰場比賽當中咧，同學用咗一個而家上映緊嘅一套戲《Toy Story》，因為呢個《Toy Story》當中嗰個故事內容就係講同學或者小朋友花咗好多時間係有個 screen time， 即係玩好多數碼電子嘅玩具，就忘記咗一啲比較即係原始啲或者本來嘅一啲玩具啦。咁我覺得佢哋可以用一啲實際嘅案例去增加我哋個 resonation， 即係等我哋去嗰個共同感或者理解多少少。我覺得呢個係佢哋做得非常好嘅地方。
Thank you。咁 Maggie 咧？
喺我嗰場都係，佢哋用咗啲好我估唔到嘅例子啊！即係佢哋咁細個小學生，點解佢哋會識得用一啲咁嘅例子？究竟係佢哋自己識啊，定係其實佢哋係 AI 即係 search 嘅時候幫到佢哋去，即係好似好老積咁樣。咦？點解會講呢個？我唔 exactly 記得嗰個例子，但係佢哋有幾個例子咧，都係好得意嘅。咁我覺得同埋另一樣好難忘就係都係好似 Annie 所講，係佢哋真係好高水平，即係比著我對住咁多人。有啲咁即時嘅，雖然佢哋我諗都係有辯論嘅訓練啦，平時咁，但係對住一啲咁新嘅 topic 啊，即係 AI 呢啲，其實我諗大部分人唔好話小朋友，大人其實都未必思考到即刻知道嗰個正反兩方嘅嗰個論點，其實真係睇下你點樣睇嘅啫，即係兩個唔同嘅角度。咁所以佢哋就我記得我嗰場係有一個佢哋因為一個字眼啦，即係講緊 AI 嘅係咪一個好嘅學習工具？令到就好似類似令到大家其實冇咗自己嘅思考。咁但係其實佢哋講緊係 AI 工具定係 AI 學習工具，其實已經好大分別。因為 AI 工具其實可能好似我哋唔同嘅 platform 嘅一啲真係 AI 嘅好似 ChatGPT 啊、Gemini 啊等等唔同嘅一啲工具，定係唔係係真係 AI 嘅一個teaching tool， 即係啲學習工具。咁其實如果係學習工具，就覺得可以係冇問題。咁我覺得佢哋識得用嗰個字眼去着重，然後去喺自己個論點上面度再加自己嘅一啲嘅諗法，我覺得係好聰明嘅做法。咁所以我覺得小學生有咁樣嘅水平係好犀利咯，真係。
Thank you， thank you。咁其實咧啱啱提到咧 debate 咧，好多時候收到個題目，咁我哋就要界題啦。咁啱啱就原來 Maggie 講得好好 AI 工具同 AI 學習工具咧，可能係一場 debate 嘅勝負關鍵嚟喎。咁另外咧，我會見到咧喺debate 嘅過程咧，我都 observe 到由8強、4強慢慢勝出嘅隊伍咧，好多時候就係佢睇得有幾闊啦。咁原來講影響，咁你究竟講緊係經濟嘅影響啊、社會嘅影響啊、人民嘅影響啊？咁原來我哋睇得有幾闊、有幾深，點去解題？唔單止係辯論嘅技巧，其實咪即係我哋成日講嘅 prompt engineering 咯。即係我哋究竟點去 prompt， 點去同 AI 去連結，我哋點去同佢溝通，就好似我哋點去打一場 debate。咁只不過喺debate 嘅比賽，我哋有代表正方反方。咁但係我哋喺現實生活裏面，我哋點去用 AI？ 希望你用完正方嘅立場，又代下反方嘅立場。經歷咗啱啱呢個過程咧，咁應該咧你就攞出嚟嗰個outcome。就可能一個正確使用 AI 嘅方法。嗱，咁我留翻咧最後一條問題咧俾大家嗱，因為咧佢哋一陣間咧都係評判嚟㗎。咁評判咧其實佢唔需要本身自己有好強嘅立場，因為佢嘅立場係唔影響佢唔影響佢點樣去評分，因為評分就睇大家啱啱一陣間嘅演繹啦。咁因為今日我哋嘅題目咧就係講緊，即係我哋決賽嘅題目係講究竟喺 AI 嘅年代嘅世代，其實即係勤力仲緊唔緊要呢？但我哋正咧，我自己咧身處於一個每一代咧都話自己係一個黃金一代，或者每一代咧都覺得上一代先係黃金一代。咁啊，以前我哋成日會話70年代、80年代香港咧，你勤力就得㗎啦。咁啊，90年代、2000年代又係你勤力就得㗎啦。咁我哋咧可能咧，咁你覺得喺而家呢一代或者我哋勤力係咪即係代表我哋會成功呢？
我講先啦，我覺得 Tommy 你帶出咗兩個詞語，一個係勤力，一個係成功。我覺得其實睇下我哋點樣去 define 成功，我哋點樣 define 勤力。其實勤力可以係借力，可以好聰明去做一樣嘢，可以通過 AI， 但係亦都培養咗我另外一啲能力。我覺得呢個係我冇一個答案，但係我覺得呢個成功或者勤力係我哋去決定嘅。如果我係勤力，淨係擺喺做功課，定係我勤力去追夢？我覺得只要我哋每日都可以開心做自己中意做嘅嘢，揾到自己嗰個開心嘅泉源，我哋就可以去做嗰樣嘢，係啦。而呢個就係可能終極達到一個成功。
而呢樣嘢係跨世代嘅。
係，冇錯。
我諗係勤力同以前嘅勤力比較，可能而家要揀一個啱嘅，或者即係比較聰明少少去揀一個啱嘅導向。好似頭先 Eric 所講，去勤力咯。即係可能以前係會比較冇咁多資訊啦個世界，咁大家又未有咁多工具嘅時候，咁就會可能人哋話俾你聽，老師同你講係咁樣，就一定係咁做。但係可能而家自己會睇得多啲嘢啦，小朋友咁亦都會多啲嘅討論，咁變咗嗰種勤力就未必真係咁衝去做同一樣嘢嗰種勤力，而係透過討論同埋知道唔同嘅嘢，點樣我覺得係更加需要勤力去了解唔同嘅嘢，因為太多資訊啦。以前其實嗰種勤力可能淨係勤力一樣嘢已經夠，但係而家係哇有咁多資訊，咁你又要分析邊樣嘢係啱，亦都係要去揀啱一樣嘢去勤力。咁所以我覺得而家我暫時覺得勤力都仲係好重要嘅。咁睇下陣間啲同學仔佢哋嘅論點，我都好期待佢哋會點樣去辯論。
冇錯嘅，咁所以咧，我哋好多時候咧，至少都有兩方面嘅資訊咧。啱啱話有好多資訊，但係今日至少咧喺嚟緊呢個辯題裏面咧，我哋有正方嘅資訊，我哋有反方嘅資訊。咁正如我哋平時用 AI 咧，用完 Gemini 你可以用下 Meta AI。咁我哋咧，起碼最後咧，就係我哋嘅 intelligence 咧，可以幫到我哋去落最後嘅決定。咁好多謝大家，咁亦都好多謝 Annie 同埋 Maggie 嘅分享啦。我哋希望咧就係令到我哋嚟到我哋唔係淨係單單睇一場比賽，我哋喺呢場比賽裏面，我哋試下咧去我經常都會覺得我每一個嘉賓好多時候之前嘅決賽啦，即係準決賽啦，都會覺得其實 作為嘉賓都學好多嘢。咁我希望呢，一陣間呢，我哋有一個學習嘅心。咁而一陣間我知道咧，大家會好留意嘅。如果唔記得咗一啲立論嘅 topic 唔緊要。咁因為咧，我哋見唔見到咧？我要多謝我哋側邊咧用住電腦嗰兩位朋友仔 Vincent 同埋 Sean 啦。咁其實佢係我哋嘅 teammate 咧。咁佢哋對住部電腦做緊啲咩咧？其實佢哋一路咧就 vibe code 咗個 platform 出嚟。咁上翻平時我哋個網頁 preface.ai/debate 咧，其實就有個 live 嘅key point 嘅一啲 reminder。咁當然啦，學生講嘢嘅時候咧，我哋聽咗佢哋講先。咁但係確保中場休息啦，我哋可以睇翻大家嘅立論，我哋嘅 key point 啱唔啱？同埋我哋點解最後我哋決賽嚟到 M+ 咧？因為我哋有空間，係一個討論，我哋希望一個討論嘅文化。完咗，無論邊隊贏邊隊唔贏，我哋咧，如果我哋作為大人，我哋有我哋嘅立場，或者我哋有一啲我哋嘅資訊，我哋可以同翻學生去傾。咁我哋我哋個目標今日唔係一場純粹決賽，一場 debate 嘅決賽，因為 debate 嘅決賽喺任何地方都可以搞得。喺 M+ 呢一個地方，我哋希望係一個學習嘅班房。Thank you。
哇！我哋再一次俾熱烈嘅掌聲，我哋分享嘅嘉賓有冇袋錢入你袋呢？我就記得啦，跨世代嘅秘訣就係揾到自己中意同埋快樂嘅事，一直努力做落去就係成功嘅秘訣。多謝晒今日第一場分享嘅嘉賓。嗱，頭先咧 Tommy 都有提到喎，我哋睇翻呢，我哋有個 QR code 嘅。咁如果大家頭先咧錯過咗，咦？你講嗰個 vibe code 點樣可以即時睇翻頭先個分享會嘅一啲輯錄啦、highlights 啦，咁就可以係啦 scan 翻呢個 QR code 嘅。同埋咧都提一提大家喎，因為頭先都好多謝咧，我哋嘅 speakers 都有提到，哇，過往咧你哋都探討咗好多議題㗎，咁亦都可以出去咧留意翻我哋嘅一個記錄式嘅展覽，因為咧真係都知道大家唔會睇得晒咁多場比賽，但係每一場比賽我哋討論過嘅議題，或者係每一場比賽嘅一啲精彩嘅內容，亦都咧我哋剪輯埋我哋嘅評判啦，同埋我哋 Preface 嘅有啲 point of view 咧，等大家可以一次過咧係一個記錄式嘅展覽嚟㗎。咁所以咧，當大家有一個休息嘅時間，就唔好錯過出邊嘅比賽啦。哇！真係事不宜遲，我自己都好緊張啊！我哋咧就正式進入今日第一場總決賽，就係小學組嘅總決賽。不如我哋以熱烈嘅掌聲，先請兩支參賽嘅隊伍上台，有請正方嘅拔萃南書院附屬小學。再一次熱烈掌聲，因為真係好唔容易㗎。接住落嚟呢，反方已經好快啦，就係保良局田家炳小學。嗱，今日我哋嘅比賽辯論題目呢，頭先分享嘉賓都提到啦 ，AI 時代之下勤力不再是成功嘅秘訣喎。哇，好似有少少顛覆我哋由細到大嘅一啲價值觀啊！咁呢個問題呢，當然有我哋勞苦功高嘅評判團，今日咧第一場比賽係非常重量級嘅評判團，我哋俾熱烈嘅掌聲，我哋歡迎頭先我哋分享嘉賓 Miss Annie Chan，Independent Communications and Public Affairs Advisor。另外一位係 Mr. Hugh Zhang，亦都係我哋今次成個比賽嘅榮譽顧問 ，Founder iDebate.hk。第三位係，亦都係我哋頭先嘅分享嘉賓 Miss Maggie Tam，Head of Public Policy Meta Hong Kong。第四位咧就係 Mr. Michael Yong，Strategic Advisor Google Cloud。而最後一位咧，我哋有 Dr. Tony Chang，Senior Director，Head of Enterprise Business Group Samsung Electronics Hong Kong。哇！絕對係非常強勁嘅陣容，來自唔同嘅界別嘅。喺比賽正式開始呢，提提大家，我哋今日嘅賽事其中一個特色呢，就係有公眾投票嘅環節，就係投出呢我最喜愛嘅大獎喎。咁如果大家入場嘅時候呢，我哋工作人員會俾一張卡仔大家嘅。咁如果呢冇呢都唔緊要，我哋一陣投票嘅時候呢，同我哋工作人員呢可以出示啦。呢張卡呢就會有今日投票嘅 QR code，同埋呢我哋以示公平公正呢都 都會有一個密碼喺上邊嘅喎。咁每一次我都會提大家㗎啦。我知道大家咧都好熱心咧，想去支持我哋隊伍，但係咧就唔好出貓啦。我哋就唔好分享呢一個嘅passcode 出去啦。因為咧，如果我哋點票咧，發現多過今日在場嘅人數咧，啲票數就會作廢㗎啦。最後咧，請台下各位嘅觀眾，我哋嘅辯員發言嘅時候，請保持安靜，留待你哋嘅掌聲待佢哋發言之後啦。咁亦都咧提大家手機咧要調至呢個靜音模式嘅。而家咧我就邀請我哋比賽主席 Nicholas 去介紹一下比賽規則。
好，唔該晒 Grace。各位評判，開咗，照講嘢。各位評判、老師、參賽同學、來賓，大家好，歡迎嚟到 Preface 學界 AI 辯論邀請賽嘅比賽現場。我係今日比賽嘅主席 Nicholas。今日將會進行嘅係小學組總決賽，而今日嘅辯題係 AI 時代下勤力不再是成功的秘訣。頭先主持 Grace 已經介紹咗今日對賽雙方嘅隊伍同埋3位評判，再次多謝3位評判喺百忙之中抽空出席為今日嘅比賽評分。相信你哋嘅專業意見一定會幫到雙方辯員繼續進步。喺比賽正式開始之前，等我先宣讀比賽嘅規則。整個比賽嘅流程依次係主辯、第一副辯、第二副辯、自由辯論，最後係結辯嘅環節。發言先由正方主辯開始，然後到反方主辯，如此類推。結辯環節則先由反方總結，最後由正方作結。發言時間方面，主辯同埋結辯各有4分鐘嘅時間，第一副辯同埋第二副辯各有3分鐘嘅時間。而喺自由辯論環節，正反雙方各有累計3分鐘嘅發言時間。請各位辯員留意，每輪發言前請先向主席示意，鐘聲響起之後先可以開始發言。發言時間完結前30秒會有1下鐘聲提示，發言時間完結時會有2下鐘聲提示。另外喺主辯、副辯同埋結辯環節，如果超時15秒，計時員會再響3下鐘聲。超時嘅辯員將會喺每張分紙上面被扣除5分，而不足5秒亦會當5秒計算。而喺自由辯論環節方面，則不設15秒緩衝發言時間，即係當累計時間用完2下鐘聲響起時，辯員必須立即停止發言。屆時主席將會宣布另一方剩餘嘅發言時間，再邀請該隊伍繼續發言。如果對賽雙方對今日嘅比賽規則冇疑問嘅話，比賽正式開始。首先有請正方主辯吳啟耀同學，你嘅發言時間為4分鐘，請先試麥準備好，再向主席示意。
試麥。主席、評判、在座各位，大家好。2022年11月 ，ChatGPT 橫空面世，碟攝2023年11月緊隨其後出現，打開中文 AI 市場。到而家，唔同嘅 AI 好似雨後春筍咁樣出現。Google Gemini 嘅誕生，令 AI 可以連結埋你嘅 Google Drive、Calendar， 令 AI 可以喺我哋日常生活入邊更不可或缺。恭喜大家追住入 AI 大時代！但係呢個時代下面，勤力仲重唔重要啦？我方先界定下乜嘢叫做勤力先。勤力就係指你花大量時間喺一件事上面持續咁樣不斷努力。舉一個好簡單嘅例子，如果有人喺考試前2個月，日日都喺度努力溫書，你會話呢個人好勤力。但係如果有一個人喺考試前2個鐘先嚟溫書，你冇可能用勤力去形容佢㗎。不過你又唔可以否定佢，話佢冇努力過。好似成語將勤補拙咁樣，你用得呢個字形容人，佢就一定好俾心機，不斷磨練，冇可能佢努力咗一段時間，你就話佢咁。所以勤力同努力係唔同嘅，努力幾時都需要，但係喺 AI 世代，係咪仲需要花大量時間喺一件事上面勤力啦？我方就不敢苟同啦。再講乜嘢叫做成功啊？成功其實係一個好主觀嘅字，所以我方決定將成功界定為大眾都會理解嘅定義。生活過得比多數人好，可能有少少成就就稱得上為成功。最後就係今場辯題最重要嘅字秘訣。根據詞典，秘呢個字本身就有唔公開、難以測試嘅意思，而訣就解高明嘅方法。所以秘訣就即係解唔公開嘅高明方法。所以想問下在場咁多位，勤力對成功好重要，有邊個唔知？有幾高明？所以勤力由好耐之前開始，一早已經人所共知，一早唔再係一個秘訣。舉一個好簡單嘅例子，大家一定有睇過武俠電影，戲入邊大家成日為咗爭取武俠嘅秘笈，講得秘笈就一定好少人知，勁難揾。如果你修煉到，就一定功力大增。但係如果本九陰真經個個路人都識，你連樓下間書齋都可以買到啊！ 人人可以練功呢本就唔係叫做武林秘笈啦，就叫做武術指南啦。所以天下所有可以用秘去形容嘅事物，冇可能係一個常識，又冇可能好多人都知道。所以勤力根本就唔可以成為一個秘訣。呢個就係我方今日第一個論點。而我方今日第二個論點就係勤力嘅重要性已經喺度下降咯。人嘅時間其實係有限嘅，你要做一個勤力嘅人，就必須喺空閒嘅時間入邊持續咁樣努力去鍛鍊你自己某一兩項技能。但係鍛鍊嘅同時，你又必然要放棄學習其他事物嘅可能性。但係今年已經進入 AI 大時代，科技已經以倍速嘅形式去發展。幾年前 AI 只可以申請文字答案，今年 Gemini 已經可以免費幫大家申請 PowerPoint。你支持自己再快再叻，而家都冇用啦。所以未來工作領域專家 Reverend Jusuthason 指出 ，AI 已經深刻改變白領嘅工作價值，同埋好多原本附加嘅技能已經喺度快速貶值。就係話，如果你依然每日坐喺電腦面前勤力工作，仲喺度以為只要勤力讀書就可以揾到份好工，好危險，因為冇人知道 AI 幾時可以進步到可以取代到你。但係日子一旦來臨，你嘅技能被 AI 取代嗰陣時，你當初越勤力就會產生越多時間。所以 AI 世代變得太快，如果持續咁樣勤力，就要將風險集中喺一個懶度。所以成功嘅秘訣已經係變位，可以提早洞悉社會變化，靈活變通，未雨綢繆，先會更易成功，唔會被 AI 淘汰。因此今日辯題絕對成立。最後想問下游方同學，你有邊一個唔知道勤力對成功係好重要嘅？多謝各位。
正方主辯嘅發言時間為3分鐘44秒，冇超時，無需扣分。接落嚟有請反方主辯楊子瑩同學，你嘅發言時間為4分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
示咪，示咪。主席、評判在座各位大家好。有方話勤力大家都知，完全唔神秘，所以唔係秘訣。其實有方只係捉字蝨。咁按照呢個邏輯，喺資訊咁公開嘅年代，決心、勇氣同用 AI 嘅方法，統統都好公開。咁係咪呢個世界上已經冇晒成功嘅秘訣呢？要討論辯題就要先了解辯題嘅關鍵字眼。第一，秘訣代表住成功關鍵嘅要素。有方要論證嘅係勤力喺任何領域都已經唔再係關鍵，而唔係勤力喺某啲領域已經冇咁重要。如果有方淨係集中討論個別範疇，忽略咗其他，例如運動、學習呢啲領域，就係以偏概全。同時，有方都唔能夠淨係用有人努力咗都失敗去正立辯題，因為喺任何時代都一定有人努力之後會失敗。正方要證明嘅係喺 AI 時代之下，勤力已經冇作用。第二，根據看點，勤力嘅意思係指勤勞努力、持之以恆做完成一件事。今日教育局12個首要價值觀亦都明確指出，勤勞需要動手動腦，建立不畏艱苦嘅正向態度。可見勤力包含行為同思考兩個層面。有方要正立辯題，亦都需要同大家講點解遇到困難去思考、去求變嘅勤力態度，去到今日已經唔重要。第三係成功，喺一般人眼中，成功往往都等於財富或者地位。但根據美國非營利組織 powerhouse 嘅調查指出，大約2成嘅人同意財富同權利等於成功人生。有4成嘅人認為成功係一種自我滿足，例如完成到自己訂立嘅目標、受到自己進步等等，都屬於成功。由此可見，成功有2個層面。外在嘅成就同埋內在嘅自我滿足，因此今日衡量辯題嘅標準就在於喺以上2個層面嘅成功，到底 AI 時代有冇令到勤力嘅重要性下降？我方反對辯題原因有2：第一係追求外在成就嘅層面 ，AI 時代淨係會改變勤力嘅形式，冇削弱到勤力嘅價值。今日我哋講嘅勤力唔係單純嘅體力勞動 ，AI 時代之下嘅勤力講嘅係用大腦去思考同創造。喺 AI 時代之下，人人都可以用 AI 做設計、分析數據，令人與人之間嘅差距大幅縮小。當大家嘅起跑線被 AI 拉近，最後決定高低嘅就係邊個更願意付出額外嘅努力。以 AI 繪圖比賽為例，人人都可以撳個掣就生成圖片，但係真正拉開差距嘅係參賽者願意花幾多時間去修改同調整。AI 提供嘅只係草稿，人不斷嘅雕琢先係決定勝負嘅關鍵。第二係內在自我滿足嘅層面，勤力係自我實現、突破自我嘅唯一路徑。 根據馬斯洛嘅需求層次，隨住科技發展，財富同權利的確可以滿足到我哋嘅日常生活，但要追求更高層次嘅成功，就要睇自我實現嘅需求。就好似辯論咁，成功唔單止係贏冠軍，亦都可以係變成更好嘅自己。我當然知道 AI 能夠一秒生成好多有力嘅論點同資料，但 AI 識辯論唔等於我識辯論。喺學習辯論呢條路上邊 ，AI 淨係會輔助，真正令我成長嘅係學習，係始終都要靠我自己持之以恆，日復一日嘅練習同思考。想問有方，呢種突破自我嘅成功感，如果唔係勤力，又點樣獲得呢？最後想問有方，作為學生喺 AI 時代之下，要成功攞到好成績，係咪唔使再勤力讀書，交晒俾 AI 做就得呢？教育局12個首要價值觀當中嘅勤勞，有方係咪亦都要廢除呢？多謝各位。
反方主辯嘅發言時間為3分鐘53秒，冇超時，無需扣分。接住嚟有請正方一副陳卓南同學，你嘅發言時間為3分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪試咪。在座各位大家好，點解我方今日一開始要喺主辯將定義講得清清楚楚？就係因為聽完有方主辯發言，已經聽得出有方係錯誤理解辯題字眼。有方同學話我哋論證辯題嘅關鍵係要論證勤力唔係成功嘅關鍵，不過其實個勤力其實個辯題係話勤力唔係成功嘅秘訣，唔係關鍵嘅喎，所以有方同學其實係混淆咗秘訣同埋關鍵嘅分別。有方同學的確講到勤力係好重要，但我方主辯已經講到明，秘訣係要不為人知。喺我方主辯發言裡面有冇強調過要素？冇。有方同學只係論證緊勤力係成功嘅關鍵，好似光合作用嘅關鍵係有水、陽光同埋二氧化碳，呢啲嘢都係小學常識已經教緊，你冇可能話呢3樣嘢係秘訣。所以有方到而家都搞唔清楚咩秘訣，有方同學唔可以混淆秘訣同埋關鍵呢兩隻字，你都證明唔到勤力係好少人知。有方同學你想點反對我方？第二個混亂係有方同學忽視咗勤力係要長時間喺一樣嘢上面下苦功，但今日有方同學眼中嘅勤力係冇呢個時間概念喺入邊。有方同學只係舉咗一啲例子話俾我方聽，人要努力。咁有方同學你只係論證緊努力嘅重要性，而唔係勤力。點解今日勤力要有個時間性喺入邊？就係因為長時間專注喺一樣嘢上面奮鬥已經冇咁重要。喺美國人因為見到美國科技業裁員越演越烈，最新民調顯示啲市民係驚到多數在職人員希望問責 AI 企業，要佢哋將半數公司股份、公共主權財富基金將 AI 企業賺嘅錢分返俾大眾。馬斯克曾經喺訪談入面指出，佢對未來職業進行過預測，所有喺電腦前進行處理嘅工作，好快就會俾 AI 取代。AI 會好似閃電咁搶走晒所有數字化嘅工作，就好似當年計數機取代人工計數咁。美國跨國投資銀行高盛上個月報告預估 AI 普及嘅10年轉型期裏面，美國大約1500萬人會面臨失業，衝擊甚比90年代末重大技術改革。面對呢啲挑戰，輝達行政總裁黃仁勳都表示，幾乎所有人嘅工作內容會被重塑，包括佢本人在內。咁意味住啲咩？就係你一直以嚟勤力咁樣鍛鍊嘅技能，可以喺一瞬間就失去價值。咁我調翻轉問大家，你咁勤力有咩意思？所以我哋如果仲將勤力當有方眼中嘅關鍵，只會花晒啲時間喺1、2樣嘢身上面，當危機殺到，你就一定會慢人一步，離成功遠一步。所以未來會變到點，真係冇人知。而家成功嘅秘訣就係你要變通，你啲時間要拎嚟試多啲唔同嘅嘢，探索更多嘅可能性。當危機殺到，你就一定可以比人哋快一步，更易成功。起碼現今社會，呢個秘訣一定唔會好多人知。多謝各位。
正方一副嘅發言時間為3分鐘04秒，冇超時，無需扣分。接住落嚟有請反方一副呂浩朗同學，你嘅發言時間為3分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪試咪試咪試咪。 主席、評判就各位大家好，有方今日咧就將秘訣嘅秘定義作為私密不為人知，話 AI 時代下人人都知要勤力，所以勤力已經唔再係秘訣。但係我方主編已經講過，秘訣嘅重點從來都唔係有幾多人知，如果一個因素係決定成敗嘅關鍵，佢就可以叫做秘訣。因為所有成功嘅因素都有人知道，有人講過。有方今日又話 AI 做得更快更好，所以勤力冇優勢。但係事實上 AI 嘅效率反而令勤力變得更加重要。以前你勤力少少就可以贏人，但係而家個個都用 AI， 基本嘢人人都做到，到頭來 AI 只不過係基本配置。所以真正決定你同其他人嘅分別係你肯唔肯用 AI 生成嘅答案，再諗深一層，努力鑽研一啲 AI 做唔到嘅嘢。而呢啲額外付出，正正係需要勤力。如果因為有 AI 就唔再勤力，咁當人人都做到基本嘢嘅時候，你仲有冇優勢呢？有方今日又話我方大包圍，將努力塞入去勤力入面，但係勤力嘅意思原本就係勤勞加努力，甚至係根據漢典同埋教育局嘅定義，勤勞係有持之以恆、不畏艱苦嘅含義。呢個本身就係勤力定義嘅一部分。如果努力呢啲唔算係勤力嘅話，咁請有方話俾大家知，世界上有邊一個人可以每日持之以恆、不畏艱苦去付出努力，但係同時內心完全冇勤力同埋永不放棄嘅心態呢？在座各位，我方主編最後問有方，學生喺 AI 時代需唔需要勤力讀書？有方唔答，係咪因為有方都知道讀書唔使勤力呢個說法根本係違反常理啊？冇人會接受，所以喺教育嘅領域下，勤力仍然係成功嘅關鍵要素。呢一點有方都已經默認咗。更加重要嘅係，大家有冇諗過，當全世界都識得用 AI 仲點樣作為秘密武器，令到你成功呢？正正係因為大家都識用 AI， 成功嘅門檻大大提升。呢個時候邊個能夠獲得高分，就取決於用 AI 嗰個人嘅大腦。正如 ChatGPT 創辦人奧爾特曼指出，當 AI 將所有基礎工作自動化之後，未來真正可以成功嘅精英，就係睇深度思考能力同埋持續學習嘅能力。要深度思考，我哋就要逼自己腦唔好偷懶，去逐字逐句揾出 AI 嘅錯誤。要持續學習，我哋就要日日花時間、花心機去學習最新嘅科技產品同埋模型。呢種對抗懶惰嘅天性，正正就本質上就係我哋所講嘅勤力。所謂心態決定境界。最後想問有方，深度思考能力同埋持續學習嘅能力，唔透過勤力獲得，係咪瞓喺度就可以獲得？多謝各位。
反方一副嘅發言時間為3分鐘13秒，冇超時，無需扣分。接續嚟有請正方二副高哲謙同學，你嘅發言時間為3分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪。好啊！有方同學咧，今日咧就喺度話啦，話今日秘訣咧係唔在乎有幾多人知喎。但係有方同學，我想問你啦，秘訣個秘字係咩意思啊？秘訣個秘字就係講緊係秘密啊！秘密即係點啊？唔好少人知啊嘛。咁秘訣嘅意思就係知咗，好少人知，但係你知咗就會比人更加優勝。所以今日點會係唔取決有幾多人知咧？咁有方同學咧，今日咧就喺度屈我有方就話咧，你有方係覺得今日勤力係唔重要噶啦。但係有方同學，我話俾你知，我唔係咁覺得㗎。勤力都係依然都有佢嘅重要性嘅。但係咧，勤力只不過係一個基礎嚟嘅啫。而我哋今日我方所講嘅靈活變通咧，先係比較重要嘅，先係今日有方所講嘅秘訣。有方同學又覺得成功咧就係一啲好少嘅進步，好少嘅成就已經係成功。咁有方同學又想問下你啦，請問有方同學，我哋今日成功又係咪我今日考試進步咗1分，成功咗啦？又係咪有方同學咁樣講呢？咁去到正方二副啦，其實有方同學咧依然係冇理過我方㗎。其實勤力唔係秘訣呢一點。咁我方呢度咧先總結有方係誤將咗關鍵，將重要當成咗係秘笈。咁有方同學講緊啲咩啊？佢就係講緊好多嘅例子啊！佢擔心緊啊，我哋人類唔勤力就會發生咗啲咩事啊？咁但係其實我哋去到正方二副就帶大家睇下過去，再展望下未來，睇下有方同學講嘅嘢啱定唔啱。
先回顧過去嗰陣2022年 ChatGPT 先啱啱推出，你啲指令係要一字一句咁打入去，而佢淨係可以用好簡單嘅文字去答你，仲會答一啲好離譜嘅答案。大家又點會諗到，而家過咗4年都冇 AI 整出嚟嘅圖案，竟然係可以以假亂真？一堆 AI 生成嘅小電影喺網絡上面隨處可見，大家又點會估到 AI 進步得咁快呢？大家又試諗一下，如果你係幫人營運社交媒體嘅，喺 AI 起飛嘅時候，你唔係咁勤力拎晒啲時間去幫下人手整圖寫文案，而係拎下啲時間去試下 AI 或者研究下新嘅方向。咁去到今時今日 AI 可能整圖仲快過你，仲靚過你嘅時候，你就係最早識用呢個技術嘅人，搶佔市場先可以更易邁向成功。嗱，而其他人呢，而家先啱啱開始試，後知後覺又點樣唔俾人淘汰呢？今年4月，全美總裁員人數係按月上升38%，去到88000人啊！其中科技行業亦都成為重災區，錄得33000宗嘅裁員個案。其實唔少科技公司就坦言啦，正喺度縮減緊人力資源開支，以便轉移更多嘅成本投入 AI。難道呢一班俾人裁員嘅人以前真係唔夠勤力咩？佢哋而家有方同學今日講嘅勤力嘅定義，佢就話勤力個形式變咗，但係其實勤力都只不過係長時間好投入咁做一件事，唔係好似有方咁樣，唔係好似有方咁樣講。所以今日有方同學，我哋唔係講勤力，唔係唔重要，但係有啲嘢梗係要努力啦。但係今日勤力都一定唔會係一個秘訣，所以今日辯題絕對成立。多謝各位。
正方二副嘅發言時間為3分鐘05秒，冇超時，無需扣分。接落嚟有請反方二副傅翠飛同學，你嘅發言時間為3分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪，在座各位大家好，有方今日一直強調避呢個字眼，但今日辯題設立嘅意義係咪要我哋討論勤力係唔係神秘嘅呢？今日我哋討論嘅應該係喺 AI 時代之下，勤力仲有冇決定性作用，而唔係勤力有幾多人知。如果有方要咁樣扭曲辯題，其實都冇討論嘅意思啦。有方今日話呢，其實勤力係基礎能力，同秘訣唔一樣，所以呢。但問題就係呢，今日講嘅勤力並唔係一直花時間去做一重複勞動，係講緊心態上不畏艱苦，會持續去思考、試錯，不斷去學習新嘅事物。有方居然話呢種高階能力係一種基礎能力，咁你可唔可以用數據話俾咁多位知，到底有幾多人係願意跳出舒適圈，願意經歷一次又一次嘅失敗同挑戰呢？就算我哋退1萬步，將勤力視為基礎能力，但基礎能力點解唔可以係秘訣呢？將一個籃球員嘅射波、運球、防守全部都係基礎能力，但同時正係佢決定成敗嘅關鍵。就算係 NBA 球星都會勤力練射波，唔會因為佢係基礎就覺得唔重要。所以基礎同秘訣從來都唔係對立，甚至最基本嘅嘢往往就係最關鍵嘅嘢。有方又同唔同意呢？有方話自我滿足、自我實現呢啲並唔等於成功，但我方唔明白點解成功嘅定義一定要咁狹窄，淨係等於錢同埋地位呢？一個人就算冇錢，但佢靠勤力不斷突破自己嘅極限，實現自己嘅目標，得到內心嘅滿足，呢種對自我嘅超越，點解唔可以叫做成功呢？成功從來都唔係等於有地位同埋有錢，而係加埋一個人喺自己重視嘅範疇入邊，透過努力去達到自己想要嘅效果。就算跳入有風嘅世界，只係睇地位，只係睇財富。如果勤力唔係秘訣，點解 Elon Musk 呢啲成功人士要每星期工作80至100小時呢？在座各位，我哋今日要睇成功，就更加要睇埋失敗。大家要知道，人嘅選擇從來都冇可能永遠係正確嘅。成功係一條漫長嘅道路。2-3年前，科技界最熱門嘅方向係 AI 寫作助手。當時無數嘅人都覺得呢個係正確嘅方向，但結果係點呢？ ChatGPT 更新咗之後，直接內建咗寫作同翻譯功能直接遠超於市面上絕大部分嘅 AI 寫作助手。之前所謂揀啱方向嘅公司，例如 Chat 公司，當日股價直接暴跌48%，無數公司都破產離場。即使眼光幾好，方向幾正確，最後都只係換嚟一時嘅成功。要真正做到長遠成功，必定要用心經營，默默耕耘，適應時代。所以喺咁高風險嘅時代，真正決定成功嘅秘訣係在於佢哋勤力嘅態度。最後想問有方，當我哋今日去討論長期嘅成功，喺呢個過程當中，必然會面對無數嘅挑戰同埋失敗。唔靠勤力嘅心態，到底係乜嘢因素力可以令你哋堅持落去呢？多謝大家。
反方二副嘅發言時間為2分鐘53秒，冇超時，無需扣分。接住落嚟係自由辯論環節，再次提醒對賽雙方、正反雙方各有累計3分鐘嘅發言時間，由正方先開始發言。正方第一次發言前，請先站立並向主席示意，等待計時鐘聲響起之後再開始發言。於正方第一次發言過後，任何一方發言完畢後，另一方辯員需要立即開始發言。計時員亦會立即開始計算發言時間。整個環節期間，辯員發言期間必須站立，而每位辯員不可連續發言多於2次，否則主席會提出警告。另外，請對賽雙方留意，自由辯論環節不設15秒緩衝發言時間，聽到2下鐘聲時必須立即停止發言。自由辯論環節正式開始，首先有請正方第一位辯員站立並向主席示意開始你嘅發言。
示咪示咪。想問右方秘訣個秘係咪有唔公開難以測知嘅意思？咁勤力有咩唔公開啊？
有同學咁梗係唔係咯？我哋幾時有講過秘訣個秘係一啲唔公開㗎？其實大家都知道勤力，但係只不過知易行難，所以佢咪變咗做秘訣咯。有同學咧係咪認為秘訣一定好神秘先要神秘咧？而呢個標準先，請你同大家分享一個 AI 時代冇人識嘅秘密。
等陣先，有同學今日秘訣有個秘字，秘得秘密就係好少人知、好隱蔽嘅意思。如果今日我全校都知我嘅小秘密，咁佢係咪仲係秘密啊？佢唔係啊。咁再想問有方啦，既然今日勤力都唔秘，咁佢又點可以做一個秘訣咧？
咁想反問一下有方同學啦，既然你講到秘訣咁神秘嘅話，咁你可唔可以分享一個 AI 時代冇人識嘅秘訣？
唔係，你答有方同學，你答咗我方問題先。我想問下你，既然咧即係秘訣個秘就有神秘意思嘛，咁請問勤力就係有咩咁秘密？係佢仲係咪一個秘訣咧？如果係咁樣嘅話？
有方同學點解覺得勤力好神秘啊？如果真係咁神秘嘅話，點解世界上成功嘅人得咁少啊？有方同學啱啱唔答我方問題，所以有方今日根本就喺度扭曲緊秘訣嘅定義。佢哋之所以咁樣扭曲辯題，無非都係自己知道自己講唔出點解勤力對成功冇價值。再想問下有方同學啦，有方就係同我哋討論體力勞動，但係有方承唔承認心態上嘅勤力仍然係成功嘅關鍵呢？
好，有方同學，你今日就同我哋講勤力唔係秘訣，因為好少人成功，好少人做到。但係今日秘訣佢唔在乎幾多人做到啊，係你知佢變成一個常識，由嗰一刻開始佢就唔再係秘訣啦。咁所以問有方同學啦，如果係咁嘅話，全香港都知嘅秘密仲係唔係秘密啦？
有方同學，今日唔係要我哋去論證秘訣係咪真係秘密，而係要有分嚟論證點解勤力係唔重要，而有方啱啱唔回答我方問題，再問多一次，有方承唔承認心態上嘅勤力依然係成功嘅關鍵？
唔係，有方同學，我方已經論證咗俾你聽啦。秘訣個秘就係有神秘意思嘛。咁秘訣如果唔神秘嘅，咁點解叫秘訣咧？有方同學，你頭先又話心態上嘅勤力係咪好重要？咁你所知嘅心態上嘅勤力，我係唔知咩嚟嘅。咁有方同學，我再問你啦 ，AI 世代係咪所有嘢都變得好快先？
有方同學咁梗係啦，所以咧，我想問有方同學，你既然咁咬文嚼字，話咧秘訣一定係神秘，咁我想問，去到而家呢個 AI 互聯網時代係好盛行嘅，仲有啲乜嘢秘密我哋係揾唔到㗎？
有方同學，我方覺得我哋今日冇必要舉例子，因為今日我哋只係討論緊勤力呢樣嘢啫嘛。如果勤力佢今日唔係秘訣，我方辯題已經成立啦。所以有方同學啦，今日 AI 世代你都承認咗變得好快啦。咁如果我淨係識勤力喺某一樣嘢度，咁最後俾 AI 取代咗，咁我係咪好危險、好易冇公開啊？
有方同學正就因為而家 AI 嘅時代咁盛行嘅時候，當人人都做到嗰樣嘢嘅時候，咪要睇你自己勤力咯。你自己勤力嘅話，你咪可以繼續喺度咯。所以有方同學咧係咁迴避我方問題，好明顯就係其實有方都只係反對體力上嘅勞動唔再重要，不過完全就冇討論過心態上嘅勤力點解唔再係成功嘅秘訣。再問你有方同學 AI 時代之後運動員唔勤力練習，佢點會成功啊？
唔係，有方同學，我方咪講咗咯。你而家 AI 世代之下就會有好多嘅嘢出現，咁你唔靈活啲變通，咁你咪成功唔到咯。唔係勤唔勤力嘅關係啊。有方同學，如果你將啲時間放晒上一樣嘢持續努力，而嗰樣嘢又好可能俾 AI 取代，又一路咁變落去，咁你係咪會好危險，好容易俾人淘汰？
想問有方同學，靈活變通需唔需要勤力？
有方同我方覺得今日靈活變通其實佢係重要過勤力，因為靈活變通先係而家嘅秘訣啊嘛，勤力唔再係秘訣。舉個例啦，如果今日我喺 AI 啱啱出現嘅時候，我係一個修圖師，咁當嗰幾年我研究 AI 多過我用修圖，咁我而家係咪會先人一步成為修圖界嘅天才啊？
唔係喎，但係有方同學，邊個同你講秘訣係唯一嘅意思㗎？點解你講嘅因素同勤力唔可以同時都係秘訣啊？
咪有位同學我都冇講過呢個秘訣係唯一嘅意思啦。咁同埋有位同學，你請你回答咗我個問題先。請問如果我早幾年咧喺AI 出現咗嘅時候，我就識得用呢個修圖嘅技術去修圖啦，咁我係咪會變成修圖天才？請你回答我個問題。
有位同學，咁你去學修圖嘅時候咪需要勤力咯？所以其實咧，有方都答唔到運動員到底要點樣唔勤力就成功，證明喺 AI 時代之下，喺運動領域有方已經論證唔到今日嘅題目啦。再問你啦，有方同學喺 AI 時代學生使唔使學用 AI？
冇有方同我方今日論證嘅就係修圖嘅時候，我哋係應該學 AI，即係我哋其實係要有異於常人嘅洞察先機，咁我哋先可以先人一步搶佔先機噶嘛。所以有方同學今日都知，其實靈活變通搶佔先機先係今日嘅秘訣。想問有方同學啦，今日咧我哋見到話，如果我哋即係譬如一啲人，佢哋去做呢樣嘢嘅時候咧，如果佢哋唔俾人搶先一步，就好易成為俾人淘汰嗰批。咁有方同學同唔同意呢個觀點啊？
有方同學，但係如果佢哋搶先一步，佢哋要搶先一步嘅話，佢哋唔通瞓喺度，佢哋就可以搶先一步咩？佢哋都係要勤力先可以搶先到一步噶嘛。有方同學啱啱唔答我方問題，證明有方同學都知道呢個有方同學荒謬嘅位置就係運動員唔訓練點樣成功，學生唔學習又點樣成功呢？有方不斷迴避嘅做法，正證明咗勤力嘅重要性。就想問你有方同學啦。想問有方邊個權威同大家講基礎能力唔可以係秘訣㗎？
咪有方同學，你簡直誤會晒有方講嘅所有嘢。我哋唔係話勤力唔重要，我哋只不過勤力係冇咁重要，靈活變通先係最重要嘅。咁有方同學就講運動員咧，就算我都要劍擊咁樣啦，我都係勤力咁練好晒我所有嘅基礎先。咁但係我上到戰場嘅時候，我最靈活。
反方尚餘23秒嘅發言時間，請發言代表站立並向主席示意繼續你嘅發言。
嗱，其實咧今日有方咧就好荒謬嘅，就話咧好似話佢講啦 ，AI 出現之前幾年佢就練好修圖。咁其實我想問啦，你修圖嘅時候使唔使勤力咧？同埋有方同學啱啱就話靈活變通先最重要，但係你靈活變通嘅時候使唔使勤力去練咧？如果你冇勤力嘅話，你有靈活變通，咁你最尾點樣達到你嘅目標咧？因此可見咧今日辯題咧係絕不成立嘅。所以咧今日根本咧就唔係人都勤力。
反方發言時間結束，自由辯論環節結束，而家有1分鐘時間俾雙方結辯作整理。準備時間結束，而家有請反方結辯邱尚賢同學，你嘅發言時間為4分鐘，請先試麥，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪。在座各位大家好，嚟到結辯不如正本清源，同大家一齊回顧今場辯論嘅3個分歧。第一咧，有位同學就話咧，我哋而家咧用 AI 會做得更快更好，而勤力咧就冇再有呢個優勢啦。咁事實上咧，我可以承認咧 AI 做得更好，但係咧喺 AI 咧可以俾到基本嘢你嘅時候，反而你人咧係要最好勤力咁樣去做。例如辯論咁樣，俾咗2個論點你都要好勤力咁樣去睇下有冇啲資料錯，而且再加啲我哋自己嘅嘢上去，咁咪可以令到個論點更加之好咯。第二，有冇今日好着重字眼，話秘訣有秘嘅意思，勤力一啲都唔秘密，大家都知，所以唔係秘訣。有方呢個説法係相當之蠱惑，完全迴避咗正方嘅論證責任，只係同我哋咬文嚼字去討論到底勤力神唔神秘。首先，呢個到底係咪辯題想我哋討論嘅嘢呢？其次，按你嘅標準，基本上冇嘢係秘訣，因為喺互聯網盛行嘅今日，到底仲有啲咩方法上網係揾唔到嘅呢？再者，如果係按有幾多人掌握作為標準，咁勤力依然都係秘訣，因為知易行難，人總係唔願意動腦思考新嘅方向解決嘅方法，所以無論喺邊個方向嚟睇，勤力都依然係成功嘅秘訣。 第三，有方今日指出咧，靈活變通咧對成功更重要㗎，因此勤力唔再係秘訣。但咪住先，我方由頭到尾都冇話過你講嘅靈活變通唔重要，但係你講嘅呢個因素點解唔需要勤力呢？咁你講嘅靈活變通係咪人天生就有㗎啦？前場問你需唔需要勤力去學習、去培養，有方都答唔到，證明人都要擁有勤力學習、持之以恆嘅心態，先可以擁有方講到嘅靈活變通。所以去到最後，有方即使論證到靈活變通係成功嘅秘訣，亦都否定唔到勤力同樣都係成功嘅秘訣，因為秘訣從來都冇唯一嘅意思。時代可能已經改變咗，但係勤勞嘅精神依然係每一個職業成功嘅秘訣。在座各位，去到最後得返一個問題，到底 AI 時代係一個點樣嘅時代呢？老實講，科技發展到今日，我方都唔係好想像到未來嘅全貌。我方只係知道呢個時代係一個今日唔知聽日事嘅時代。今日你可以因為揀啱咗條 AI 賽道而一夜發達，但聽日就可能因為科技巨頭嘅一個隨手更新，令你成間公司一夜之間破產清零。有人中意 AI 帶嚟嘅便利，有人討厭 AI 帶嚟嘅焦慮。當外在嘅世界行得太快，所有捷徑都鋪滿誘惑嘅時候，人反而係最容易迷失。喺 AI 時代嘅洪流入面，我方今日就係想同大家講，我哋一定要保持勤力呢種心態，唔好認輸。因為當所有工具都會背叛你嘅時候，只有你嘅心態上唔認輸，先係你唯一帶得走嘅本錢。呢條辯題最大嘅意義，其實從來都唔係成功或者失敗之後進行賽後檢討，而係放喺我哋當下嘅呢個時間點，當每個人都要面對未知嘅挑戰，面對跌入低谷嘅迷茫，到底眼前嘅困難係失敗定係黎明前嘅黑暗，其實往往只係一念之差。正如今日呢場辯論比賽，我唔知道結果，我只係知道，只要我依然肯付出、肯捱落去，只要我認為自己嘅成長就係成功，呢個世界上就冇人可以定義我失敗。AI 可以輕易取代一個職位，亦都可以輕易摧毀一個行業，但佢永遠摧毀唔到一個人想要重新振作嘅精神。成功嘅定義權永遠掌握喺我哋嘅手入面。正如哲學家尼采所講：凡殺不死我的，必使我更強大。因此我方深信AI 時代之下，勤力依然係成功嘅秘訣，因此今日辯題絕不成立。多謝各位。
反方結辯嘅發言時間為3分鐘32秒，冇超時，無需扣分。最後有請正方結辯邱尚恒同學，你嘅發言時間為4分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪 ，OK。在座各位大家好。今日冠軍賽嘅舞台咧，就喺呢個 M+ 博物館入邊舉行。嗱，講起 M+ 啦，大家好多時第一時間就會聯想起藝術。先問大家一個問題：今日做藝術又需唔需要勤力呢？大家可能第一時間嘅反應就係都一定要嘅。咁但係唔知大家有冇見過件藝術品啊？前排出現嘅就係用一條食得嘅蕉啦，用灰色膠帶黐喺個牆上面，然之後咧冇啦，就係咁多啦。係啊，就係咁多，冇其他嘢。嗱，呢幅叫 Comedian 嘅藝術品咧，大家估下買咗幾錢？係買咗足成117萬港紙啊！嗱，可想而知啦，今日做藝術勤力又好似唔係好重要，反而今日令人眼前一亮嘅創意啊，先係佢成功跑出嘅秘訣啊嘛！但係今時今日啦，好殘酷嘅現實就係用自己勤力、用自己嘅汗水畫出嚟嘅作品，等嘅藝術品啦，其實係面對緊好大嘅挑戰，因為我只要將你畫過嘅畫作擺入 AI 嘅資料庫 ，AI 就可以好快咁模仿到你嘅畫出。創作一啲近似甚至超越埋你嘅畫作。嗱，反而啦，嗰條香蕉就最唔擔心呢一點喎。點解啊？因為微軟嘅創辦人比爾蓋茨舊年就講過 ，AI 係冇辦法提出人類尚未思考過嘅新概念，所以係冇辦法全面取代人類嘅創造力㗎。嗱，我諗今日 AI 再叻，發展得再先進，都諗唔到攞條蕉黐喺埲牆上面呢啲藝術品啦。所以嗰條蕉嘅作者，其實只要喺 AI 世代下保持佢呢種創意，好似都難佢唔到啊。嗱，所以勤力係咪仲咁重要呢？嗱，不過講起重要啊，先總結翻今場比賽第一點，就係我哋今日雙方對字眼理解上面嘅分歧啊。嗱，而家都正方結辯啦，但係以下呢一點，有位同學點駁都駁唔到，就係秘訣呢一隻字嘅定義啊。嗱，有位同學今日喺度屈我方啦，話我哋扭曲辯題嘅字眼喎。但我想同各位申冤啊，其實唔係啊，今日都唔係我方捉字蝨，我方只係負責一個有責任嘅正方嘅論證責任啫。我哋論證咗辯題有個秘訣，佢有秘訣，我哋就有責任去論證，所以我哋要論證呢個，其實就係已經負上咗正方嘅論證責任。但有方同學今日又當睇唔到。其實由主辯開始，我方已經一直強調秘訣啊， 一定係好少人知，唔可以公開嘅嘢。嗱，既然今日係中文辯論，又係 AI，咁我就揾咗 AI 問下佢，唔該俾啲有秘字嘅詞語我啊，秘密啦、秘方、神秘、奧秘、揭秘，入邊有邊一組字係冇隱秘嘅呢個感覺啊？有邊一組字係令到大家覺得今日個秘字係形容緊一啲全世界都知嘅嘢呢？嗱，我都好似揾到一啲唔關事嘅事啊，例如秘書啦，但原來唔係喎，秘書個秘字就係代表緊佢會接觸到老闆最私人嘅行程、公司最私密嘅資料。其實今日個秘字就係咁解，無可辯駁。甚至去到今日自由辯論，有方都質疑緊我哋勤力重唔重要啊？我方咪答咗咯，今日勤力唔係唔重要，而係佢係一個第一，佢係一個基礎；第二，佢已經唔再係一個秘訣。今日嘅秘訣就我方口中嘅靈活變通、洞察先機。我方今日而家都睇唔到勤力引致成功呢一點，究竟秘在喺邊度呢？有位同學企喺連辯題嘅字眼都搞錯咗，仲要話我方扭曲辯題嘅字眼，作出唔到任何反駁。今日喺定義上面啊，有方先輸一半。總結埋第二點就係有方同學搞唔清楚現況啊！嗱，其實10幾20年之前啦，勤力嘅重要性都不斷跌緊。以前講緊辛苦啲做嘢，做工人都買到幾層樓，但係而家你再勤力都未必買到樓。今日投資你係要靠眼光，你係要靠市場觸覺去滾，好似滾雪球咁滾大你嘅財富噶嘛。有位同學仲諗住用以前嗰一套去應對今日所有變化，根本就係固步自封。嗱，所以一句講到尾，辯題嘅字眼有方理解亦有誤，對時代嘅變化理解又唔正確。今日辯題絕對成立。嗱，我方希望，如果今日 AI 嘅世代點樣生存，之後都唔再係一個秘訣，而係人人都知，咁人人都可以一樣笑住離場，喺 AI 世界入邊揾到自己嘅一席之位。多謝各位。
正方結辯嘅發言時間為4分鐘09秒，冇超時，無需扣分。今日嘅辯論環節已經圓滿結束，我代表大會再次多謝雙方辯員嘅精彩表現。而家將時間交翻俾 Grace。
哇，好精彩！我哋再一次熱烈嘅掌聲，感謝呢拔萃南書院附屬小學同埋保良局田家炳小學。勤力咧同埋靈活變通咧，都係我哋做人必須有嘅。係啦，唔知咧頭先一場咁精彩嘅辯論咧，有冇一啲啟發啦對大家？而家咧，我哋就有請我哋嘅評判退席商議一下啦。因為咧，我相信呢一場咁精彩嘅對決咧，都要啲時間咧去討論一下賽果嘅。咁而咧，亦都係我本人咧其中一個好喜愛嘅環節，因為大家又望下熒光幕啦。就係時間呢，我哋去選出我最喜愛嘅大獎，咁就係公眾投票嘅。咁提提大家呢，如果你睇緊直播呢，就唔好意思啦，因為呢，我哋為表公平公正呢，我哋嘅網上投票呢，只設我哋現場嘅觀眾嘅。但係唔緊要喎，如果你而家喺在家睇緊呢，我哋仲有2場比賽，今日呢，直到5點鐘㗎，你哋可以呢過嚟 M+ 呢，同我哋一齊參與呢一個辯論嘅盛事啊。咁呢，提提大家啦，當你 scan 咗 QR code 呢，好簡單3個步驟嘅啫。咁大家呢，就可以選出我最喜愛辯論員同埋我最喜愛嘅隊伍㗎啦。我見到大家都已經好用心投票嘅，咁咧等待緊我哋嘅工作人員啦。如果邊一個入場嘅時候發現，咦我冇一張卡仔嘅喎，咁麻煩大家可以舉一舉手示意。咁我哋着住黑色衫嘅工作人員呢，就會派翻我哋入場嘅一張小嘅卡片。咁上邊呢就有個 QR code， 後邊呢就係一個密碼嘅，係啦。咁再提提大家啦，我哋咁嚴謹呢，係希望我哋成個比賽係非常公平公正㗎。咁所以係一人一票嘅。咁就希望大家呢就唔好 share 出去啦，因為呢，如果我哋發現呢票數係多於我哋入場嘅人數呢，咁票數就會即時呢係去取消㗎啦。好啦，我見到評判咧都係討論完畢啦，不如我都等緊我哋工作人員繁忙計分數，同評判傾下偈啊，好啊。 頭先聽到有同學仔講緊一個價值不菲嘅香蕉，令我諗起 Nano Banana。咁不如我先問下 Michael，Michael 你覺得今日同學仔嘅表現如何，或者有啲乜嘢嘅提點俾大家呢？
多謝大家，多謝各位同學。咁我諗個議題本身或者辯論嘅題目本身係正反大家都表達得非常之好。我諗希望大家都喺個過程中享受到嚇。咁我自己覺得喺 AI 個時代，勤力嘅定義、成功嘅定義都有少少唔同。咁所以我自己個人覺得如果個爭論嘅論點係喺 AI 時代嘅成功或者 AI 時代上面嘅勤力嘅元素咧，咁可能會對整個辯論咧更加好。咁喺我心目中 AI 唔係淨係代表 artificial intelligence，AI 係代表 amplified intelligence。有咗 AI， 你哋做嘢可以更快，你哋可以做嘢可以更廣，亦都可以更深入。咁 amplified intelligence 對你哋將來嘅學業或者事業都會非常有用嚇。多謝大家。
多謝你 Michael， 多謝提點，係啊 amplify intelligence。咁不如我又問下 Tony 啊，係啊，對於今日嘅比賽，你有啲咩意見呢？
首先咧就即係好 enjoy 呢個比賽啦，咁同埋兩邊嘅同學啦，其實都相當出色嘅，係啦，應該俾聲掌聲你自己啦嚇，因為尤其是即係基本上，其實如果我喺你哋小學呢個年紀咧，喺做一個咁嘅環境嘅 public speech 咧，隻腳應該震過比你頭先更加震嘅，係啦。咁但係咧，即係見到你哋係好專業啦，咁同埋亦都係真係對嗰個辯題咧係有一定嘅理解嘅。咁但係當然啦，即係喺成件事裏邊咧，頭先我會見到有部分咧就係話你點樣 define 努力，究竟係一個行為啊定係一個心態咧？其實已經係兩個完全唔同嘅嘢啦，即係亦都好似頭先 Michael 咁講，你點樣 define AI 係一個工具啊，定係一種即係基本上嚟緊係第5個工業革命咧？咁成件事已經唔同晒咯，係啦。咁跟住另外第二個位就係話曾經帶出咗捉到鹿，但係好似又脫唔到角咁咧，就係話咧成功啦。你點 define成功咧？嚇你自己好 self-actualize 嘅嚇咁啊，因為有人引用 Maslow 啦，話正啦，即係基本上係即係the pyramid of needs 啦咁樣。咁你可以好成功喎，即係自己好滿足啊嘛。但係問題係對於個社會啦，或者對於一啲唔同嘅define 究竟係成功係咩咧？咁你可以好成功做壞事喎。咁但係當然啦，即係喺小學水平嚟講咧，基本上即係又唔係話睇小學嘅。咁但係問題就係話咧，即係你哋已經係做得好好咯。Thank you。
多謝你 Tony。咁不如我哋又問下我哋嘅榮譽顧問啦，阿 Hugh 啊，喺 debate 辯論上，你有啲咩提點呢？因為都係最後一次聽阿 Hugh 喺辯論嘅技巧有啲學習喎。
首先講技巧之前，我又要再一次多謝代成個辯界，多謝 Preface 嚇，即係將我哋辯論帶去香港好多唔同嘅地方，特別係嚟到 Campus， 我覺得好有意義嘅，因為呢個就真係好啱講過去、現在、未來嘅地方，因為藝術真係可以留咗好多年。今日我諗在場嘅所有朋友第一次聽辯論呢，一定會有一個位好迷茫，即係到底我應該點樣理解嗰個被字呢？係嘛？即係如果按照正方咁樣講，我應該 ignore 晒反方所有講嘅嘢，即係唔需要聽你講任何嘢。咁但係辯論嘅定義咧有好多款嘅，今日想同大家講講。第一，當然字面上面嘅定義係啦。第二咧就係你到底點樣為一啲關鍵嘅概念，譬如 AI 世代係啲乜嘢？我就已經寫咗好多關鍵詞啦。AI 世代你會唔會定義佢係一個自動化好高嘅世代呢？佢會唔會一個高智能但係低門檻嘅世代呢？佢會唔會係改變咗我哋一啲體力嘅價值嘅世代呢？佢會唔會改變我哋學習方向嘅世代呢？我諗其實正方嘅結辯，當佢攞出藝術呢個範疇，攞出一個具體嘅藝術品去證明時代變，有啲價值變咗呢，我諗呢個係一個好 touching 嘅論證嚟嘅。但係如果能夠係擺喺成個主線去做一個立論，人類大歷史嘅進程去睇，到底勤力呢一樣嘢點樣喺每一個時代不斷地變呢？譬如原始人時代，其實勤力可能都唔重要嘅，因為基因先係最重要。你個基因夠唔夠強壯，已經決定咗你能夠活幾耐、食幾多嘢，能唔能夠擁有下一代。勤力係幾時重要呢？有人話係 頭先分享可能70年代係咪真嘅呢？定係再早啲呢？我覺得大家如果去 study 勤力係幾時係重要過呢？我諗呢個係更加精彩嘅辯論。反方其實頭先有一個隱藏咗喺你哋論點當中嘅一個立論方向。我諗就係如果要講咬文嚼字，今日呢條辯題裡面有一啲字眼係隱藏咗，但係幾好。譬如頭先佢提出嘅藝術方向，你哋稿件裡面提出嘅學習方向、運動方向。運動嘅世界有冇因為 AI 而變化呢？運動因為科技變咗好多，但係我哋見到嘅每一代運動員佢都近乎比上一代更勤力。咁喺 AI 世代裏面，運動員又係一個點樣嘅存在呢？我諗我哋探討，如果有個方向上俾我哋唔同嘅角度、唔同嘅方向都睇下 AI 世代裏面佢哋嘅勤力仲有幾多價值，或者變成點樣？你唔需要去到淨係擺喺心態上。嗱，心態上其實你都做緊好似正方一樣嘅嘢，想喺定義上攞一個論點係容易講、舒服應用喺所有範疇。但係真係我哋擺落 debate 公眾嘅辯論呢，其實應該由正反同學、正方反方同學咧合作帶我哋遊走，可能喺遊走人類嘅大歷史啦，遊走喺唔同嘅角度裏面啦，睇下唔同嘅角度發生緊啲咩事。咁我諗今日大家喺你哋帶出嚟嘅角度呢，展示咗一啲思考嘅方向，但係仲有更加多嘅方向呢，係喺比賽以外呢，我哋需要繼續去思考。咁呢個就係少少意見。多謝 Grace。
多謝你 Hugh。好，不如我問多一個評判，咁我就手上有結果啦。我自己好緊張，我都震緊。不如請教埋 Annie 啊，係啊。
我諗技巧上大家都俾咗好多意見，但我反而好想讚一讚大家兩隊，就係你哋嗰個協作精神。因為我睇得到就係話，當一個開場，跟住去到一個第一辯、副辯到結論，其實你哋都係通過一個非常緊密嘅溝通，甚至乎當大家去互相喺度做呢個對質嘅時候，大家都不停咁樣去支持，有好多論點去提大家點樣去做。我覺得呢個係我非常非常欣賞。而喺一個辯論賽裏面，除咗你哋嘅論點或者你哋點樣揸緊你哋想講嘅嘢之外，其實呢個協作精神非常非常重要。我亦都睇到大家表現得非常之好，咁所以好想喺呢度呢，亦都提出嚟讚一讚兩隊嘅同學。
好，我哋再一次俾你哋嘅掌聲，俾我哋嘅評判。埋我哋兩隊嘅同學仔，好啦，緊張嘅時候就喺我手上啦。不如咧，我先請5位評判嚟到我哋台前啦。因為我哋咧頒獎典禮咧係3場比賽之後咧先會正式開始㗎。不過我哋咧就有一個合照啦，就去紀念咧每一個獎項嘅。我哋先請5位評判。好啦，我哋會先公佈咧，就係我最喜愛嘅獎項喎。有冇心水啊？係我每次都問你哋投嘅喎，係咪已經偷步睇咗個結果啦？我最喜愛嘅票數 Debate for Tomorrow 小學組總決賽，我最喜愛嘅辯論員係田家炳小學嘅邱尚賢同學，恭喜你啊同學！我睇到你有fans 喎，有尖叫聲。係啦，我哋先合照紀念呢個嘅好有紀念價值嘅時刻。係啦，頒獎禮喺我哋3場比賽之後咧正式開始嘅。好啦，恭喜你邱同學。我最喜愛嘅隊伍都係你哋投嘅喎，有冇呼聲咧？係啊，就係田小啊，田家炳小學，恭喜你哋，請到台前。票數咧係55票對39票嘅，恭喜晒保良局田家炳小學。恭喜你哋。好啦，請評判留步喎，因為係你哋嘅專業評審大獎，我要公佈啦。等我望下先。由我哋嘅評判專業評審最佳辯論員，估下，雖然唔係你哋投， 係保良局田家炳小學嘅邱尚賢同學。係啦，我哋又嚟一張合照嘅紀念。恭喜你邱同學！恭喜晒！最緊張嘅時候啦，Debate for Tomorrow 小學組總決賽嘅最佳隊伍由評判選出嘅係，都俾你哋估下啦，現場觀眾。好啦，我代咁多位評判係1-4嘅分數嘅，保良局田家炳小學。恭喜晒！嗱，你哋咁多 fans， 再大聲啲呼呼啦！分數係1983分對2380分。恭喜晒！恭喜你哋，多謝5位評判可以就座。不如我哋再俾一次熱烈嘅掌聲，我覺得兩個隊伍都係做得好好㗎，真係好多謝你哋，我哋大朋友都喺你哋身上真係今日學咗好多嘢。咁我哋呢第一場嘅比賽呢正式完結，但係呢我哋第2場嘅分享會好快1點鐘呢都喺呢度同大家再見面嘅。提一提大家，我哋出邊呢就有個記錄式嘅展覽喎。如果你想問我，喂14場賽事，我真係好想睇翻有咩精髓，有啲乜嘢嘅 point of view from 我哋嘅評判啦，或者係我哋 Preface 咧，可以歡迎大家出到去睇我哋記錄式嘅展覽。不如我哋呢兩隊一齊合照啦！我知道呢其實都有 mentor 呢係嚟咗支持我哋嘅隊伍嘅，我可唔可以請埋 Marco 就係我哋嘅。同埋各位老師、各位校長，我哋一齊去紀念一個咁難得嘅時候。係啦，我哋兩隊隊伍啦，我哋有我哋嘅導師啦，我哋嘅校長啦、老師。
咁係咪一致呢？
或者當日心情好壞所影響，導致佢嘅主觀感受直接影響咗分數。
AI 不斷威脅俾我哋呢班小學生，而我哋只會被動接收。試問又點培養我哋嘅想像力呢？
識得回應、識得陪伴嘅新時代玩具。
如果你覺得教多人就係屬於教多嘅話，咁今日我打機，可能我打三國殺，佢教多我歷史，咁你會唔會話三國殺呢款遊戲係教育工具先？
表面上好似贏得一時嘅效率，事實上卻剝奪咗培養大腦嘅重要時刻。
但最終佢可能因為唔識畫絲綢反高嘅質地，或者條龍畫到成條蟲咁，唔好話學生咁就沮喪，連老師都未必識佢評分啦。
AI 圖像分析會令學生產生依賴，出現拐杖效應。
藝術教育嘅目標係想打擊自信，定係令人人都享受藝術呢？
其實今日嘅最大問題就係病人喺急症室連資訊嘅輸入都未必準確，有臨床效率，病症都解決唔到，講乜嘢舒緩醫療壓力啊？同埋我哋嘅醫護唔需再嘥時間去做文書工作，去處理行政工作，而係專心於服務病人，活喺社會嘅市民度。
AI 冇感情，只係數據代碼，何來嘅信任呢？
乜愛情只有一種模樣咩？唔符合有方嘅標準就真係道德上唔可以被允許啦咩？究竟今日呢啲中小企業唔真係承受得起一筆咁高昂嘅收費，有可能獲需要論證
7日24個小時工作，而且佢哋任勞任怨，佢哋出錯嘅機率又低啲，唔會有各種人手嘅錯誤嘅情況底下，真係可見唔同嘅公司都係會選擇以 AI， 唔係可以達到辯題嘅轉型咯，國際學位。
現時 AI 發展模式係人人有份，定係少數人享樂，多數人受苦呢？喺1年內，透過模型壓縮以及優化晶片，令 Gemini 每次回答問題時候嘅用電量減少33倍。
大家好，我哋第2場嘅分享會咧，大約喺10分鐘之後就會開始㗎啦。咁咧，麻煩大家可以向前坐近少少啦，因為我哋後邊嘅位置咧，可能就會預留俾遲少少嚟嘅觀眾嘅。咁如果大家好準時同埋早咗嚟咧，都可以往前少少，見到有我哋 cushion 嘅位置咧，都可以坐低嘅。
Never by the physical power button on the router.
Who can actually stop the harm? The developing brain physically lacks the impulse control to fight back. Only the company has the power to fix the affected product.
人為咗賺錢，為咗生存，係冇可能一成不變，唔改變自己，反而係要學下點樣去利用 AI。
各位，行為懶惰偷工減料，思維懶惰呢？佢係會偷走你親眼睇、親手查驗嘅能力。
未來嘅老闆亦都唔會叫你背書，亦都唔會叫你計數，而係會考你點樣去形容 AI， 點樣識唔識操控 AI， 做到比 AI 更好嘅工作。
問佢考試嘅時候使用 AI， 咁 AI 取代考生去做嘅部分，例如唔使記資料、唔使分類歸納、唔使判斷，係咪更加冇能力去學呢？
點解 AI 素養咁重要？呢一種數字素養甚至同語文能力同等重要嘅時候，有溫就覺得考都唔使考呢？ AI 嘅角色係幫手整理資料，但判斷、篩選、創造嘅責任仍然喺學生身上。按照有方邏輯，咁學生用計數機係咪都需要緊獨立思考能力啊？
人類嘅思維咧係唔似 AI 編碼咁樣話改就改到，
因為 AI 唔會內疚，佢唔會為咗一個唔關佢事嘅人用2年去追求一個真相。
法官係啱啱食完飯嘅時候，假釋批准率會高達65%，但係喺飯前嘅批准率就會戲劇性咁樣下降。
但如果林良水係 AI，佢會點呢？佢會睇晒所有嘅證據，然後同你講證據不足，判決冇問題。佢計晒所有嘅機率，然後同你講上訴嘅成功機率低於5%，唔建議繼續再查落去啦。
我哋都可以為 AI 制定同樣嘅標準，嚴格規範，高度透明。
呈堂證供嘅門檻點解咁重要？係因為證據嘅準確性唔單止影響緊當事人，更加係影響緊未來同類案件嘅審訊，係牽涉到整個嘅制度。
就係人工智能佢做到係咩啊？快咗、準咗、可靠咗。
點解唔接納呢？
我哋會相信人嘅判斷同專業，但人工智能冇是非觀念，反映嘅只係以往數據嘅影子。
當 AI 分析資料符合同專家證供一樣嘅要求嘅時候，我哋又點可以一刀切禁止 AI 分析呈堂呢？
但當今日我哋可以接納一個連 AI 研發者都解釋唔到推論過程嘅結果，又係咪符合呈堂證供嘅標準呢？
我方堅信接納 AI 分析資料作呈堂證供，終有一日可以擊破多一部分貪污案件，可以將多一個殺人犯繩之於法，可以令多一個含冤入獄嘅無辜者沉冤得雪。多謝各位。
AI 自己評10次都可以有10個結果，咁係咪一致呢？
或者當日心情好壞所影響，導致佢嘅主觀感受直接影響咗分數。
AI 不斷位置俾我哋呢班小學生，而我哋只會被動接收。試問又點培養我哋嘅想像力呢？
識得回應、識得陪伴嘅新時代玩具。
如果你覺得教到人就係屬於教育工具嘅話，咁今日我打機，可能我打三國殺，佢教到我歷史，咁你會唔會話三國殺呢款遊戲係教育工具先？
表面上好似贏得一時嘅效率，事實上卻剝奪咗培養大腦嘅重要時刻。 但最終佢可能因為唔識畫絲綢反光嘅質地，或者條龍畫到成條蟲咁，唔好話學生咁就沮喪，連老師都未必識佢評分啦。
AI 圖像生成會令學生產生依賴，出現拐杖效應。
藝術教育嘅目標係想打擊自信，定係令人人都享受藝術呢？
其實今日嘅最大問題就係病人喺今年10年資訊嘅輸入都未必準確，有求學效率，病徵都解決唔到，講乜嘢舒緩醫療大家。同埋我哋嘅醫護唔需再嘥時間去做臨床工作，去處理行政工作，而係專心於服務病人和社會嘅市民。
AI 冇感情，只係數據代碼，何來嘅信任呢？
乜愛情只有一種模樣咩？唔符合有方嘅標準就真係做得上唔可以被允許啦咩？究竟今日呢啲中小企業唔真係承受得起一筆咁高昂嘅收費，有可能獲需要論證
7日24個小時工作，而且佢哋任勞任怨，佢哋出錯嘅機率又低啲，唔會有各種人手嘅錯誤嘅情況底下，真係可見唔同嘅公司都係會選擇以 AI，唔係可以達到辯題嘅選型咯，各位各位。
現時 AI 發展模式係人人有份，定係少數人享樂，多數人受苦呢？喺1年內，透過模型壓縮以及優化晶片，令 Gemini 每次回答問題時候嘅用電量減少33倍。
Denying students the opportunity to use AI in exams means denying them a chance to practice and develop digital literacy skills that are essential for their future success.
Integrating generative AI into public exams would degrade the whole system from a merit-based system into economic background-based.
Parent might be outmatched by the algorithm in the digital world, but never by the physical power button on the router.
Who can actually stop the harm? The developing brain physically lacks the impulse control to fight back. Only the company has the power to fix the effective product.
人為咗賺錢，為咗生存，係冇可能一成不變，唔改變自己，反而係要學下點樣去利用 AI。
各位，行為懶惰偷工減料，思維懶惰呢？佢係會偷走你親眼睇、親手查驗嘅能力。
好，提一提大家咧，我哋分享會咧好快就會開始㗎啦。咁麻煩大家咧可以往前啲坐嘅。咁因為咧，我哋後邊嘅後座咧都會預留翻俾一啲可能係遲咗嚟嘅觀眾嘅。咁大家都唔好吝嗇喎。咁我哋有 cushion 嘅地方咧，其實大家都可以往前啲嘅。咁我哋仲有幾分鐘咧，我哋就會開始第2場嘅分享會㗎啦。
有乜就覺得考都唔使考咧 ，AI 嘅角色係幫手整理資料，但判斷、篩選、創造嘅責任仍然喺學生身上。按照友邦邏輯，咁學生用計數機係咪都需要緊獨立思考能力啊？
人類
嘅思維咧係唔似 AI 編碼咁樣話改就改到，
因為 AI 唔會內疚，佢唔會為咗一個唔關佢事嘅人用2年去追求一個真相。
法官係啱啱食完飯嘅時候，解釋批准率會高達65%，但係喺飯前嘅批准率就會戲劇性咁樣下降。
但如果林良水係 AI，佢會點呢？佢會睇晒所有嘅證據，然後同你講證據不足，判決冇問題。佢計晒所有嘅機率，然後同你講上訴嘅成功機率低於5%，唔建議繼續再查落去啦。
我亦都可以為 AI 制定同樣嘅標準，嚴格規範，高度透明。
呈堂證供嘅門檻點解咁重要？係因為證據嘅準確性唔單止影響緊當事人，更加係影響緊未來同類案件嘅審訊，係牽涉到整個嘅制度。
就係人工智能佢做到係咩啊？快咗、準咗、可靠咗，點解唔接納呢？
我哋會相信人嘅判斷同專業，但人工智能冇是非觀念，反映嘅只係以往數據嘅影子。
當 AI 分析資料符合同專家證供一樣嘅要求嘅時候，我哋又點可以一刀切禁止 AI 分析呈堂呢？
但當今日我哋可以接納一個連 AI 研發者都解釋唔到推論過程嘅結果，又係咪符合呈堂證供嘅標準呢？
我方堅信接納 AI 分析資料作呈堂證供，終有一日可以擊破多一部分貪污案件，可以將多一個殺人犯繩之於法，可以令多一個含冤入獄嘅無辜者沉冤得雪。多謝各位。
AI 自己評10次都可以有10個結果，咁係咪一致呢？
或者當佢心情好壞受影響，導致佢嘅主觀感受直接影響咗分數。
AI 不斷位置俾我哋呢班小學生，而我哋只會被動接收。試問又點培養我哋嘅想像力呢？
識得回應、識得陪伴嘅新時代玩具。
如果你覺得教多人就屬於教多佢嘅話，咁今日我打機，我打可能我打3國殺，佢教多我歷史，咁你會唔會話3國殺呢款遊戲係教育工具先？
表面上好似贏得一時嘅效率，事實上卻剝奪咗培養大腦嘅重要時刻。
但最終
Hello， 大家好，歡迎嚟到 Debate for Tomorrow。我哋總決賽嘅第2場賽事係我哋英文決賽嘅中學賽喎。咁不過咧喺 Debate for Tomorrow 嘅總決賽開始之前呢，其實咧我哋都有一個少少嘅分享會，咁同大家分享翻一下咧我哋對呢一個 AI 嘅議題上面我哋學習咗嘅歷程啦。同埋一啲好重要有關批判思考嘅啲討論嘅角度嘅喎，咁我哋咧比賽正式咧係2點鐘去開始嘅，咁而家咧我哋有一個少少嘅分享會啦，係 AI Literacy A Core Skill for 2030 AI 素養邁向2030嘅新智慧，咁咧我哋好特別邀請咗2個 parties 嘅嘉賓嚟同我哋去做分享嘅喎。咁分享之前呢，我反而想咧去 play back 翻咧，究竟我哋喺過去呢2個月，由6月22號第一場賽事去到今日，究竟我哋經歷過啲咩？又會唔會喺片當中見到我哋一陣間嘅少少嘉賓呢？咁我哋而家去片睇一睇過去嘅情況先。
有分到底小學生點樣抵制誘惑？點樣可以喺已經有答案嘅情況下，試下用自己嘅方法去解決問題呢？
不如我哋用一個例子問下各位啊，大家係點樣可以睇單車㗎？如果架車本來就識自己提嘅行，但係點學到協調身體 ？AI 教育工具都係一樣嘅，大腦成長需要過程，需要不斷咁樣嘗試、犯錯、修正、訓練每各種各樣嘅能力，先做到智能發展。想問有方解題過程試錯。到底 AI 教育工具普及之後會係多咗定係少咗呢？多謝各位。
美國哈佛大學心理學家加德納指，語言、邏輯數理、視覺空間等都係智能發展。而要健康發展，大腦需要訓練、接收、處理同理解資訊。2002年，即係日韓世界盃嗰年，我哋嘅教育局出咗份文件，清楚講咗除原生性格以外，最重要嘅係過程，甚至講到明面對挫折係重要嘅學習途徑。因為解決問題可以有好多答案，可以天馬行空，但係要培養、要經歷，睇成長唔係只係睇結果。
好精彩嘅之前嘅一啲嘅比賽片段啦。咁我哋有請今日嘅頭2位嘉賓，就係咧我哋喺初賽嘅時候認識嘅嶺南大學小學 嶺南唔好意思啊，嶺南大學同學會小學嘅同學仔就係 Joshua 同埋 Chelsea， 我哋可以喺中間請就座。另外咧，我哋都好榮幸咧，邀請咗挪威國際學校嘅校長 Mr. Louis Mack 嚟到咧，去同我哋去分享嘅。咁俾啲掌聲大家先。好啦，咁究竟我哋今日喺比賽之前討論啲咩呢？咁梗係同比賽有關嘅嘢啦。咁其實我哋今日會討論嘅呢，就係 AI 素養，究竟係2030年，我諗大家都講好多啦。究竟有啲乜嘢嘅新智慧要去發掘呢？咁但係呢，開始之前呢，有少少嘢想討論過，就係例如 AI 嘅素養係咪真係淨係講緊我哋點樣用 AI 作為個工具，定係我哋有好多嘢喺背後要去諗呢？咁其實一開始咧，我諗我就想問咗同學仔先嘅。我想問下你哋啦。咁其實由6月開始去到今日，成個比賽嘅歷程當中，你哋經歷咗啲咩呢？你哋有咩嘢嘅諗法？有冇啲難忘嘅經歷呢？
我覺得我最難忘嘅經歷就係因為我哋既要兼顧呈分試啦，又要兼顧呢個辯論比賽啦，所以就好充滿挑戰性嘅。但係我哋同學互相扶持啦，互相一齊鼓勵啦，就克服咗呢個困難。雖然我哋呢次比賽輸咗啦，但係咧都係一個好寶貴嘅經驗嚟嘅，因為始終我哋都係第一次參加辯論比賽。
多謝你 Joshua， 我哋俾啲掌聲 Joshua 先。第一次參加辯論比賽，然後佢咁有一個勇敢，好勇敢啦，佢可以上翻台咧，去同我哋分享佢成個過程喎。咁 Chelsea 你又點呢？
我最難忘嘅過程就係咧自由辯論嗰陣時，因為咧嗰陣時我俾對手駁到口啞，之後又唔知點做，之後好彩對手嘅我哋隊友嘅一個眼神咧，就令我有勇氣嘅講埋接下落嚟要講嘅嘢咯。
多謝你 Chelsea。Chelsea 啱啱講咗咧，其實成個辯論比賽嘅歷程其實係點咧？就係佢哋咧一開始去比賽前10日，佢哋收到個辯題啦，然後佢哋就喺考試嘅途中咧一路去預備成個過程。咁預備嘅過程咧，我哋亦都有去配對咗一啲嘅 AI 嘅導師啦，同埋一啲企業培訓嘅人員。咁例如企業人員係邊個去 support 你哋嘅咧？係咪一個 media 係一個媒體嘅領袖去 support 你哋㗎？
就係一個廣告公司嘅。 哇！
咁你哋喺當中有冇學到啲乜嘢啊？
我哋就學到咧應該點樣喺公開演講嗰陣時，就唔會好緊張啦。
多謝你嘅分享。咁咧，其實喺成個歷程啦，除咗學 AI，除咗配對咧去認識一啲商業嘅領袖之外咧，其實就係喺比賽當中，我頭先聽到同學分享，就係佢又要預備自己辯題啦，又要有好多嘅自由辯論嘅時候，要俾人去駁，要諗下點樣去反駁啦。咁其實成個歷程，你唔 enjoy 啊
？Very enjoy 啦，因為呢一次歷程我都講咗好寶貴啦，因為同埋真係好刺激啦，個過程，真係唔知邊個唔知對方贏啦，同埋都非常緊張。
唔該你 Joshua， 咁 Chelsea 咧？
我都係好 enjoy 依次嘅辯論比賽，因為咧嗰陣時我哋都係辯論隊成立咗唔係好耐嘅啫，而且又係第一次打辯論比賽，所以咧過程我哋就會好驚又驚輸，但係又驚自己講嗰啲嘢又講錯咗咯。
哇！多謝你哋踏出第一步去開始辯論比賽，因為辯論比賽咧真係唔係淨係講個比賽嘅，絕對係講緊批判思考，而亦都係喺 AI 世代最重要嘅其中一環。咁好啦，既然講到 AI 啦，咁我問一問麥校長先。咁我想問喺學校仲有冇討論緊應唔應該俾學生用 AI 呢一樣嘢㗎？
其實我自己覺得就係已經唔係一個討論話題啦。AI 已經變咗係我哋日常生活，甚至乎大人，我覺得大部分都已經識用或者會用到嘅一個工具。反而要 最適合嘅問題反而就係問幾時可以用呢？係對小朋友幾時用嘅時候係會比較最合適呢？
校長，其實我知道咧，你係國際學校嘅校長啦，
Yes.
所以咧，如果你 feel free，你想講英文嘅話，你隨時可以用英文去表達自己嘅。我知道你係想同我哋一齊用廣東話去做分享，但係隨便表達。咁其實你頭先有講唔係講緊話係 ban 唔 ban 學生用 AI 啦，而係幾多歲啊？又或者講緊 literacy 嘅角度。咁其實我哋講咁多 AI literacy、AI 素養，咁點樣先真正可以幫到佢哋培育到 AI 素養？又或者 AI 素養究竟係乜嘢咧
？This is a very difficult question. 但係反而我自己覺得就係首先佢哋嘅基本嘅skills. What kind of skills do they have? Because we're talking about AI literacy. AI literacy as itself requires you to think about what AI is. Requires a student to understand that it is a tool and how it is that you are able to use AI as a tool effectively. And so we're talking about one of the things that 我其實成日叫啲細路仔去做嘅，反而咧就係培養其他嘅嘢，例如啦curiosity. Do you guys like to read books? Yeah. OK. 其實呢樣嘢我覺得已經係好重要啦，因為你識睇書，你中意睇書嘅時候，你就會反而係 AI 可能都會有 hallucinations 會幻覺啊。但係你如果睇越多書，越有 common sense 或者 common knowledge 嘅時候，你就會可以分辨到邊啲係假，邊啲係真咯。咁例如反而另外一個問就係唔單止 curiosity 啦，其實亦都識得去問問題咯。你哋會唔會中意問問題啊？突然之間就問：咦，點解個天藍色嘅？或者咦，點解我唔知啊？點解你有冇咩問題會問你家長㗎？咁反而呢啲嘅時候先至係令到就算你用 AI 嘅時候，都會可以用到着嘅 skills 咯。
係頭先Mr. Mac 有講啦，因為佢係喺小學嘅校長啦。咁我相信有好多嘢就會諗，究竟學生係本身背後有冇好奇心？究竟佢係當佢係一個工具，定係佢已經係 outsource 咗佢嘅成個 process 諗嘢嘅 process 出去？咁我不如問下同學仔，你哋點睇先啦？你哋覺得其實個個都話有大人嘅世界，有好多人就會爭議究竟 AI 係對學生好定唔好？咁你哋自己點睇啊？你覺得係幫咗學生定係害咗學生呢？如果你哋可以用 AI 去幫助學習嘅話，
我就覺得係害咗學生，因為如果咧學生咧從頭到尾咧都只係識得依賴 AI 咧，之後就省卻咗個過程嘅話咧，咁其實你冇咗 AI，咁你就會話：哎呀，我唔識做，之後就老師問你即係可能就係得你一個答啱咗，之後老師就問你你點樣答嘅，講個過程出嚟咧，之後你又就唔識點答咯。
哇！頭先 Chelsea 同學其實講咗一個好好嘅道理，就係其實我哋考下學生嘅歷程係咪都應該要去 record 一下呢？因為問翻學生轉頭，你點樣得到個答案出嚟㗎？咁其實個過程係點㗎？咁其實可能呢啲係將來嘅考核嘅歷程嚟嘅喎。咁 Joshua 你點睇啊？係幫學生定係害咗學生呢？
我覺得係幫咗學生，因為如果有家長陪同下嘅話，咁家長就可以指導啲學生係點樣使用 AI 咧，咁就等啲學生習慣於呢個模式，咁就可以幫助佢去每次即係話 AI 唔係一定係淨係俾個答案，可能俾個步驟你，因為咁就可以令啲學生次睇答案之前都睇咗個步驟咁樣學咯。
哇！唔該晒 Joshua。咁其實 Joshua 講咗個好重要嘅一個點啊，就係要我哋撳翻開個 AI 嘅 thinking process 係咪啊？咁就係當你一路去同 AI 去討論嘅過程，究竟你有冇開翻 AI 其實佢成個判斷思維，佢成個諗法係點樣諗出嚟嘅咧？咁其實我諗我喺呢度都同大家講一講啦。我諗我哋去同學生去做教導，或者我哋喺我哋自己 curriculum 去學習 AI 嘅過程，一定係有3步嘅。第一步咧就係究竟 AI 背後點 work 嘅咧 ？AI 嘅 inner working 喎，原來 AI 咧係講緊一個估算工具嚟嘅啫，佢係有佢自己嘅 algorithm， 佢做 prediction。咁既然知道佢係 prediction 啦，咁我哋就梗係要知道背後 原來有好多關於你有冇責任感去用啦，你有冇去考慮佢個道德倫理啦，有機會會出錯啦，會有幻覺啦。咁有好多呢啲嘅討論過程之後，最重要呢啲係最重要嘅嘢啦。而最後先至係講緊咁，我哋點樣去 prompt AI 去問問題呢？係咪？而問問題嘅討論過程，我哋想得到嘅結果係咪我哋自己預期係揾 AI 幫手去達到嘅呢？咁多謝你哋兩個分享。咁Mr. Lewis，咁我又想問下你喺學校裏面啊，我知道你都係我之前呢幾年都同你傾好多關於 AI 嘅議題啦。咁你學校點樣去帶動無論係老師定學生去對 AI 呢個議題去做判斷啦，定係用途呢
？So we think about AI as the strengths。其實首先去諗下 AI 最做到嘅嘢就係咩啦。And the strengths is actually being able to help you offload a lot of the maybe big picture stuff。咁所以我成日都同啲老師講 ，and I say this in English normally 。I ask them, what is the most important thing that you guys do for students? And it's actually the time that you spend with students。你同學生有嘅時間 ，if it's mentorship, it could be mentorship, it could be teaching, it could be even like loving them, to be honest, and being saying, hey, we care about you, we think you're awesome。其實呢幾樣嘢都已經係對老師 I think is the main and most important responsibility for a student, for a teacher。跟住再問佢哋啦。So what can AI do for you? AI is helping you save time so that you are able to do what is most important as a teacher, which is spending time with your students. And I think this is the most important thing. Once we understand the whole concept and the philosophy of how we should use AI, 咁我就先至再同佢哋講 ，Okay, now we got a couple of PDs, we got 3-4 PDs this year. I'm gonna teach you guys some stuff. Canva is super important, super easy. Just use it. Gemini is free to use. 跟住咧就同佢哋去了解到 AI 嗰樣嘢。But you first have to see what is most important, and the philosophy behind it, and then afterwards show them how to use it. But the question now lies whether or not as a school we're allowing students to use it. And once again, it goes back to 其實係一個工具，一把刀係一把工具。我唔會俾我3歲嘅小朋友嚟去切紅蘿蔔，我亦都唔會用 AI， 唔會叫我小朋友3歲嘅小朋友用 AI。其實都係一樣。你了解到呢樣嘢嘅時候，你就會OK，then you can ask yourself the question。我嘅小孩子幾多歲可以開始用 AI 呢？其實反而就問翻你啦，佢幾時先至可以了解到 AI 嘅 potential 呢？
Thank you, Mr. Mac。我諗亦都可以去翻Joshua 頭先答我哋嘅答案裏面啦，就係其實有冇大人陪同你呢？有冇人可以 guide 住你去用 AI 嘅時候，會一步一步又會睇翻 AI 俾你嘅 thinking process 係點去從中學習，或者揾到個 bigger picture 咧？咁好多謝你哋嘅分享啦。咁我最後去結束之前呢，都想講翻一個喺2023年，我哋成日話啦，喺世界經濟論壇嘅 World Economic Forum 嘅 report 講話，而家係2030嘅新嘅未來嘅一啲 ability 好重要係咩呢？有可能關於 data and AI 啦，有講 analytical and critical skills 啦，即係批判性思考、分析思考啦，亦都有講關於創意嘅。咁我想問下大家3位，你哋認唔認同將來我哋成功好，或者講緊我哋將來最重要嘅 skill set 係我頭先講嗰3樣嘢呢？或者我問咗同學仔先好冇啊 ？Joshua。
我認同嘅，因為如果你冇咗呢啲嘅話，咁你就就算有 AI 都用唔到，都冇幫助。
要有呢啲批判思考，要識得去問問題，要知道 AI 係啲乜嘢，咁你就可以去問好啲問題，係咪？好 ，Chelsea 咧？
我都好認同，因為咧，如果你有啲過度依賴 AI 嘅同學仔咧。就突然間冇咗 AI 喺身邊嘅話咧，佢就而且佢本身又冇學識依啲AI 好似 AI 素養啦、批判性思維同埋創造力咁樣嗰啲嘢。之後咧佢又之後嘅咁樣，我就覺得佢係已經錯過咗最重要嘅嘢咯。
Thank you, Chelsea。咁我哋最後問下 Mr. Mac 啦，你點樣睇啊
？The World Economic Forum also says there are 4 21st century skills that are super important, the 4 C's, which is communication, creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking skills. So 其實反而問翻就係 AI is super technological, is 係 tech heavy. What makes us human? And I think that is the biggest question that we have to ask. If we're able to answer those questions, those are the skills that we should be able to develop. 令到我哋係更加人性化。所以我其實覺得 AI 係一定唔會replace humanity, but it will help it to bring out the best of what humanity is, which is our communication skills, our creativity, our collaboration, our 其實呢幾樣嘢都真係好需要做咯。咁反而我就係好認同咯。
Thank you, Mr. Mac 嘅結論啦。咁其實頭先咧上一場嘅同學仔佢哋就係討論有 AI 之後，其實勤力係咪仲係咁重要？係咪仲係成功嘅關鍵呢？而其實啱啱 Mr. Mac 亦都講咗關於 humanities 嘅問題。咁我哋就可以喺第二場嘅賽事就係講有 AI 之後，其實我哋係咪 less human 呢？定係我哋應該要 more human 呢？咁我就將我就邀請大家啦，一齊去幫我俾啲掌聲，我哋嘅嘉賓Chelsea、Joshua 同埋 Mr. Mac 同我哋分享佢哋嘅睇法。多謝你哋，咁你哋可以翻去就座啦。OK， 咁我都可以預備一下我哋嚟緊嘅比賽啦。
哇！我哋再一次俾熱烈嘅掌聲，我哋分享嘅小朋友，因為咧其實佢哋嘅比賽相當精彩㗎，而且咧我都好欣賞佢哋嘅勇氣啊。雖然咧勝負真係其次，但係佢哋咧都分享咗自己學習嘅經歷。咁而家咧大約有5分鐘嘅時間啦，我哋第二場嘅比賽咧將會喺5分鐘後開始嘅。咁咧我都介紹一下啦，我哋今朝早咧其實咧都係有一場好似 Alan 話齋，非常非常精彩嘅比賽啊！如果大家話，咦，我錯過咗喎，絕對唔需要擔心，因為我哋一陣咧喺屏光幕咧係有個 QR code 嘅。咁咧好鼓勵大家咧去 scan 個 QR code，因為呢個平台咧就係我哋 Preface 嘅團隊咧就係用 Vibe Coding 咧打造咗出嚟嘅，就想大家體驗一下咧，其實 AI 嘅世代咧係幾咁容易去學習到㗎。咁你上到呢個平台咧就可以一次過重溫14場嘅比賽喺呢2個月以嚟。第二咧就係咧可以即時咧，我哋每一場嘅分享會咧都會有一啲叫做咧knowledge points 啊。如果頭先大家覺得哇好精彩嘅內容，但係我跟唔切喎，或者有啲乜嘢好重點我會錯過咗呢，咁就要 scan 呢個 QR code 咧，就去follow 住呢個平台啦。如果咧大家仲有啲時間啦，今日我相信咧一齊嚟到 M+ 一個咁好嘅天氣咧，都唔好浪費咗一個咁好嘅週末。咁我哋出邊咧就有一個記錄式嘅展覽喎。咁點解我講記錄式咧？係咪大家覺得點解我把聲會咁咧？因為其實2個幾月14場比賽，我把聲係咁。你諗下同學仔佢哋嘅功夫比我更加多啊！咁所以咧唔好錯過呢14場咁好嘅回憶。一陣間咧可以出去咧，就係我哋展示咗喺呢2個幾月以嚟 AI 同人究竟我哋點樣去討論、點樣去反思好多嘅問題，就有咧9大主題喺出邊嘅。大家咧就可以 scan 個 QR code 睇翻咧每一場賽事嘅花絮啦。或者咧就係我哋每一場咧都有好多重量級嘅評判咧，佢哋有唔同嘅 point of view 啦 ，Preface 嘅 point of view 咧，大家咧就可以去欣賞啦。咁仲有幾分鐘嘅時間咧，嗱我咧把聲咁咧就要交翻俾 Alan 啦，因為大家都唔想個耳朵受罪嘅係咪？咁所以咧我就應該第3場比賽咧同大家再見面啦。
Testing 好。
導致佢嘅主觀感受直接影響咗分數。
AI 不斷威脅俾我哋呢班小學生，而我哋只會被動接收。試問又點培養我哋嘅想像力呢？
識得回應、識得陪伴嘅新時代玩具。
如果你覺得教到人就屬於教到嘅話，咁今日我打機，可能我打三國殺，佢教到我歷史，咁你會唔會話三國殺呢款遊戲係教育工具先？
表面上好似贏得一時嘅效率，事實上卻剝奪咗培養大腦嘅重要時刻。
但最終佢可能因為唔識畫絲綢反高嘅質地，或者條龍畫到成條蟲咁，唔好話學生咁就沮喪，連老師都未必識佢評分啦。
AI 圖像分析會令學生產生依賴，出現拐杖效應。
藝術教育嘅目標係想打擊自信，定係令人人都享受藝術呢？
其實今日嘅最大問題就係病人喺急症室連資訊嘅輸入都未必準確，有及無效率，病症都解決唔到，講乜嘢舒緩醫療大家。同埋我哋嘅醫護需再嘥時間去做文書工作，去處理行政工作，而係專心於服務病人，而唔係社會嘅市民。
AI 冇感情，只係數據代碼，何來嘅信任呢？
乜愛情只有一種模樣咩？唔符合有方嘅標準就真係道德上唔可以被允許啦咩？究竟今日呢啲中小企業唔真係承受得起一筆咁高昂嘅收費，有可能獲需要論證
7日24個小時工作，而且佢哋任勞任怨，佢哋出錯嘅機率又低啲，唔會有各種人手嘅錯誤嘅情況底下，真係可見唔同嘅公司都係會選擇以 AI， 唔係可以達到辯題嘅選型咯，國際學位。
現時 AI 發展模式係人人有份，定係少數人享樂，多數人受苦呢？喺1年內，透過模型壓縮以及優化晶片，令 Gemini 每次回答問題時候嘅用電量減少33倍。
Denying students the opportunity to use AI in exams means denying them the chance to practice and develop digital literacy skills that are essential for their future success.
Integrating generative AI into public exams would degrade the whole system from a merit-based system into the economic background based.
Parent might be outmatched by the algorithm in the digital world, but never by the physical power button on the router.
Who can actually stop the harm? The developing brain physically lacks the impulse control to fight back. Only the company has the power to fix the effective product.
人為咗賺錢，為咗生存，係冇可能一成不變，唔改變自己，反而係要學下點樣去利用 AI。
各位，行為懶惰偷工減料，思維懶惰呢？佢係會偷走你親眼睇、親手查驗嘅能力。
未來嘅老闆亦都唔會叫你背書，亦都唔會叫你計數，而係會考你點樣去形容 AI， 點樣識唔識操控 AI， 做到比 AI 更好嘅工作。
問佢考試嘅時候使用 AI， 咁 AI 取代考生去做嘅部分，例如唔使記資料、唔使分類歸納、唔使判斷，係咪更加冇能力去學呢？
點解 AI 素養咁重要？呢一種數字素養甚至同語文能力同等重要嘅時候，有溫就覺得考都唔使考呢？ AI 嘅角色係幫手整理資料，但判斷、篩選、創造嘅責任仍然喺學生身上。按照有方邏輯，咁學生用計數機係咪都需要緊獨立思考能力啊？
人類嘅思維咧係唔似 AI 編碼咁樣話改就改到，因為 AI 唔會內疚，佢唔會為一個唔關佢事嘅人用2年去追求一個真相。
法官係啱啱食完飯嘅時候，假釋批准率會高達65%，但係喺飯前嘅批准率就會戲劇性咁樣下降。
但如果林良水係 AI， 佢會點呢？佢會睇晒所有嘅證據，然後同你講證據不足，判決冇問題。佢計晒所有嘅機率，然後同你講上訴嘅成功機率低於5%，唔建議繼續再查落去啦。
我哋都可以為 AI 制定同樣嘅標準，嚴格規範，高度透明。
呈堂證供嘅門檻點解咁重要？係因為證據嘅準確性唔單止影響緊當事人，更加係影響緊未來同類案件嘅審訊，係牽涉到整個嘅制度。
就係人工智能佢做到係咩啊？快咗、準咗、可靠咗。點解唔接納呢？
我哋會相信人嘅判斷同專業，但人工智能冇是非觀念，反映嘅只係以往數據嘅影子。
當 AI 分析資料符合同專家證供一樣嘅要求嘅時候，我哋又點可以一刀切禁止 AI 分析呈堂呢？
但當今日我哋可以接納 一個連 AI 研發者都解釋唔到推論過程嘅結果，又係咪符合呈堂證供嘅標準呢？
我方堅信接納 AI 分析資料作呈堂證供，終有一日可以擊破多一部分貪污案件，可以將多一個殺人犯繩之於法，可以令多一個含冤入獄嘅無辜者沉冤得雪。多謝各位。
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Debate for Tomorrow. The final secondary school section in English division side. So I'm Ellen. I'm the MC of today, and I'm also actually the Director of Education in Preface. Welcome everyone to join us. So I believe when you passed by just now, you actually went through the exhibition sections, and you can actually see a lot of exhibitions topics. We talked about the previous sections, what we have learned with the students, and also our point of view, and also the judges' point of view. So later on, feel free to go back over there to take a look of how it is and learn something before you go. So besides, actually, we also have a QR code that you have scanned earlier. We actually have an AI behind the scene that we have been listening to the entire performance and competition and generating perspectives. And once you scan the QR code later on, once again, you can immediately see the summary and some perspective from judges and from Preface side as well, to enjoy and to learn something and bring back home as well. So thank you so much for joining us. And just want to have some more time to share a bit about the mission behind Debate for Tomorrow. So when we host Debate for Tomorrow, it actually get back to 1 year ago when we see that we want everybody to just start learning about AI. After a year of learning, we see that a lot of people actually have awareness about AI, but what about the critical thinking side? Do we have a platform for everybody to talk about all those controversial topics? So the Debate for Tomorrow event is basically designed like this. We want to have 14 and adding today, which is 17 topics to be discussed, which are controversial, but discussed among the students' platform. So everybody will research about it, learn about it, and we want to bring it back to the community and the city. So we have a critical thinking while we're learning about AI usage. So this is the mission, and we hope that you with us in the city will talk about it and confidently get AI awareness, AI literacy, and AI ethics behind the scene as well. So let's then meet our esteemed panel of adjudicators for the match today. So first of all, we're very pleased to have Mr. Brian He, Chief Customer Office, Hong Kong, SBC, to be our judges. We also have Ms. Karen Chen, Group Co-General Counsel, Carey Group Limited. And finally, we have Ms. Yi-Yin Zhao, Managing Director of Samsung Electronics Hong Kong. And our motion today for this final is, this house believes that dependence on AI makes people less human. So let's see how it goes later on. So now, I would like to invite the participants to join our table. So for debater, we have the affirmative side, and please welcome the True Light School of Hong Kong. And representing the opposing side, please welcome Billaleo's Public School. Let's give them a big round of applause to welcome them on the stage. So I would like to remind everyone to leave in the middle of the competition, leave your applause after the speech of each debater so we don't disturb them while they're debating. And also please turn your mobile phones into silent mode as well. So meanwhile, I would also like to invite our chair of judges to introduce the rules of the competition, and we will start the competition soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, educators, teachers, students, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Preface Debate for Tomorrow Hong Kong Debate Tournament. I'm the chairperson for today's match, and today we'll be holding the secondary division, the final round. And the motion for today is this House believes that dependence on AI makes people less human. While we have already met both teams and the three adjudicators, I'd like to thank once again to our adjudicators for taking time out of your busy schedules to judge today's debate. We're sure that your professional feedback will help the debaters from both sides keep improving. Before the debate officially starts, allow me to remind everyone of today's rules. In today's debate, the first speakers will start the debate, followed by the second speaker, third speaker, a free debate session, and finally, the reply speaker. Speeches begin with the first speaker of the affirmative side, followed by the first speaker from the opposition side, and so on. For the reply speeches, the opposition side speaks first, and lastly, the affirmative side. For the speaking times, the first speaker and the reply speaker each have 4 minutes, and the second speaker and the third speaker each have 3 minutes. And in the free debate session, each side has a cumulative of 3 minutes of speaking time. Please be reminded that before each speech, speakers shall signal to the chairperson, and after the bell rings, you may begin speaking. A single bell will sound 30 seconds before the end of your allotted time. 2 bells will be sounded before your time is up. In addition, for the first speaker, second speaker, and the third speaker and reply speaker speeches, if you exceed the time limit by more than 15 seconds, the timekeeper will ring 3 bells. And the debater will be subjected to a penalty deduction. Any overtime of less than 5 seconds will be counted as 5 seconds. For the free debate session, there will not be a 15-second grace period. That is, when the cumulative time is exhausted and the 2 bells ring, the debater must stop speaking immediately. The chairperson will then announce the remaining time for the other side and then invite that team to continue speaking. If both teams have no questions to today's rules, the debate will now begin. Let's now have the first speaker of the affirmative side, Yip Shampui Athena. You have 4 minutes to speak. Please test your microphone first and signal to the chairperson when you're ready.
Testing. Okay. Good afternoon, adjudicators, ladies and gentlemen. This house believes that dependence on AI makes people less human. Picture this, a teenager who lets AI write her entire essay for years. She's never thought of a single word and is completely dependent. Now, compared to the HKDSE student, straight 5-star students interviewed this Wednesday. They said they use AI too, but as a tool to learn and sharpen their independent learning. Mindful use makes us more human. Dependence takes it away. Here's a simple question. Do you use the tool, or does the tool use you? Allow me to define our terms clearly. Dependence. The Cambridge Dictionary defines it as the situation in which you need something all the time in order to continue existing or operating. Mark that words, existing, operating. We're not talking about using Grammarly to polish an email or a calculator for a complex sum. Mindful use is not dependence. What we're debating today is the state where AI becomes a crutch you cannot walk without. A tool you occasionally use does not erode who you are. A tool you need to function. That is dependence, and that is what we are opposed. Less human. We define humanity through 3 essential capacities that separates us from machines: independent thinking, genuine feelings, and making our own decisions. When dependence on AI weakens any of these, we become less human. Our team line is simple. The more we let AI think, create, and decide for us, the less we practice being human. What we don't practice, we lose. As the first speaker, I'll present to you how AI erodes the ability to think. Our second speaker will show you how it erodes our ability to feel. Our third speaker will show you how it destroys our ability to choose. And our last speaker will close by showing you how all these leaves us less human. Human learning requires struggle. When we face a hard problem, your brain fires neurons, makes connections, and grows. This cognitive friction is biologically essential for deep learning. However, AI removes this friction entirely. You ask, it answers. You experience fluency without understanding. Researchers call this an illusion of learning, and it is dangerous because it feels real. This is proven by a 2026 study titled The Effortless Trap. Researchers gave one group of students an AI tool that simply gave them answers, another group none. The results was devastating. Students using the AI scored 17% worse on an exam than those with no help at all. Not 5%, 17%. See, technology was not the problem. It was how we use it. When AI does the thinking for you, you learn less and lose the ability to think. Furthermore, the MIT Media Lab found that AI-assisted writing results in significantly weaker neural engagement, a phenomenon they call cognitive depth. You get the quick output today, but you lose the mental power to do the work yourself tomorrow. In the short term, AI creates an illusion of learning. In the long term, it weakens your ability to think. If you never struggle through a difficult thought, your capacity of independent thinking is taken away. What could be more central than being human than the ability to learn yourself? Ladies and gentlemen, the dependence on AI most certainly makes us less human, not because we use the tool, but because we let it use us. We're handing over the very things that define us as humans. Once again, the more we let AI think, create, and decide for us, the less we practice being human. And what we don't practice, we lose. For these reasons, this motion must and will stand. Thank you.
The first speaker from the affirmative side spoke for 4 minutes and 5 seconds, no overtime and no penalty. Next, let us have the first speaker from the opposition side, Zhou Wingtong. Please test your microphone first and signal to the chairperson when you're ready.
Testing. Yeah. This debate is about whether AI makes us more human. We propose to access this using 3 metrics that define humanity: creativity, critical thinking, and intelligence. I will talk about how AI better helps our creativity. My second speaker will talk about how AI causes humans to develop and utilize their humanity more. My third speaker will talk about how AI boosts human intelligence, critical thinking skills, and gives a holistic perspective of ideas. And my reply speaker will summarize the debate. But first, some rebuttals. The proposition side said that their definition of dependence is over-reliance, when this is not true. Depending on something doesn't mean you can't work without it. Just like you depend on the bus to go to school, you can also go to school by the train or foot. Dependence is a preference to use something, not that we cannot survive without it. Proposition are being very uncharitable with their definition in this debate. They also said that using AI takes away our thinking process. This is not true. The thinking process required for thinking still exists. When humans get their answers, they will think if the answer given is correct or not, and will not directly copy and paste the answers. Humans would also naturally want to distinguish themselves from other people, and to do so, they will incorporate elements of individuality, which AI does not. Even if using AI takes away the thinking process, it is not a bad thing, because AI tends to be able to give answers for laborious tasks, but not necessarily high-level ones. This means that humans can focus on higher-level tasks. Side proposition, do you think calculators make us less human because we no longer have to think about whether 1 + 1 is 2? Our team line is AI utility boosts humanity. Now back to my team's case. Using AI is a vehicle of our own creativity for 3 reasons. 1, it gives us inspiration from other people's work. AI inspires you by being your partner. When you type specific keywords into the chat box, it will instantly scan millions of works to find related projects, then analyze them to show you their colors and layouts. Compared to searching online where you need to scroll through pages, AI models give tailored responses to prompts, giving specific and personalized answers. With AI, we can get inspiration faster and help us think outside the box using our creativity without scouring the web. And just because AI shows you more things that exist, it doesn't limit your creativity. In fact, when you know more things, you're able to combine and interpret more things to create new work. 2,
it helps disabled people create. Disabled people might not be able to create artwork or other projects by themselves. To illustrate, amputees do not have the ability to draw or create, but what they can do is tell AI what they want to create. This way, AI can help them generate and unleash their creativity. According to research done by California State University, over 90% of disabled adults feel that artificial intelligence is helpful for them. This means that AI enables people to do what they previously could not, such that they could exercise their creative minds. And 3, AI helps underprivileged people. AI is a great leveler because it unlocks a lot of knowledge which previously was behind a paywall. For example, education is insufficient in certain third world countries. The people there don't have the resources to get knowledge to use their creativity, which means that they are not as human as they can be. But with the help of AI, it can further unlock their potential. Creativity is a driving force behind human evolution, allowing us to adapt, solve complex problems, and build intricate societies. While we share problem-solving skills with many animals, the scale of human imagination, which means generating entirely new concepts, sharing abstract ideas, and creating art is entirely unique. And because we can prove that creativity is enhanced on our side, the usage of AI makes us more human. AI utility boosts humanity. Therefore, this motion must and will fall. Thank you.
The first speaker of the opposition team spoke for 3 minutes and 46 seconds, no overtime and no penalty. Next, let us have the second speaker from the affirmative team, Chu Heyman Omega. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please test your microphone first and signal to the chairperson when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. The more we let AI think, create, and decide for us, the less we practice being human. What we don't practice, we lose. As the second speaker, I approve that depending on AI ruins human relationships and destroys our ability to feel. Before I begin, allow me to make some points from the opposition. So the opposition said that our definition of dependence is wrong, but our definition clearly stated that dependence is something that you cannot live without, according to the Cambridge Dictionary. And using common sense, if you're timing yourself with a timer or cutting your food with your knife, you're just using it, you're not depending on it. So our definition is correct. And he also said that AI is just a tool like calculators, but this is totally different because past tools make our lives more convenient and faster, but AI actually takes away all our human intelligence. AI does all the thinking, all the work, and what we do is directly copy and paste all of the answers. So how can you compare AI with these past tools? Back to my point, humans develop empathy through real-world friction, like navigating a friend's bad mood or apologizing when it hurts our pride. True feelings can't be learned through a screen. In fact, prolonged isolation from real human exposure directly causes severe mental health problems, making genuine human interaction an absolute necessity. This was proven by a meta-analysis and physiological bulletin, analyzing over 290,000 individuals worldwide. The study established a vicious cycle. Excessive screen isolation actively degrades social-emotional skills, sparkling severe spikes in anxiety and depression. AI destroys all of this vital development by authoring synthetic empathy. These chatbots use predictive text to generate mathematically converting phrases. Because an AI lacks consciousness, these interactions hold zero moral or emotional weight. Yet, people are hiding human weaknesses to avoid judgment. A 2026 mental health study found that 71.1% of users depend on AI for this reason. This escape is most toxic in AI therapy. A Stanford University study proved AI exhibits severe signophancy, affirming user choices 94% more often than humans. Instead of challenging distorted thinking, these submissive bots blindly validate toxic decisions to keep you pleased. They coddle you instead of helping you grow, leaving us emotionally lazy. So, how does this reality make us less human? By depending on AI that always agrees with us, we lose the capacity to tolerate real-world interactions. Human relationships demand compromise, patience, and conflict resolution. When we swap human connections for a risk-free bubble, we destroy our ability to feel. Therefore, this motion must stand. Thank you.
The second speaker from the affirmative team spoke for 2 minutes and 53 seconds, no overtime and no penalty. Next, let us have the second speaker from the opposition side, Chong Ga Yao. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please test your microphone first and signal to the chairperson when you're ready.
AI utility boosts humanity. First, I would like to do some callouts. The second speaker of the affirmative team has not responded to any of my first speaker's points. They only rebutted our rebuttals. We would like to see some more engagement. As the second speaker, I will talk about how AI causes humans to develop and utilize their humanity more. But first, rebuttals. Prop has mentioned that people may start to talk to AI more, which will cause us to lose real-world interactions with actual humans. True fuss, true feelings can't be learned. 1. This is not true. AI cannot replicate emotional intelligence. According to True Colors International, AI lacks genuine emotional experience and empathy. They don't have the emotional complexity to actually form a bond with a human being. This being said, AI only acts as an assistant for our daily work, and it cannot recreate real-world interaction because it lacks the ability to do so. Now, back to my speech. The proliferation of AI encourages us to focus on more human aspects in 2 ways. First, AI releases us from doing repetitive work. 1. Since AI systems are designed to recognize patterns and process information quickly, they can do repetitive work for us. They can analyze large amounts of data at once while delivering accurate results. AI can do low skills, so we can focus on work that requires humanistic aspects. To illustrate, grading homework takes hours to finish, but with AI, it corrects homework accurately and efficiently, so teachers can focus on teaching the curriculum. AI can't teach the curriculum the way a teacher can. They don't have the empathy to connect with the students, but they have the ability to finish repetitive work. Another example is, AI can help scan X-rays for anomalies faster. This means doctors can focus on complex diagnosis and patient empathy that AI may not be able to excel at. When we spend more time using our human capabilities, we are more human. If we waste time doing repetitive work, it will hinder our potential. However, if AI does that kind of work for us, we have time to focus on things only humans can do. Second, the incorporation of AI shifts educational focus to things we cannot find using AI. 1. Teachers will change the curriculum into things AI can't help with. If schools know we can find the answer to 1 + 1 using a calculator, they will not test our ability to know 1 + 1 exams because there is no point. The same applies to AI. If AI can give us answers to such things, they will ask questions that require a deeper understanding of the topic. They'll test us things that require thinking and analysis, which neither the calculator nor AI can help us with, as they require human capabilities. With AI growing, schools will focus on areas of human specialty. Those areas are more developed and utilized, which makes us more human. AI utility boosts humanity. Thank you.
The second speaker from the opposition team spoke for 2 minutes and 49 seconds. No overtime and no penalty. Now let us have the third speaker of the affirmative side, Liu Wing-tong Charmaine. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please test your microphone first and signal to the chairperson when you're ready.
Good afternoon, honorable adjudicators and dear opponents. I'm the third speaker of the proposition, and our team line is, the more we let AI think, create, and decide for us, the less we practice being human, and what we don't practice, we lose. But first, some rebuttals. Dear opponents, you keep listing AI's benefits, and we agree that using AI can benefit humans. However, the motion is about dependence. Dependence is using something in order to keep existing and operating, and half your case is not relevant to this motion. Also, the Op has said that AI frees humans from more creative and human pursuits. As our first speaker has mentioned, dependence on generative AI erodes individual creative agency while flattening uniqueness and diversity of human cultural expression. We are replacing human ingenuity with algorithmic produced content, choking out the human creative pipeline. It forces us to be less human. And in society where true creative are easily overlooked in favors of faster pace and easily made content. The opposition has also said AI can handle mundane tasks while our brain thinks of actual ideas. However, in psychology, material engagement theory states that though inborn in the physical interaction between the person and the material, and creative ideas do not sit statistically inside our heads while being waited to place out. When AI handles the executive work entirely, the physical feedback loop is severed, and you cannot experience the psychologists call opportunity discovery. Therefore, it cannot help us to be more creative. Now, onto my argument. AI dependence takes away our choices and our responsibility. It starts small. On YouTube and Netflix, algorithms decide what appears in front of us. Netflix itself reports that 80% of what people watch comes from its recommendations. We think we are choosing, but we are choosing from the few choices that the machine has already chosen to show us, and we watch what we are shown. Another example is social media. When you use social you think you're choosing it, but honestly, AI just feeds you videos it thinks you're interested in, and gradually it becomes what you think you want to watch, and so AI basically chooses for you. And here's where it gets dangerous. Once we use AI to choose for us, we stop feeling that the decision is ours. Psychologists call this moral disengagement. A recent study on Filipino students found that the constant use of ChatGPT leads to the attribution of blame and displacement of responsibility. For example, if a company uses AI to grade job applications and it makes a wrongful judgment, the managers can just blame the software and no one feels bad. Being human means owning your choices, and when you decide, the consequences belong to you. But a person who follows the machine blames the machine and gives away the very thing that makes them a moral agent. Depending on AI is basically blindfolding our own conscience and letting AI guide the step. Our teamline is simple. The more we let AI think, create, and decide for us, the less we practice being human. What we don't practice, we lose. Hence, the motion shall and will stand. Thank you.
The third speaker from the affirmative team spoke for 3 minutes and 9 seconds. No overtime and no penalty. Now, let us have the third speaker from the opposition side, Lam Ji Yut, Jenny. Please test your microphone first and signal to the chairperson when you're ready.
AI utility boosts humanity. I will talk about how AI boosts human intelligence and critical thinking. But first, let me do some callouts. Proposition still hasn't responded to any of my first or second speaker's point. We would like to see a response later by the reply speaker. Now, some rebuttals. Proposition has claimed that AI makes us emotionally lazy. However, this is not true. This is something that should be taught by school teachers, since we learn to build relationships and empathetic from teachers who are human and our ability to feel is not affected. Secondly, my first speaker has already mentioned that your definition is wrong, therefore your claim does not stand. Now, back to my speech. First, the use of AI boosts our intelligence in two ways. First, humans have limits to the information we can acquire. When we do online research alone, we are limited by our skills and information we can find. However, AI instantly compiles information from different resources and organizes them, acting as an extension of our own knowledge. It allows us to understand complicated topics that are difficult for us. A 2025 MIT study shows that AI helps individuals access up to 7 times more information compared to websites. Therefore, the use of AI allows us to widen our knowledge and understand harder issues. 2. AI delivers customized learnings to students' pace and needs. AI customizes its teaching dependent on individuals' progress, as AI keeps track of its users' progress and adapts its way of explanation around it. It can also simplify complicated problems or provide more advanced materials depending on one's pace. For example, students with ADHD or special needs can rely on AI for help, like asking AI to repeat important ideas or give tailored feedback. A 2024 UNESCO Global Report shows that AI tools improved academic outcomes of learners by 21%. This personalized support increased overall intelligence, allowing people to reach their full potential. Secondly, AI encourages a holistic perspective and a re-evaluation of ideas, which leads to better critical thinking in 2 ways. First, while the internet gives us scattered information, AI gathers a wide range of information clearly. So, by using AI for such, it lets us compare different viewpoints and think outside the box. On our side, we consider different viewpoints at once, and therefore we develop a more holistic way of viewing any kind of issue. Secondly, AI can provide a different way of reasoning and perspective that we would not think of. AI can challenge us on our logic and offer alternatives. When we compare our mindset to the different perspectives given by AI, we find flaws and mistakes in our own thoughts and reevaluate our ideas. It helps develop critical thinking and question ourselves.
In conclusion, AI lets us view problems from all angles and improve our judgment, which causes us to become more intelligent. Proposition's best case is that humans become independent thinkers, but on our side, we get to think outside the box and self-reflect. AI utility boosts humanity. Thank you.
The third speaker from the opposition side spoke for 3 minutes and 6 seconds, no overtime and no penalty. Now let's move on to the free debate session. Allow me to remind both teams that each side has a cumulative 3 minutes of speaking time. The affirmative team starts first, and before the affirmative side, and please stand up and signal to the chairperson before the affirmative team start your first speech. Please wait for the bell before you begin. After the first speech, whenever one side finishes, a debater from the other side must start speaking immediately, and the timekeeper will start counting their time immediately. Throughout the free debate session, debaters must remain standing while speaking, and no debater may speak more than twice consecutively. Otherwise, the chairperson will issue a warning. Also, please remember that there is no 15-second grace period in a free debate session. When you hear the 2 bells, you must stop immediately. And I have a kind reminder for all the debaters to please try your microphone before you start speaking. So the free debate session now begins. Please, the affirmative side's first speaker, please rise and signal us before you start your speech.
You keep listing AI's benefits, but this motion isn't about AI's benefits. It's about how dependence on AI makes us less human. How will you address that?
But how we should interpret this word in dependence in this debate should be the usage of it as if you depend on a knife to cut your food, you can still use a fork to just split it. So it's not a must for you just to use a fork or use that tool. That's only your choice to use it.
What you're talking about is a tool that you use, that you can decide how to use. Fire does not digest for you. Learning books does not think for you. However, AI is now thinking for you, and therefore being dependent on it makes us less human.
But you will still think when you use AI as you still have to evaluate whether the response really fulfill your needs, as you may ask AI for something, but AI may not give you direct thing. So you have to re-ask the thing you want, and you have to fact-check the claims given by AI, which performs and exercise critical thinking, which is even higher level than independent thinking, making you more human.
However, that is not true, because we have evidence that when we are shown things that you can use, people just use it. So they don't necessarily think before they use it.
I already rebutted your point in my speech about how even if AI takes away your thinking process, it is not a bad thing.
Why would it not be a bad thing? If you cannot think on your own, you are becoming less human, as thinking independently is one of the capacities that makes you human.
It's not a bad thing because AI actually gives us answers for laborious tasks, but not necessarily high-level ones, so we still get to gain critical thinking skills when we use AI.
What critical thinking skills do you get from AI spoon-feeding you answers?
Even the AI give you an answer, it's not the answer that's suitable for the question. Therefore, if you have to do a homework and you just simply copy the question to AI, the AI's answer may not be directly the answer you needed for the question. Therefore, you still have to choose which part you should adapt from to write on your homework, and that's where you are thinking at.
What if it is? Like, AI is now very intelligent, and maybe what you want is already shown. So then people would just use it. Like, they would just copy it in their homework.
But they still have to fact check the claims, as claims given by AI may not be necessarily true and may not be necessarily useful for that case. So they still have to think.
If you rely on it so much, you will eventually stop thinking and trusting every single answer that it gives to you without fact-checking it.
For example, we rely on a teacher to teach us correct information, and we would not fact-check the information the teachers give us. This is the same, but this is not the same with AI, because when AI gives us information, we will actually fact-check it.
How is a teacher teaching the same as AI. AI gives you all the information, every single step of the answer, while a teacher encourages you to think of the process yourself.
I just said that it is not the same, and it's also not mutually exclusive. Since as students, we will also believe what the teacher says. So this is not mutually exclusive.
Well then, yes or no, do human capacities decline without practice?
But practice is still existing. We're thinking every time we're using the AI, from starting how to write your prompt to how you use your prompt. This is the whole process of you thinking. And even this process disappears. Your ability to think is still here as the school is teaching this. The curriculum has changes to meet this new time and that you have to think critically, and teachers will teach it. So this ability wouldn't decline.
Well, then you concede with our case. Dependence reduces practice by definition, causing our human capacity to atrophy. The motion stands.
We said that our definition of dependence is usage.
Dependence, it's not using AI to... dependence on AI is not the same as using it to assist in your daily life as a tool. We have mentioned that.
Then how can the proposition respond to the point that we have claimed that AI makes us more creative, and creative will make us think more and we are more human?
Your speaker mentioned that it helps disabled people to draw and use AI to generate pictures, but they only type the prompts. They are not creating by themselves. AI has a database of pre-existing arts already. Human types the prompt, they do not create, so therefore it does not boost creativity as they do not create it themselves. It is not originally from them.
No, it is. First, let's say...
The time of the opposition team has already been exhausted, and the affirmative team has a time left of 32 seconds. Please choose a speaker to speak, and please rise and signal to the chairperson when you're ready.
The opposition has mentioned that AI boosts creativity, but it does not. The thinking process of how you get that idea and how you actually execute it is actually what most masterpieces are created by. You cannot, when everyone in the world uses the same generative models to brainstorm ideas, write music, or paint art, are we actually expanding human imagination, or are we drowning our culture in a sea of algorithmic sadness? Human curiosity relies on information gap, and AI destroys this process by giving you every...
The free debate session is now over. Both teams will now have 1 minute to prepare for their reply speeches. The preparation time is over. Let us now have the reply speaker from the opposition side, Wang Hing. You will have 4 minutes to speak. Please test your microphone first and signal to the chairperson when you're ready.
AI utility boosts humanity. I'll analyze the clashes and summarize our team's case. First, rebuttals. The
The proposition has mentioned that social media is kind of AI, and which you will lose your ability to choose. First, it is not true. Humans still hold the power to choose by searching information they want to know by the search engine. Moreover, it is not the patron actively using the AI. Therefore, this should not be served as an example. Now, back to my speech. The first clashes on the definition of the word dependence. Proposition claims that the word dependence should be interpreted as a situation that people need AI all the time in order to continue thinking, operating, and existing. First, it's not true. Depending on something doesn't mean that you cannot live without it. For instance, you depend on a bus to get to school, but that doesn't mean that you can't go to school by train or on food. Dependence is only your use of something, not a must. Therefore, what we're debating today is whether it's good for people prefer to use AI instead of whether they can live without it. Proposition has been extremely uncharitable with their definition. The second question is on the creativity. Proposition claims that the use of AI limits creativity as users don't experience. First, it's not true. People rarely copy outputs directly. They interpret, edit, and transform them into something original. As AI isn't creative on its own, the creative value still comes from emotions and innovations. When the artwork is fully by AI, it contains no value, it wouldn't win an award, it isn't worth being collected, and no one's going to appreciate it. Therefore, creators are incentivized to make their work unique to stand out. Moreover, not all AI-assisted work is valuable, but pieces with clear human originality, such as Memories of Passerby Eye, which was the first auctioned AI artwork for its unique human creativity, generating infinite portraits of abstract arrangement of pixels. This showcases how human creativity can collaborate with AI. Also, it's better on our side in terms of creativity. AI provides people with information that can inspire new ideas, and AI can extend human creativity, especially for artworks that are too hard to be expressed. Creators can express themselves with creative, emotional, and explicit prompts to order AI to generate an output. Moreover, as my second speaker has mentioned, people are more likely freed up from repetitive tasks, hence can have more time to work on more creative things. Also, as schools shift focus to develop creative skills, students become more creative on our side, which proposition has failed to respond. The third clash is on critical thinking. Proposition claims that the use of AI eliminates the process of thinking as it directly gives the answer, causing cognitive depth and diminishes people's independent thinking ability. First, it's not true. AI users have to define goals and specify constraints with critical thinking skills. Users also have to evaluate outputs and fact-check claims. While AI is excellent at answering, it lacks the human capacity to identify problems that matter. Hence, users have to evaluate whether the response really responded to the need and which part they should adopt from the response. Nonetheless, they still have to fact-check the claims. Therefore, thinking isn't offloaded to AI, and humans are thinking critically to use AI. Moreover, it's not important if AI gives the answer. My second speaker already mentioned people are freed up with the use of AI and can complete tasks that require more critical thinking. Moreover, schools will focus on developing students' critical thinking skills, in which proposition has never responded. Moreover, it's better on side in terms of critical thinking. As my third speaker has told you, AI provides a holistic perspective to reevaluate ideas which trains critical thinking skills. Therefore, humans are actually becoming better at critical thinking with the use of AI. And obviously, they can make their decision making with this critical thinking skills, as they know which is better and which is not good. Now, to summarize my team's case, my first speaker has proved how AI ignites and extends people's creativity. My second speaker has told you how the use of AI further enhances people's critical thinking. My third speaker substantiated how it will also boost human intelligence. Altogether, the use of AI will make people more human. Therefore, today's motion will and must fall. Thank you.
The reply speaker from the opposition side has spoke for 4 minutes and 5 seconds. No overtime and no penalty. Lastly, let us have the reply speaker of the affirmative side, Lao Yun Liu Vanessa. You'll have 4 minutes to speak. Please test your microphone before you start and signal us before you start.
Testing. Good afternoon, dear adjudicators and opponents. Our team line is, the more we let AI think, create, and decide for us, the less we practice being human. What we don't practice, we lose. As the fourth speaker of the proposition team, I will sell our team's case and offer a few clashes. Firstly, the opposition is pitching a fantasy that letting AI handle basic mundane tasks allows our mind for higher level thinking. However, human intelligence is like a muscle. Every time a person tries out a new route, solves a tricky math problem, or writes an essay, the brain needs to work, fire neurons, build connections, and get stronger. When you depend on AI to do the heavy lifting, letting you press a single button to get answers instantly, you skip the struggle of thinking independently, even though that struggle is exactly where growth happens. Going back to what our first speaker said, this creates a dangerous illusion of learning. When AI removes this productive struggle or cognitive friction, which our third speaker mentioned, your brain merely engages in recognition or passive processing. A few neural pathways light up briefly to take in information, but because there was no real struggle to construct the idea, those connections fade quickly. While we understand opposition believes that AI helping with what seem like mundane tasks allows for higher level thinking, we have proved otherwise. Therefore, we take this clash. Other than that, the opposition is attempting to claim that the definition of dependence is simply to aid and assist. They describe AI as an assisting tool integrated into our lives to improve the practicality and efficiency of daily tasks. However, in doing so, they completely fail to address the definition of dependence sufficiently. If dependence simply means assistance, then the word loses all meaning. We, of course, also agree that the best case scenario would be to use AI for the sole use of assisting in our lives rather than taking over it. But that is not what this motion is about. The textbook definition of the word dependence, as stated by many dictionaries, is a state of over-reliance on someone or something, in this case, being AI. The opposition is describing AI as a world where it is used mindfully as a mere aid and are debating AI's use rather than being dependent on it, as the motion says. They are running from the hard debate, accusing us of not responding to them because they know they cannot defend actual over-reliance. While the opposition has built their arguments upon that false definition, we have built ours upon the right one, showing how being dependent on AI makes us less human. Therefore, we take this clash. The opposition also argues that AI breaks down complex information to help us learn, but this completely ignores how true dependence prevents independent thinking and stops us from experiencing growth. As our first speaker has mentioned, human intelligence is like a muscle, which I previously mentioned, and only if we truly think can we experience growth. Using AI to get direct steps, breaking down information might give you high immediate clarity, but it actually results in rapid decay. Therefore, we take this clash. To sum up, dependence on AI makes us less human due to the decrease in cognitive function required from our brain, and human interaction is inherently more needed than AI. Thinking, feeling, choosing. Use them or lose them. Therefore, this motion must and will stand. Thank you.
The reply speaker of the affirmative side has spoke for 3 minutes and 26 seconds. No overtime and no penalty. The debate session today has now concluded successfully. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank both teams once again for their excellent performance. Now I'll hand the floor back to MC.
Thank you so much for the wonderful debate today. So let's give a round of applause to the True Light School of Hong Kong and Ballaleo's Public School once again. Thank you for the great debate. And it actually given us a lot of ideas of what human identity is, and also maybe about AI dependence as well. So it's a very good discussion. So meanwhile, we actually have some time for our adjudicators to finalize the scores. And on the screen, you can actually see a QR code right here. So you should have got like a card with a code, a passcode for you to vote for our the best debater and the best team for the floor. So scan the QR code. In case you haven't got your card of the passcode, let us know. Our team right here is going to pass you the passcode. Just a reminder, I know we have online audience today, but I'm afraid for this section of voting, it will be only for the online audience. right, so while you are voting for your favorite team and favorite debater, we have some time here to wait for the scores calculation. And it's a pleasure to have our judges to share some feedback with us. May I first of all interview Mr. Brian He to share with us your feedback, or while we're having this complexity of talking about AI, human independence, how do you think about the performance today?
Hello. Yeah, the performance itself is really a performance. So I feel very tense to follow the speed. So my brain was trying to thinking whether I should use an AI tool to summarize and give the mark, help me to make the decision because it's so tense. Now the first feedback is, in the real world, in the meeting room, it does not run like that. So, so that's the first thing you need to know is this is more like a UK Parliament debate, but in the real world, that's not how it operates. That you need to remember. Secondly, I think the school will train us that with that theme, that whether you're opposite side or you are the affirmative side, that you have to start with your position. But I would suggest that you start with your own belief first, and then you use the AI to run a objection, what we call objection clinic. So you have multiple perspectives to understand the positive side, the negative side, and then you because you also hold your belief, then you will start to have critical thinking, and then you use that to sort of help you to for the debate. The third thing I would suggest is, because the speed is so fast, it doesn't mean it's more powerful. Then you then you take it slower. Sometimes, well, I didn't join any debate team when I was in secondary, so I'm not legitimate to comment on that. But sometimes a powerful speech could be like Obama. You would make a pause, and then you have a punchline. Right, so and then you repeat the punchline and punch the opponent. That could be sometimes even more powerful than you just run the speech like a bullet. Yeah, so you could have a speech that, AI indeed make human more human, and then make a pause for 3 seconds, look at the audience, and then say, period. And then that could be sometimes even more powerful. So I don't want to steal the time, I have other feedbacks, but I will just make a pause here and return to...
Sure. Thank you so much, Brian. So Brian mentioned about punchline and how you actually make all of us remember what you have talked about on both sides. So may I now invite Karen to share with us your feedback as well.
I think, first of all, congratulations to both teams. I think to get to today's final, you have already, is a great achievement, and you have done very well to get to where you are. So a round of applause to yourself, I think I also entirely agree with the comments made by Brian. I think for debates like this, it's important to set the scene. The first speaker, I think it would be a good practice to define each word. The words are there for a specific purpose. And I'm sure the motion has been chosen very carefully. Why is it dependence? What is less? And what is human? Each word has a meaning, and together they frame the motion. And I think it's important for each team, and I think both teams to some extent have done that. One team does better than the other, but on the whole, I think it's important, once you understand the motion, you set the scene, what your team can prove. And then after that, I think importantly is quality and not quantity. I think both teams actually have a lot of points and a lot of good points, like underprivileged, ADHD, and then a lot of good points there. You choose the most important 2-3 points. you elaborate on it. And it's important when you have a point, you back it up by statistics, by real life example. Because if a point is not backed up, then it's just an opinion. The judges may believe you, may not believe you. But if you actually have like a real example, statistics and things, then it becomes a much more powerful point. And once, all you need, I mean, the golden rule is really 3 points. Each speaker, if you actually choose 3 points, you highlight the 3 points. You repeat, these are my 3 points. And then you link it back to, it's not why. Why is just the thing. It's why is it relevant? Why is it relevant to the scene you have set? Why is it relevant to the motion? Be it you're positive, you are negative, it doesn't matter. You set the scene, you reference it back to the motion all the time, and then it will be much more convincing. Because topics like this, you can go either way, and that's the beauty of debate. It can go either way. And I think the points are all good points, and I think ultimately the winning team actually just shows you can perform a bit better under pressure. But anyway, well done, and I hope you learn a lot out of this experience and continue to grow, because it trains your critical thinking, whether with AI or without AI. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, Karen. So Karen mentioned about the setup, like how we set the scene, while Brian mentioned about the punchline. And finally, I would like to invite Ms. Yi Yin to share a bit of your feedback.
Hello. Yeah, first of all, congratulations. Both teams are really well done. And I can imagine how much work you have put this. And I agree with the 2 judges. It was very intense for us. 20 minutes, it's much harder than all the other business meetings that I have attended. So well done. So I think a couple points, I mean, I share a lot of views from other 2 judges, and I think one thing is very important is, I think Brian mentioned, is like be very kind of confident, because I think it's, I know that you have a lot of things that you want to try to cover. So I tried to do this exercise throughout the debate. I tried to look at each of you. We all had eye contact throughout. Sometimes, you're on the stage, sometimes you're back to your seat. Among 8 of you, only 1 person looked at me and smiled back. All the others was very, very, very serious, okay? So I think this is some tactics that I think it's good, and you're very serious. You take that serious, and you try to cover everything on your paper. But in the real world, right, it's very important to look at the other side, look at the judge, and this way you also get other side attention back as well. So one thing that I was very impressed is really during the free debate time, because I think because it's a free debate and you have to react to the other side comment. And I think that's the part that I can see, honestly, some of the true thinking and true capability, as well as the teamwork. And also interesting is, I think at some point, both sides kind of get lost a little bit of what the other side is trying to say, but one team was very good. And doesn't matter what the other side said, you try to emphasize what you're trying to say. And I think that's actually one of the key success factors as well. And I think overall, it's really well done. And I do agree, I think Karen mentioned, more is sometimes not necessarily better. Just be focused on what you try to convince, and you keep pondering on it. But well done, and it's very good learning for us as well. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Yi Yin, for sharing your feedback. So I'm very, very thankful that we have all the corporate leaders here to give us how you judge the entire debate, and also your feedback on different areas, from presentation, from setting the scene, and also how we do a lot of arguments. So this is not something that we can hear every day. So thank you so much once again. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, so now it's actually the result sharing time. It's the most nervous, exciting time at once. So the result for debate for tomorrow, secondary level English debate, it's on my hand. So first of all, may I invite the judges to come on stage? So we'll take a photo together with the winning team later on. While for our official judging ceremony, the award ceremony. It actually will be held at 4:30. So for now, we'll take pictures while we announce. So we'll first of all announce the favorite debate team and favorite debater. So, are you excited? Let's hear some shout. I'm very excited myself. So the best debater voted here is actually Yip Sam Pui from True Light School of Hong Kong. She's got 27 votes. All right. So Miss Yip, please come over to take a photo with the judges. Thank you so much. And now it comes to the favorite debate team from all of you again. So who is that? All right, so for the True Light School of Hong Kong, you have 51 votes, while for Ballaleo's Public School, we have 28 votes here. So the winning team, the favorite team would be the True Light School of Hong Kong. Congratulations, team. All right, so this is the most exciting moment right now, which is actually the votes from our judges, the expert judges panel. All right, so should we start from the best debater once again, from the judges? So it's actually the same student from the True Light School of Hong Kong, Yip Sam Pui. Thank you so much. And finally, we have the final winner of this section. And the winning team, it's the True Light School of Hong Kong. So you've got 2 votes from the judges, and Ballaleo's Public School got 1 vote from the judges. Congratulations once again. So let's take a final photo of the winning team. So may I also invite the Ballaleo's Public School to come over to take a group photo together. It's a very, very exciting competition, and we're sure that we all have learned a lot from the 2 teams of youth. So please stay on the stage right now. We'd also like to invite the school leaders and school teams to come over to take photo with the 2 teams. You all have given us a very, very exciting afternoon and learning a lot from all of you. Thank you so much for leading the teams. A lot of supporters coming as well with the 2 schools. so feel free to come over. And our founder and CEO, Tommy, would you like to join the team to take a group photo together?咁接住落嚟呢，其實呢就即將係我哋最後一場嘅 debate 賽事，就係皇仁書院對港大同學會書院嘅一場激烈嘅賽事。咁係其實好快就發生㗎啦。咁所以呢，如果一陣間我哋想睇埋最後嘅精彩隊伍嘅話呢，咁你哋就留返喺度，我哋就即將去舉行㗎啦。Thank you so much, everyone. Congratulations and thank you so much for all the hard work. 好，咁而家嘅時間呢，我哋可以自由留低喺度啦。咁我哋去預備我哋一陣間嘅賽事。咁其他如果想影相嘅同學仔呢，你哋都可以用出面呢，我哋都有個 backdrop 呢，你哋可以一齊影相同埋學習去睇個 exhibition， 睇翻晒之前我哋嘅所有嘅精彩嘅片段同埋 insight。咁我哋5分鐘之後呢，亦都有我哋嘅嘉賓分享會，我哋去再一齊進入另外一個環節，去學多啲新嘅嘢。到時見。
大家好。我哋今日咧最後一場嘅賽事咧，好快就會舉行㗎啦。咁而我哋中間呢，亦都係非常重要嘅最後一節嘅分享會環節咧，都會喺5分鐘之後舉行。麻煩大家咧要坐向右移一移，因為我哋咧會有好多嘉賓越嚟越入場㗎啦。麻煩大家。 大家好，大家午安。哇，我覺得咧今日好多人問候我，就話點解你把聲係咪睇完世界盃呢？絕對係世界盃啊！因為咧我哋呢個比賽係被譽為網上面辯論界嘅世界盃。我哋今朝比賽咧由早上一路去到今日，亦都係我哋 Debate for Tomorrow 最後一場嘅賽事最終章，所以我變成咁係咪好合理先？多謝你哋，係啦嗱，唔認識我嘅咧，本身14場賽事嘅我咧係好好聽嘅把聲，係啦，係啦，好啦，咁我再一次歡迎大家啦。除咗係現場嘅觀眾喺 M+ Grandstand 之外咧，我哋網上嘅邊咧亦都有好多直播嘅觀眾嘅，同佢哋 say 一個 hello 先，因為咧真係我哋最終章走到呢度咧係好唔容易㗎。咁喺最後一場比賽之前呢，亦都係非常重量級。我哋每一場比賽都有一個分享嘅。咁我哋今日分享嘅環節嘅題目呢，就要講一講啦。因為如果大家呢都有留意住我哋 Preface 好多嘅比賽，14場比賽2個幾月，最多同學仔講嘅問題就係呢一個 AI 究竟係，不如一齊講好唔好啊？幫下我啊 ！AI 係對手定係你對手？冇錯啦，呢個咧正正就係我哋最後一場比賽嘅題目，亦都咧將會係我哋分享會咧嘅一個題目嚟嘅喎。咁咧，不如我先邀請咧我哋分享會嘅主持，就係我哋嘅 Preface 創辦人同埋咧行政總裁 Tommy。另外咧，一個咁有深度、咁重量嘅題目咧，我哋當然咧都係會有陣容非常強勁嘅嘉賓。哇，都唔使賣關子啦，全部嘉賓都係才子才女嚟㗎。點解咧？因為咧佢哋嘅書咧都已經喺今年嘅書展咧，大家會留意得到㗎啦。首先咧，我先介紹才女，我哋咧會有 Miss Leslie 曾 ，Founder and Managing Director，Fine Apple Asia。Leslie 咧，嗱各位同學，如果你哋咧娛樂圈想入行咧，就要留意要認識 Leslie 啦，因為 Leslie 咧係主理好多經理人嘅事務啦，包括舒淇啦、徐浩瑩啦，好多一線藝人同埋咧頂尖運動員嘅經理人事務嘅。咁佢今年呢一本書咧，亦都會有探討咧，係唔單止係講呢一個娛樂法律喎，亦都會探討一下 AI 版權㗎。咁所以咧一陣絕對咧要留意住咧Leslie 嘅分享啦。我有講話才子才女啦，咁我哋就以熱烈嘅掌聲，另外一位就係才子 Mr. Rudy Leung，Founder and Director，Hungry Digital。Rudy 咧絕對係我做廣告時候嘅前輩，係啦，喺廣告界已經30幾年，由國際廣告公司做到咧。我認識嘅佢咧係第一代廣告人，去做數碼廣告 Digital Advertising， 擁有自己嘅廣告公司 Hungry Digital。兩位咧頭先我都講過啦，留意啦，去書展都會見到佢哋嘅書啦。咁事不宜遲啦，我而家將時間咧就交俾 Tommy。不過咧，我哋開始我哋分享會之前呢，不如都睇一睇我哋有一啲嘅14場比賽1分鐘嘅花絮，等大家回顧一下就正式分享啦。
而所以到最後啊，希望各位都會明白，我哋將 AI 會成為自己嘅一對手，而唔會再成為自己嘅對手。多謝各位。
我想引用由科表演賽結辯嘅一句：我哋唔應該讓 AI 成為我哋嘅對手，應該讓佢哋成為我哋嘅一對手，但要佢哋淨係我哋一對手。多謝各位。
係嘛？有同學就話希望 AI 可以成為到我哋對手，而唔係我哋嘅對手啦。我都希望我哋在座各位都可以試用呢個功能，因為轉型咧係一個必然嘅一個過程。好似香港咁都經歷咗好多唔同嘅轉型㗎。我哋以前只不過係一個小漁村，跟住去一個工業城市，跟住去咗國際大都會。而家咧，我哋喺個國際大都會裏面咧，一個重要嘅支柱零售業引入呢個新技術，邁向新時代嘅時候，我哋正正就係要讓呢個成為我哋對手，而唔係我哋對手咯。今日辯論嘅宗旨啦，我哋為明日而去辯論啊嘛。咁所以在座各位究竟要點樣去看待轉型呢一樣嘢咧？明日嘅格局就係由我哋大家嘅價值觀去定論嘅。多謝各位。
好啦，多謝大家，亦都多謝啱啱咁多soundbite啦。咁其實我哋即係講一場 debate，咁 臨尾咧仲要講，即係究竟其實 AI 係咪我哋對手？因為嗱，坊間坦白講咧，數據係唔呃人嘅。咁的而且確可能公司轉型啦，有唔同公司因為轉型而裁員啦。咁而今日咧請我哋兩位嘉賓咧，其實佢哋就正係我會話係創意嘅界別啦，人才管理嘅界別啦。咁啊，我不如先問 Leslie 先，因為其實咧我知道咧你係管理好多有藝人啦，有運動員，尤其是藝人，其實佢哋會唔會好多嘅作品會擔心其實 AI 會取代佢或者模仿佢？咁喺一個咁嘅環境底下，你覺得你同佢哋嘅中間相處裏面，見唔見到大家心態嘅改變呢？
我覺得AI 其實咧講翻 entertainment law 嗰樣嘢啦，其實我哋都探討好多關於 AI 嗰樣嘢啦。第一你話會唔會取代藝人咧？會唔會取代佢哋做緊嘅電影啊、音樂啊嗰啲嘢啦？咁暫時咧真係一個法律層面啦。其實係 AI 如果係一個純 AI 嘅作品啊，係暫時係唔可以有呢個知識版權嘅。咁點樣先可以有呢個知識版權呢？就係一定要有少少人嘅 element 喺裏邊啦。咁有幾多限度，即係幾多嘅人嘅 element 先可以滿足到呢一點呢？咁呢一個亦都係大家辯論緊嘅嘢啦。咁我諗如果喺一個 legal 嘅層面上邊咧，咁我覺得大家就唔使太擔心呢樣嘢會取代嘅。咁再講啦，其實你話明星方面佢自己會唔會好擔心咧？而家暫時我諗擔心嘅就係可能你自己本身係少啲才藝啊嘅人啊。咁因為其實呢樣嘢大家而家係講緊才藝啦，同埋大家好追求呢個真實性啊。咁呢一個真實性就係 what makes you human 呢樣嘢係 AI 好難會取代到嘅。咁因為我哋做緊嘅嘢都係一個人嘅行業啦，一個情感嘅行業啊。你用你嘅情感去演戲啦、唱歌啦，即係陳奕迅唱嗰首歌，唱個凍字其實係會凍嘅。咁 AI 喺而家呢一個時代又暫時能唔能夠做得到咧？我諗呢一個都係大家拭目以待嘅嘢啦。
Thank you, Leslie。咁到 Rudy 啦。咁啱啱提到咧，啱啱介紹你咧就係中環廣告界都幾十年啦。咁我諗幾十年嚟咧，應該廣告界見到嗰個改變啦。咁就由可能 print ad，可能戶外招牌，去到可能 digital，甚至乎而家 AI 又講 generative engine optimization。咁你會見中間究竟個科技係喺行業嘅對手啊，定係佢真係幫緊你呢？
其實調翻轉頭，由頭先你講入行開始啦，每隔我諗冇10年添啊，可能係6至7年就會有個新嘅名詞出現。頭先你講咗啦，其實你講平面廣告之前，仲由 radio， 即係我唔應該講英文啦，今日辯論係咪？講中文啊，全部。
我哋未參賽。
由收音機，由收音機開始，跟住佢嘅競爭對手就係電視咯，係咪？電視出現咗之後咧，有互聯網，互聯網之後咧出現咗咧，又有社交媒體，跟住社交媒體，跟住就有手機啦，所有嘢都係手機發生。咁到依家係 AI 再快少少添啦，可能係唔夠1年又有另一種頭先由最初頭嘅 AI， 跟住而家 agentic AI。咁其實每隔幾年就會有呢啲嘅新嘅所謂替代出嚟，會唔會取替咗之前嘅嘢咧？有啲時候會，但係我覺得每一次出現都係帶來一啲嘅新嘅機會咯。
咁嗱，我又追問你啦。咁因為你見咗呢一個行業，因為科技裡面亦都 keep 住有唔同嘅人。咁特別你見到邊方面嘅人或者人才咧，係啱啱喺平面廣告、數碼廣告去到而家可能 AI 投放嘅廣告都可以 survive 到嘅咧？
其實永遠你都係一個可以保持到一個好奇心嘅人咧。基本上即係譬如我都做咗30幾年，都仲做得到，即係有可能嘅。咁當中因為不斷會帶來新嘅競爭咧，咁可能有啲人未必可以適應得到。其實嗰個適應能力一定要好強咯。係香港人最叻嘅樣嘢。OK， 我哋嘅適應嘅能力一定要強，不斷要去自己去 變咯，唔怕由零開始嘅人，我覺得先至最緊要嘅。同埋一樣嘢，我覺得好緊要就係我哋依家依個新嘅 AI 世代，會令到更加多嘅唔同嘅背景嘅人咧，都可以入到行。即係唔係一定要讀廣告啊，唔係一定要讀設計，但係你一定有一定嘅審美標準啦，有一定嘅創意啦，你都可以入到行。
Thank you。嗱，咁幾得意喎！啱啱一路我哋好似個進化就由平面廣告唔 digital 到 digital 都唔夠啦，要去到講 AI。但係偏偏咧兩位才子才女咧就喺2026年嘅環境裏出書，咁係咪即係一定有啲原因？點解我哋會出一個紙本嘅書咧？不如我 start from Leslie。
首先而家興復古啊嘛。大家都中意有一本書去睇啦，咁當然我哋個書都會有 e-version 啦。如果大家之後有興趣，可以 download 個 e-version。咁但係我諗都係回歸一樣嘢啦。嗰本書其實可以鉗啦，可以容易啲翻閱啦。我諗呢個亦都係好緊要嘅。咁同埋冇咁容易 AI 啦。
嗱，咁啱啱咁出呢本書啦，咁個過程咧。咁啊有幸咧，我可以可以閱讀咗一啲嘅 chapter 啦。
我已經睇咗啦，咁快。
咁啊，裡面咧見到其實你嘅工作咧係好對人嘅工作，因為管理嘅係藝人，管理嘅係
人嘅行業，
運動員。咁呢個人嘅行業，啱啱提到科技入面 keep 住轉，咁你覺得你嘅 artist 嗱，我哋都半 close 多嘅，即係。適唔適應到咧？你覺得佢哋個適應能力或者應該你使唔使管理佢哋嘅情緒咧？因為科技。
我覺得頭先嗰樣嘢 Rudy 講得好好啦，就係佢哋要 stay curious 啦。其實嗰樣嘢係。呢個係 AI 嘅年代，所以其實佢哋唔好驚，即係俾 AI 取代啊。反而佢哋要學多啲 AI 呢樣嘢，其實係幫到佢哋而家即係藝人啊、明星啊、網紅啊、運動員啊，大家都係要做 content 嘅年代，做一啲 storytelling 嘅嘢，唔係淨係唱歌拍戲啦。咁所以喺呢個方面 AI 又點樣幫到佢咧？譬如喺幕後嘅團隊裏邊，AI 可能幫到一啲 copywriting 嘅嘢啦。咁啊，譬如係幫到手條片做少少content 嘅嘢啦，咁甚至乎係講緊再大啲嘅 content 我做個電影，咁 AI 可以幫手generate video 之餘咧，其實可以好多荷里活嘅公司都用緊 AI 去預測一個 box office 啦，或者更加係預測邊一個明星去做邊一套戲係再收得多啲咧。咁我諗呢樣嘢大家都係喺一個要 embrace 嘅年代咯。
明白。Thank you。咁啊，到 Rudy 啦。咁你都出咗本書喎。咁呢本書咧講創意。咁你覺得 AI 嘅創意可唔可以逼到人類嘅創意咧？
睇你用咩層面去睇。但係我覺得個過程裏邊唔會話打贏邊個，我覺得係真係會幫到手嘅。即係我又唔會覺得係我助手喎，因為其實即係做咗咁多年，Alice 就明㗎啦。即係你去到某個高層咧，冇乜人同你傾偈嘅。咁依家 AI 咧就成日同我傾偈啦。即係我有時可以做 brainstorming，可以我自己同佢傾。即係同事可能始終老闆。即係未必想同我傾偈嘅，咁但係我覺得喺創意上就係幫到一個地方，就係俾到多啲嘅唔同嘅 perspective 我咯，即係好多比較唔同嘅，有啲我要自己再選擇，呢個其實都可能唔係好 work，有啲可能係好比較，我覺得會好啲嘅，咁我會多個人同佢 bounce。
嗱，咁啱啱咧就提到即係講文本創意啦。其實大家知唔知點解咧？我哋要搞一場 debate 比賽？咁我就從由8強到4強到今朝學到而家啦，就係一場 debate 比賽咧。嗱，首先大家咧收到份題目，咁啊7日前咧就攞到份題目。咁嗱喺比賽裏面咧，你只可以即係都冇得揀啦，因為抽籤你就係代表正方或者反方。咁啊呢個文本裏面咧就咬文嚼字啦，就睇大家點解題啦。解完題咧，就去到我哋可以開始要做 research 啦。做 research 嘅時候咧，其實都係有好多即係睇唔同嘅 perspective 啦。咁所以咧， 一陣間我希望大家咧留意住嘅時候咧，其實唔係講你嘅立場，係講佢哋演繹佢哋嘅立場。咁啱啱Leslie 啦、Rudy 啦就講咗究竟佢哋嘅立場去點睇 AI。咁當放心，佢哋嘅立場咧唔會影響佢一間評分嘅。佢哋嘅一間評分咧就睇同學仔嘅表現同埋個演繹。咁啊，首先我多謝啱啱即係才子才女啦。咁啊，多謝啱啱大家嘅分享。
多謝
Thank you。
Thank you，唔該晒三位。好，我哋接住落嚟有另外一位嘅嘉賓嘅，咁不如我哋先呢，大家頭先聽完我哋講，喂，你14場比賽，不如都睇下錯過咗喎，係咪啊？我都做到沙晒聲啦，係咪？咁我哋咧就有一條片咧，就會重溫翻究竟每一位同學點樣探討你對手同你對手嘅問題啦。我哋先欣賞一條片段，咁我哋咧就進入下一個亦都係最後一個嘅分享環節。
AI 自己評10次都可以有10個結果，咁係咪一致呢？或者當佢心情好壞所影響，導致佢嘅主觀感受直接影響咗分數。AI 不斷威脅俾我哋呢班小學生，而我哋只會被動接收。試問又點培養我哋嘅想像力呢？識得回應、識得陪伴嘅新時代玩具。如果你覺得教多人就屬於教多佢嘅話，咁今日我打機，可能我打3國殺，佢教多我歷史，咁你會唔會話3國殺呢款遊戲係教育工具先？表面上好似贏得一時嘅效率，事實上卻剝奪咗培養大腦嘅重要時刻。但最終佢可能因為唔識畫絲綢反光嘅質地，或者條龍畫到成條蟲咁，唔好話學生咁嘅沮喪，連老師都未必識去評分啦。AI 圖像生成會令學生產生依賴，出現拐杖效應。藝術教育嘅目標係想打擊自信，定係令人人都享受藝術呢？
其實今日嘅最大問題就係病人咧，急症室連資訊嘅輸入都未必準確，有投降效率，病人都解決唔到講乜嘢舒緩醫療壓力啦。同埋我哋嘅醫護唔需要再花時間去做文書工作，去處理行政工作，而係專心於服務病人和社會嘅市民。
AI 冇感情，只係數據代碼，何來嘅信任呢？
乜愛情只有一種模樣咩？唔符合有方嘅標準就真係道德上唔可以被允許啦咩？究竟今日呢啲中小企業唔真係承受得起一筆咁高昂嘅收費，有可能獲需要論證
7日24個小時工作，而且佢哋任勞任怨，佢哋出錯嘅機率又低啲，唔會有各種人手嘅錯誤嘅情況底下，真係可見唔同嘅公司都係會選擇以 AI， 唔係可以達到變態嘅轉型咯，國際學位。
現時 AI 發展目的係人人有份，定係少數人享樂，多數人受苦呢？喺1年內，透過模型壓縮以及優化晶片，令 Gemini 每次回答問題時候嘅用電量減少咗33倍。
Denying students the opportunity to use AI in exams means denying them the chance to practice and develop digital literacy skills that are essential for their future success.
Integrating generative AI into public exams would degrade the whole system from a merit-based system into the economic background-based.
Parent might be outmatched by the algorithm in the digital world, but never by the physical power button on the router.
Who can actually stop the harm? The developing brain physically lacks the impulse control to fight back. Only the company has the power to fix the effective product.
人為咗賺錢，為咗生存，係冇可能一成不變，唔改變自己，反而係要學下點樣去利用 AI。
各位，行為懶惰偷工減料，思維懶惰呢？佢係會偷走你親眼睇、親手查驗嘅能力。
未來嘅老闆亦都唔會叫你背書，亦都唔會叫你計數，而係會考你點樣去形容 AI， 點樣識唔識操控 AI， 做到比 AI 更好嘅工作。
問佢考試嘅時候使用 AI， 咁 AI 取代考生去做嘅部分，例如唔使記資料、唔使分類歸納、唔使判斷，係咪更加冇能力去學呢？
點解 AI 素養咁重要？呢一種數字素養甚至同語文能力同等重要嘅時候，有溫就覺得考都唔使考呢？ AI 嘅角色係幫手整理資料，但判斷、篩選、創造嘅責任仍然喺學生身上。按照有方邏輯，咁學生用計數機係咪都需要緊獨立思考能力啊？
嘅思維咧係唔似 AI 編碼咁樣話改就改到，
因為 AI 唔會內疚，佢唔會為咗一個唔關佢事嘅人用2年去追求一個真相。
法官係啱啱食完飯嘅時候，假釋批准率會高達65%，但係喺飯前嘅批准率就會戲劇性咁樣下降。
但如果林良水係 AI，佢會點呢？佢會睇晒所有嘅證據，然後同你講證據不足，判決冇問題。佢計晒所有嘅機率，然後同你講上訴嘅成功機率低於5%，唔建議繼續再查落去啦。
我亦都可以為 AI 制定同樣嘅標準，嚴格規範，高度透明。
呈堂證供嘅門檻點解咁重要？係因為證據嘅準確性唔單止影響緊當事人，更加係影響緊未來同類案件嘅審訊，係牽涉到整個嘅制度。
就係人工智能，佢做到係咩啊？快咗、準咗、可靠咗。點解唔接納呢？
我哋會相信人嘅判斷同專業，但人工智能冇是非觀念，反映嘅只係以往數據嘅影子。
當 AI 分析資料符合同專家證供一樣嘅要求嘅時候，我哋又點可以一刀切禁止 AI 分析呈堂呢？
但當今日我哋可以接納一個連 AI 研發者都解釋唔到推論過程嘅結果，又係咪符合呈堂證供嘅標準呢？
我方堅信接納 AI 分析資料作呈堂證供，終有一日可以擊破多一部分貪污案件，可以將多一個殺人犯繩之於法，可以令多一個含冤入獄嘅無辜者沉冤得雪。多謝各位。
哇，係咪好感動咧？我見到同學眼濕濕。係啊，係14場比賽嘅結集嚟嘅。我哋最後一場分享會呢，我哋再一次邀請我哋嘅 Preface 創辦人同埋行政總裁係我哋嘅主持啦。咁咧呢一個嘅重量級嘉賓呢，我哋都要去以熱烈嘅掌聲歡迎佢，就係 Mr. Kenny Lam， 現任 Two Sigma 亞太區首席執行官中國主席。Two Sigma 係全球中國最大嘅一個對沖基金，佢亦都係 McKinsey 全球資深合夥人，喺企業策略啦、財富管理啦、金融科技咧都有非常豐富嘅經驗㗎。有請 Kenny， 我知道 Kenny 都係才子嚟㗎。因為佢嘅書咧都係上過呢個中國嘅高銷售榜嘅。
Thank you, thank you。咁咧我都一路諗緊咧，其實哇，我要做一個壓軸 before 我哋呢場 debate， 因為咧我知道一陣間 debate 完咗咧冇人理我㗎啦。咁所以咧我就要一路我要揾邊一個做嘉賓或者去幫手分享咧，因為 Kenny 咧係一個即係。我好尊敬啦，亦都係睇住我哋大啦，咁啊，我會話，所以
睇我白頭髮就咁講啊。
咁所以咧我覺得咧揾 Kenny 嚟做個conversation 好好，因為我好想提到就係、其實我哋搞呢場 debate，我哋可以唔搞一場比賽，即係我哋冇必要一定要搞一場比賽。咁原來呢個比賽咧，我哋想係一個其實係一個學習嘅歷程，係一個學習嘅過程。咁所以我哋希望咧，大家可以原來今日嚟到咧，你唔係睇場比賽，你唔係觀眾，大家係學生嚟。咁啊喺一陣間，我哋有我哋嘅學生成為我哋嘅老師。咁所以我哋一陣間嘅 topic 咧就講 AI 係你對手定你對手。而我好記得咧，呢一個 tagline 咧，我由上年同 Kenny 一路即係傾偈咧，都不停去講。咁所以我好想咧，因為啱啱咧我哋就有 Rudy 同埋 Leslie 就講創意方面啦、人嘅管理啦。咁 Kenny 就好代表住其實專業，其實亦都係即係我哋嘅背景就係香港即係過去幾十年嘅專業。咁究竟你覺得即係 AI 係咪我哋城市嘅對手？
多謝 Tommy。首先你哋真係好要珍惜啲咁嘅機會，因為我覺得首先要俾 Tommy 同埋成條 Preface team 一個好大嘅鼓勵。真係好唔易，即係做一個辯論啊，同埋有咁樣嘅創意做辯論，我覺得我係超級 impressed 嘅，所以我好多謝你去邀請我哋一齊嚟參與呢件事。講少背景，其實我頭先講話對沖基金啦，其實我哋公司係出咗名係用數據同 AI 係做投資嘅。我哋係冇 CIO 呢個人嘅。大家如果知投資嘅話，其實有個人去話好叻，我負責揀咩股票，其實我冇呢個人嘅。我哋係好多人分析數據用 AI， 就用咗未講 AI 之前已經用 AI 㗎啦。咁其實到呢25年，我哋一路睇到人嘅重要性係增加咗嘅。 頭先阿 Leslie 啊 Rudy 講啦，其實我覺得創意而家係更加重要。所以我今日嘅議題其實反而唔係講話係咪你嘅對手定係你嘅對手啦，反而係諗點樣去完全去 embrace 啊，去攬住呢件事，覺得呢個係好正嘅嘢，因為人嘅價值只會提升，AI 會係更加將你嘅創造能力提高。我而家開始咧，我老人家啦，我開始咧，我用你哋有冇叫用 Manus 啊？你哋 Manus 你開始用咧，我因為其實我去過呢度上堂嘅，咁咧去學嗰個 N/N 咧太複雜啦，我覺得自己，咁咧就俾你介紹就不如用 Manus 啦，我就開始用 Manus 啦，發覺我咧就好似一隊 team 幫我做嘢咁樣。咁啊佢阿 Tommy 我同好朋友，佢知我凌晨2、3點又做下嘢，凌晨6點又做嘢咧。如果佢隊 team 叫我2點鐘做嘢，都冇人理我嘅。但係而家我哋做 team 就係叫 Manus 啦，就唔同嘅 project 咧隨時幫我做嘢。我發覺我嘅創意係提高咗嘅，即係一個數腦，我發覺仲提高咗創意。所以我係希望大家今日雖然要 debate 啦嚇，呢件事反而我用一個英文字叫 embrace 去擁抱呢件事，即係咁就會更加令到你創意無限，人類嘅價值會提升咯。
Thank you, Kenny。因為啱啱咧，你喺個分享度咧，其實都透露咗一個我諗住問你嘅問題。因為你管理嘅對沖基金咧，其實喺行內亦都好出名咧，就係唔使用最多嘅人。因為所以好難入嘅呢間公司。咁啊，唔使用最多嘅人，但係好少嘅人做好多嘅嘢。咁其實係咪已經係話咗俾我哋聽 ，technology、AI 或者數據好似係我哋人嘅對手咧？已經，即係我哋會難咗揾工㗎嘞噃。
我可以咁講，人類嘅能力一定要改變。你係咪用提升？我亦都唔一定講叫提升，不過要改變。有啲人講話其實你啲計數機其實係發明咗大概50年嘅啫嘛。咁所以喺計數機未嚟之前，啲人講哇你唔使計數啦。咁其實只不過係一個工具嘅演變，而人嘅角色亦都會演變嘅。咁譬如我哋講話，我哋用數據用AI 投資咗。其實 AI 喺未出 AI 之前，我已經開始用呢類型嘅科技做咗10幾年嘅投資㗎啦。嗰陣時嘅人類角色其實已經係用攞到嘅我哋嘅生產嘅叫 algorithms， 就開始要 apply 落我哋嘅投資嘅我哋叫 alpha signal 裏邊。咁呢個其實10年前已經發生緊㗎啦。咁而家角色係更加演變，因為我哋更加多工具。咁而我哋請嘅人咧，其實請嘅人嘅量係冇變，不過我哋要求係唔同咁樣咯。咁所以我覺得even 我之前一份工 McKinsey 啦，好多人講話McKinsey 會被 replace 啦，因為我其實 generate 個PowerPoint work 咁易，其實反而咧而家嘅需求多咗，因為人與人之間嘅溝通。我同佢講話，我叫 AI 幫你改革公司，你都唔會可以淨係盡 AI。所以我覺得人嘅能力係會繼續需要啦，但係可能個角色會唔同咯。
嗱，啱啱你就提到人啦，咁我都想追問就係喺過去你望由啱啱話 McKinsey 到對沖基金啦，到而家，你會見到其實咩人你會覺得係人才？你調翻人才嘅定義有冇唔同咗？
有嗱，而家其實我哋請人咧好重視一個字叫 cross discipline creativity， 就係唔同嘅範疇都要有一隻唔少嘅理解，令到你可以喺唔同範疇可以 connect 到唔同嘅 dots 咁樣。咁所以我哋係好重視，唔係你喺一個範疇，我淨係識 coding， 或者我係 math 好犀利。咁你要有你我哋叫個 T shape 啊，有一樣嘢你係做到你係最叻嘅，但係你要有個 cross discipline 嘅 creativity 好緊要嘅。係啊，講翻頭先人咧，其實我頭先同阿 Alexis 傾咗一陣偈啦。咁我係真係好 impressed by 匯豐呢4-5年嘅大改革 in terms of 嗰個 transformation 多謝你哋嘅功力啦，背後肯定。咁點解咧？就係我覺得匯豐其實即係攞呢個做案例咧，點解人嘅 creativity 好緊要？就係一個比較冷嘅銀行 brand 可以做到咁多層面咁貼地，係好 fit to 嗰個 segment 嘅話，其實背後有除咗有你科技有數據之外，就係人嘅 creativity 咯。所以我呢樣嘢係反而而家係令到我哋更加多能力去創造呢啲嘢。
係因為啱啱除咗垂直，我哋要做專嘅 number one， 咁要 T shape， 咁即係我哋要闊啦。咁要幾闊咧？嗱，今日至少咧有咁闊，有正反兩方面。咁我會話其實點解我做辯論咧？其實我個諗法都係首先解題，你有好多個方法。 我過去見咁多場比賽贏輸就好多時候講對唔同嘅影響講經濟影響，講社會影響，講科技嘅影響，講對失業嘅影響。咁變咗原來我哋要睇得夠闊。咁睇得夠闊之後咧，咁開始咧大家就 debate 咯。咁 debate 咧，其實我發覺咧一個，因為Kenny 咧有好好，佢亦都咧同我哋有一隊嘅學生咧，即係小學生咧，你都俾意見佢哋喎。咁我唔知道佢哋咧即係你同佢哋嘅溝通裏面，佢有冇啱啱咁闊嘅睇法咧？其實佢哋我相信係小學4年班、5年班。係
好好玩，即係我覺得佢哋咧係因為其實 debate 咧，我就唔係好有足夠數據去有呢啲議題嘅。我發覺我哋香港嘅各個地方嘅小學生啦，係好有 research 嘅能力，好貼題，而係用到好好嘅溝通能力講到出嚟嘅。其實 debate 就係一個研究。但係用一個頭先我有一個 judge 講，喂，你哋唔使講得咁快。其實3點多人喺呢個場面裏邊可以發表到，真係我覺得好犀利嚇。
Thank you, Kenny。咁所以咧，我哋拭目以待咧，我哋嘅總決賽咧，差唔多開始啦。
我講呢一樣嘢啫，就係咧個 T shape 啦。大家記住，我會建議大家咧，就係你試下學一樣嘢咧。如果你朋友身邊會好 surprise 你識嗰樣嘢，即係話，咦，點解你會知呢樣嘢嘅咧？你就代表你嘅 knowledge 嘅闊度係好闊。即係我都唔知原來 Tommy 會識呢樣嘢。大家知唔知 Tommy 嘅影相好叻嘅？係好多謝你 Tommy，thank you，thank
you，thank you，Kenny。
多謝晒兩位。
咁before 我交翻個咪之前咧，咁我就講下其實成個構思辯論係點嚟啦。啱啱提到辯論有辯題，所以我哋要界題，我哋要睇得闊，我哋要多方面思考。多方面思考之後咧，嗱，你會一陣間你會見到辯論嘅比賽裡面咧，其實亦都會咧，我哋發覺無論唔好話中學生，你會發覺小學生咧都會引經據典，會有唔同嘅數據。咁真唔真嘅呢啲數據？咁嗰啲數據可以代唔代表到嗰個立論係成立嘅咧？其實呢一樣嘢咪我哋好多時候對 AI 用 AI 所講嘅 prompt engineering 咯。我哋點樣去用我哋提示詞嘅輸入，原來就係呢一種方法。希望我哋一陣間有正有反，我哋有兩方面。咁希望咧，大家各位學生咧，今日有正方有反方，但係最重要，我哋完咗成場比賽嘅時候，我哋可以 not only learn from 我哋自己 one side， 我哋可以從對方都一齊學習。咁多謝各位。咁我交翻個咪咧俾 Grace，thank you。
唔該晒 Tommy。嗱，各位同學係咪有好多錦囊啦？好多分享嘉賓啦，同埋 Kenny 同你講個 T shape 啦，記住啦。咁我都唔賣關子啦，不如我哋即刻以熱烈嘅掌聲歡迎我哋2隊嘅決賽隊伍上台，包括正方港大同學會書院。接住落嚟係反方嘅黃仁書院。嗱，有最強嘅隊伍嘅，有最強嘅評判陣容啦。我哋以熱烈嘅掌聲呢，係去歡迎我哋幾位嘅評判，包括呢就有 Mr. Alexis Chiu，Group Managing Director, Shachi and Shachi Hong Kong and Chairman of Hong Kong Voice。另外呢，都係我哋分享嘅嘉賓 Mr. Rudy Leung，Founder and Director, Hungry Digital。第3位係 Miss Kim Lei，Managing Director, Head of Digital Bank, Hanson Bank。仲繼續喎，我哋有 Miss Helena Chan，Senior Vice President and General Manager, Mastercard Hong Kong and Macau。最後都係我哋嘅分享嘉賓 Miss Leslie Zhang，Founder and Managing Director, Fine Apple Asia。真係最強對最強，最強嘅隊伍，最強嘅評判。嗱，喺比賽正式開始之前呢，提大家，我哋今日呢， 好特別嘅環節，亦都咧真係唔捨得啊都要講，就係我哋公眾投票。咁網上邊嘅朋友咧就真係唔好意思啦，我哋嘅公眾投票咧只係設現場觀眾嘅，咁大家咧就要記得投票嘅時候咧就要攞住我哋嘅入場之前有 QR code 同埋密碼嘅。咁而為表公平公正啦，我都講咗14次啦，係嘛？但我都要繼續講嘅，我哋公平公正。咁所以咧，希望大家唔好分享個 QR code 出去啦。為咗支持我哋嘅隊伍咧，如果我哋點數嘅時候發現票數係多過我哋入場人數咧，咁到咧隊伍同埋辯員咧就會 DQ， 就會取消資格㗎啦。咁最後啦，比賽開始之前咧，提大家將你嘅手機咧係調至靜音模式。係啦，幫一幫我把聲啦，係咪？靜音模式。另外咧就係當我哋辯員發言嘅時候咧，都請大家留待你哋嘅掌聲，待佢發言完之後咧，大家就可以報以熱烈掌聲啦。好啦，事不宜遲，不如我而家交時間咧，俾我哋嘅評判主席，就去咧介紹一下我哋嘅賽制。
唔該晒 Grace， 各位評判、老師、參賽同學、來賓，大家好，歡迎嚟到 Preface 學界 AI 辯論邀請賽嘅比賽現場。我係今日比賽嘅主席 Nicholas。今日將會進行嘅係中學組總決賽嘅環節，而今日嘅辯題係 AI 係你嘅對手，AI 係你嘅對手定係你對手？頭先主持 Grace 先介紹咗今日對賽雙方嘅隊伍同埋3位評判，再次多謝5位評判，同埋再次多謝5位評判喺百忙之中抽空出席為今日嘅比賽評分。相信你哋嘅專業意見一定會幫到今日雙方嘅同學繼續進步。喺比賽正式開始之前，等我先宣讀比賽嘅規則。整個比賽嘅流程依次係主辯、第一副辯、第二副辯、自由辯論環節，最後係結辯發言。發言先由正方主辯開始，然後到反方主辯，如此類推。結辯環節則先由反方進行總結，最後由正方作結。發言時間方面，主辯同埋結辯各有4分鐘嘅發言時間，第一副辯同埋第二副辯各有3分鐘嘅發言時間。而喺自由辯論環節方面，正反雙方各有累計3分鐘嘅時間。請各位辯員留意，每輪發言前請先向主席示意，鐘聲響起之後先可以開始發言。發言時間完結前30秒會有1下鐘聲提示。發言時間完結時會有2下鐘聲提示。另外喺主辯、副辯同埋結辯環節，如果超時15秒，計時員會再響3下鐘聲。超時嘅辯員將會喺每張分紙上面被扣除5分，而不足5秒亦會當5秒計算。喺自由辯論環節方面，則不設15秒緩衝發言時間，即係當累計時間用完，2下鐘聲響起時，辯員必須立即停止發言。屆時主席將會宣布另一方剩餘嘅發言時間，再邀請該隊伍繼續發言。如果對賽雙方對今日嘅賽規冇疑問嘅話，比賽正式開始。首先有請正方主辯周卓雲同學，你嘅發言時間為4分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪，試咪。各位評判、各位評判、各位觀眾，大家好。我哋成日話辯論比賽，首先要搞清定義。如果係咁今日呢條辯題真係出得唔好啦，因為當中最關鍵嘅字眼，正係最難定義，就係個你字。如果台下嘅你係啱啱俾銀行請嘅 AI 工程師，咁 AI 唔止係你雙手，更係你飯碗啦。但如果台下嘅你係啱啱因為銀行轉用 AI 而被炒魷魚嘅分析師，咁立場就180度相反，反映出當下 AI 嘅一體兩面。AI 可以係某個你嘅高效廉價助手，咁亦意味同時間 AI 取代咗另一個你嘅崗位，因此80億人睇呢條辯題，會有80億個唔同解讀。正因為咁，我方認為呢條題目嘅討論價值可以俾大家反思2點：一，喺宏觀而言，大家實際地討論當下到底全球嘅人更多係駕馭 AI 定係被 AI 駕馭呢？二，微觀而言，大家喺可見嘅將來應該用咩心態去看待 AI 呢？咁等我先講宏觀。雖然世界經濟論壇上年表示，未來5年 AI 會取代9200萬個人類崗位，而創造1.7億個新職位，但創造出嚟嘅新職位係咪人人都享受到呢？當高盛同大家講，現時美國每個月就有2.5萬嘅職位被 AI 取代。渣打行政總裁話未來5年要裁走8000個後勤，更稱嗰啲係低價值人力資源。但哪怕好需要高價值資源嘅 Microsoft、Amazon、Oracle 呢啲科技巨頭，呢半年都裁員14萬人。 點解我哋見到裁員潮遠超於創職位？因為 AI 呢幾年實在行得太快啦。現時大部分人類仲未有足夠技能去駕馭 AI。根據 Microsoft 2025年嘅全球 AI 普及報告，全球有84%人口從未用過 AI， 而近70億嘅發展中國家人口更只有1/4使用率。仲要有用唔等於適用。睇返世界經濟論壇報告，未來超過90%工作需要員工掌握 AI 技巧，但當下有60%員工嘅能力係未能達標，需要獲額外訓練先唔會被淘汰。由此可見，呢刻只有發展國家中嘅少數係有信心話用 AI。講完宏觀，就睇微觀。到底每個人，不論你係咪 AI 流利，面對 AI 應該採取咩心態？應該當係對手般警惕，定當係在助手般依賴呢？我方認為人類始終有 AI 無法取代嘅特質，例如同理心、情感、創意等等。但問題係 AI 現時能夠高度模仿人類，若我哋冇展示出比 AI 更高嘅情緒價值、更原創嘅思維，好容易會被 AI 而取代。多倫多大學上年進行一項研究，邀請癌症病人分別向醫生以及 AI 就住病情提問，再就佢哋展示嘅同理心評分。真人醫生平均5分，只有2分，但 AI 竟然高達3.5分。我方唔係因此表示人類唔用 AI 啦，而係心態上要謹記，當 AI 連人類最珍貴嘅技能都模仿得似幻似真，我哋要將 AI 當成對手，保持警惕，展示出比 AI 更不可取代嘅特質，先有資格喺未來立足。多謝各位。
正方主辯嘅發言時間為3分鐘52秒，冇超時，無需扣分。接住落嚟有請反方主辯吳宏樂同學，你嘅發言時間為4分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪試咪。在座各位大家好，其實友方今日邏輯好簡單，就係覺得 AI 會造成就業問題，對人類係造成威脅，就係我哋對手。咁但係友方今日欠缺比較，一味只係講好多人會被取代，但係 AI 對人類亦都會有其他方面嘅影響，其實友方冇比較過。按照友方邏輯，汽車出現咗之後，亦都會令到馬車車夫失業；飛機出現咗之後，令到少咗人搭船。但凡有改變、有影響，就係人類對手，顯然唔合理。因此今日要討論辯題，要先釐清2點。第一，對手嘅定義，我方認為一樣事物能唔能夠成為你嘅對手，有3大因素。一、競爭關係，好似今日比賽，我方會同友方競爭，處於對立；二、擊倒對方嘅動機，好似今日比賽，大家都會去盡力去贏，打到對方。三、實際影響，當 AI 帶嚟嘅危害多過效益嘅時候，亦可以稱得上係對手。第二，人類社會面臨嘅問題，聯合國一直都關注全球氣候問題，因為氣候問題帶嚟背後連帶嘅係全球能源、糧食、疾病各方面嘅危機。聯合國秘書長古特雷斯直言 ，AI 具有巨大嘅潛力加速全球發展，從氣候監測去到醫學研究嘅突破，對於人類方方面面都產生正面影響。因此，今日要衡量 AI 係我哋嘅對手，抑或係幫手，就要視乎 AI 嘅出現同發展，對於人類整體社會係構成威脅，抑或係效益幫助更大。而我方認為 AI 唔係對手，而係幫手，基於以下2大原因。第一 ，AI 廣泛成熟，幫助人類社會進步。今日友方將 AI 對人類嘅影響局限喺低技術公眾嘅失業，試圖造成 AI 同人類敵對嘅假象。但係友方睇闊啲。AI 已經喺唔同嘅範疇造福人類整體福祉。先睇醫療範疇 ，AI 嘅系統 AlphaFold 將解釋蛋白質三維結構嘅時間由幾年縮短去到幾分鐘，令到癌症標靶藥、抗病毒藥物、阿茲海默症等藥物嘅研發流程由15年大大縮減去到唔使12個月。再睇美國權威醫學研究機構 Scripps Research 用 AI 加速分析預測研發疫苗，首次喺未曾感染愛滋病嘅人身上發現咗一種可以中和愛滋病毒嘅抗體，大幅縮短研發出有效愛滋病疫苗嘅進程，甚至有望將技術延伸去到其他疫苗發展，拯救更多生命。再喺糧食議題，英美地區運用 See and Spray AI 系統喺農耕嘅過程中，精準識別出雜草並且噴 減少80%農藥使用量，降低種植成本嘅同時，保障土壤嘅生態，亦都可以減少30%嘅農作物損失，長遠保障糧食嘅供應。再睇氣候變化，倫敦氣候研究所舊年發表研究，透過 AI 嘅模型，但係優化全球電力生產、食物生產、交通3方面，扣除埋 AI 嘅能源消耗，已經可以喺未來10年減少1成全球溫室氣體排放量。可以見到嘅係 AI 帶嚟嘅效益關乎全球發展同共同福祉，協助解決全球議題。從宏觀嘅角度上 ，AI 已經實實在在幫緊人類發展，的確係我哋嘅幫手。第二 ，AI 無自主競爭意識，難稱為對立嘅對手。AI 嘅本質只係一種協助人類嘅工具 ，AI 冇人類嘅指令下係唔會自行運作。正如 AI 之父 John McAfee 所講，研發 AI 嘅最終目的係幫助解決問題，實現人類目標，唔會自主同人類競爭，而從來都只係輔助人類發展，而非對手。而且 AI 冇自身利益，所有行為嘅動機、權限都係人類賦予同指使，最終嘅目標都係完成我哋俾佢嘅任務。當 AI 所產生嘅資源同收益，將研發成果惠及人類。方向由我哋設定，連責任都係我哋承擔。一個唔會獨立運作嘅工具，又點會成為我哋嘅對手呢？就想問友方，如果我哋應該視 AI 為對手，點解世界各國唔係終止研發 AI， 而係思考點樣發展得更好呢？多謝各位。
反方主辯嘅發言時間為4分鐘，冇超時，無需扣分。接落嚟有請正方一副洪朗亨同學，你嘅發言時間為3分鐘，請先試咪準備好，再向主席示意。
試咪試咪試咪試咪，仲有各位大家好。嗱，聽完友方主辯咧，唔難發現今日友方咧係論證緊利弊，而唔係講緊人類應該將 AI 視為對手，抑或係幫手。所以今日友方咧係論證錯辯題啦，唔緊要睇友方嘅內容。嗱，其實友方咧係的確已經承認咗 AI 係確實會帶嚟失業嘅問題，之後話咧我可能仲有其他良性嘅影響。但事實係友方話唔能夠用新科技就作為對手。事實係唔明白友方呢個邏輯係點樣得翻嚟嘅喎？有同我哋講話司機係咪汽車嘅對手？我方同意㗎，因為蒸汽機嘅出現，的確令到當時嘅司機飯碗不保，令工業革命嘅工人冇一日3餐都成問題。又何嘗唔係視蒸汽機為對手去努力轉型咩？放落今日嘅辯題上面，如果 AI 只係一個助手，咁理應唔會存在競爭嘅關係。咁點解而家仲會有咁多 AI 培訓、AI 教育俾我哋去追上 AI 先？嗱，正正就係因為有人要因為 AI 去作出改變、去作出進步、去嘗試征服 AI、嘗試駕馭 AI， 兩者已經係一個對手，係一個競爭嘅關係。有分同我哋講咧，話醫療上、糧食上有唔同嘅作用，有同我哋講咗 AlphaFold 嘅例子。嗱，首先有非要知道咧，現時嘅研究係未有實際結果，有方所謂嘅成效都只係預測嘅成效。所以咧，當成效成疑，但實際上係真係有人被取代嘅時候，有方就要論證。有方世界底下，如果 AI 已經發展得咁勁、咁有貢獻，喺有方眼中係咪可以炒晒醫生、炒晒啲護士，將整個醫療系統交晒俾 AI 運作就最好呢？所以辯題唔係單單討論醫療、農業。而有討論作為一個整體，人類應該點樣去看待 AI？ 而當我哋見到 Amazon、Microsoft 都係大規模用 AI 取代、大規模解僱14萬員工嘅時候，直接由 AI 去取代，呢個又係唔係一個助手嘅所作所為呢？所以甚至乎有同我哋講咧，話可以去進步、去解決、去轉型、征服 AI。所以有方咧係眼中用震動期3隻字去嘗試淡化 AI 嘅替代效應。咁有方第一步已經同意咗，我哋要裝備自己去追上 AI， 已經同 AI 係競爭關係。嗱，其次又係唔係個個都有機會去追上 AI、控制 AI 咧？當 Microsoft 話落後地區全球只有1/6人用過 AI。嗱，如果呢個演講聽代表地球嘅人口，即係話我哋呢度只有唔夠30人係有機會接觸 AI， 當數十億人口係連轉型嘅機會都冇，就俾大企業用 AI 自動化流程取代，有方又點好意思話 AI 係一個必然嘅幫手呢？嗱，在座各位，唔知大家有冇試過執筆忘字呢？現代人做咩都靠打字，甚至有語音輸入。只需用手寫，肌肉記憶自然退化，寫字慢咗，字體核突都事少，但思考慢咗，思維僵化就大件事。其實大腦都係塊肌肉，冇足夠訓練同樣會退化。我哋凡事都安心靠 AI 處理，令 AI 唔單止做埋我哋雙手，甚至做埋我哋個腦啊！咁我哋又有咩價值呢？所以麻省理工嘅實驗同我哋講，當大學生用 AI 幫手寫論文， 大腦活躍度、神經連接度會下跌47%，甚至有83%嘅大學生會忘記自己幾分鐘前寫過乜嘢。我方唔係話唔用 AI， 而係當每個打工仔都用 Gemini 交文件，就要問自己有咗呢份文件同冇呢份文件又有咩分別呢？係咪可以用一時嘅方便，用 AI 嘅升級換代去換取人類嘅降職兼被取代呢？多謝各位。
反方一副嘅發言時間為3分鐘10秒，冇超時。正方一副嘅發言時間為3分鐘10秒，冇超時，無需扣分。接住落嚟，有請反方一副梁永林同學，你嘅發言時間為3分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪，試咪。在座各位大家好，其實聽到嚟而家咧，唔難發現有方係連對手兩隻字最重要都未定義清楚嘅。有方係從來冇諗過究竟喺佢嘅標準入邊乜嘢叫做對手呢？我方已經好清楚解釋咗，要有競爭關係先可以為之對手。所以請有方下個辯論出嚟解釋清楚，究竟喺你嘅標準入邊何為對手啦？所以有方今日不斷同我哋討論一啲發展中佢哋仍然處於落後地區嘅國家。我方承認佢哋現時的確未必識得用 AI， 但好似有方咁，如果個個都將 AI 當成係自己嘅對手而唔係幫手嘅話，咁 AI 就更加冇機會普及，佢哋就更加冇機會識得點樣去用 AI。正正係今日我哋要視 AI 為幫手，令到佢哋先有機會去接觸 AI 呢項科技，先係點樣用 AI 跟上時代嘅大勢。而我方今日定義理智嘅標準好簡單，就係講要睇全人類整體。所以今日唔難發現其實係需要比較㗎。我哋今日要比較究竟有方所講帶嚟嘅一啲就業威脅，同埋我方主辯同你講緊唔同範疇，例如醫療、教育各範疇佢想帶嚟嘅利處，究竟何者更大呢？正正今日要比較先可以比較出 AI 究竟係我哋嘅幫手定我哋嘅對手。而我方的確係承認某部分嘅情況下，佢的確會導致失業問題，但係呢樣嘢係無可避免嘅。正如我方主辯所講，喺工業時代，蒸汽機的確係作為當時嘅對手，但係回望過去，我哋而家唔會仍然認為蒸汽機係對手。點解？有蒸汽機導致我哋有好多唔同嘅便利，導致咗蒸汽火車令我哋可以交通更加快、更加方便嘅時候，點解我哋會視佢係對手呢？的確都係可能係對手，但係現在回望過去，我哋只會見到佢令我哋進步，令我哋更加快捷。所以今日要定義佢究竟係對手定幫手咧，可以由兩個角度去審視呢一個問題嘅。第一就係目的啦，要先明白研發目的與初衷到底係啲乜。除 AI 之父外，正如微軟執行長 Satya Nadella 都話 ，AI 研發嘅初衷係為咗增強人類嘅創造生產力，並唔係為咗取代人類嘅獨特性。我哋必須確保技術喺設計上係將人類嘅利益置於最核心。咁就要問有方嘅問題啦。點解有方今日見到有人被取代，有社會轉型咗，咁就係代表佢係對手呢？佢真係構成對手嘅必要條件咩？答案當然唔係啦。而 AI 存在嘅目的係要惠及人類，令人類喺方方面面受益，根本無意同人類競爭取代人類。可見 AI 喺本質上並唔係我哋嘅對手。第二就係影響，我哋要睇 AI 對整體社會帶嚟嘅影響。正如我方主辯所講 ，AI 喺醫療、生態、糧食各方面應用廣泛，就令呢個農作物都可以保持有30%嘅時候，咁就要問有方嘅問題啦。佢發揮住前所未有嘅作用，而現時就世界各地都對航天科技呢一項新科技格外重視啦。而今日 AI 擔當嘅係咩角色啊？係璀璨星途上一個協助者，係協助者並唔係取代者。佢冇取代晒人類嘅所有工作，只係喺星途上協助我哋繼續探索。就例如 NASA 透過 Google AI Machine Learning 發現咗距離我哋2545億光年嘅行星系 Kepler-90I， 徹底顛覆咗人類科學家以為太陽系係宇宙中唯一一個擁有8星系統嘅特例，幫助我哋發掘咗更多未來太空嘅可能性。放眼現在 AI 無論喺目的抑或影響方面上嘅利害嚟睇，都唔係對手。當 AI 嘅本質同貢獻遠遠大於有方所講被取代嘅威脅嘅時候，咁要問有方嘅問題 ：AI 又點解唔係我哋對手呢？多謝各位。
反方一副嘅發言時間為3分鐘02秒，冇超時，無需扣分。接住落嚟，有請正方二副楊正宣同學，你嘅發言時間為3分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪，試咪。主席、評判在各位，大家好！發現咧，有方同學咧到呢一個位置咧已經出現咗矛盾啦。因為有方同學主辯同我哋講咩咧？原來死物唔可以做對手，但係一副咧就出嚟同我方承認嘅話，原來工業革命時代咧蒸汽機係人類嘅對手，所以有方同學已經自相矛盾啦。咁所以有方同學下個辯位交流翻，死物可唔可以係對手咧？所以更甚佢跳去理方嘅立場，理方同我講話咧要有競爭關係先至可以係對手。咁所以我方同你講嘅係而家啲文職人員，佢哋全部俾晒 AI 取 取代啦。咁佢哋仲係咪一個競爭嘅關係咧？所以咧，有同學咧唔好再質疑我方嘅定義啦。即係有同學睇得好輕鬆嘅，因為咧佢係結果論。佢話咧回望翻過去咧，以前咧就工業革命轉型好簡單啫。但係而家我方同你講緊嘅係，而家係處於一個陣痛期，而家係連行政人員、連律師都被取代嘅時候，佢哋而家係要學多一個 AI 工程師嘅學位，學一個 AI 嘅呢一個課程嘅時候，咁呢一個轉專業係比你當時工業革命時代去工廠學扭螺絲簡單得多難得多啊嘛。之後咧有同學話我方咧邏輯好簡單嘅，咁所以我方將呢一句咧原封不動咁歸還翻俾友方啊，因為友方主面同我哋講話咧，原來咧人係負責落指令嗰個，而 AI 只係跟指令嗰個咧，所以咧 AI 就唔可以係我哋嘅對手啦。咁所以友方同學都承認 AI 係工具，但係而家友方同學講超越人類嘅時候，咪就係符合友方同學嘅定義，咪就係 AI 對我哋嘅影響係大過效益，呢個先係值得我哋要擔心 AI 嘅嘢啊嘛。之後咧比賽咧聽到呢度咧，有同學覺得我哋渲染呢個恐懼，但係我方咧只係認清事實啫。當渣打銀行嘅行政總裁可以行出嚟同我哋講話，標籤8000幾個嘅辛勤員工，話係佢哋係低價值嘅人力資本，然後堂而皇之咁炒魷魚啦。咁反映翻去現實世界就係計算利益咯。當每一個客服、每一個櫃台都可以轉用做 AI 嘅機械人，消費者又覺得冇分別，哪怕服務少咗份溫度，企業都係會手起刀落去裁員去減成本。而可怕嘅係，就連講求情感嘅藝術產業都被自動化。AI 中國視聽產業白皮書話，今年中國有95%嘅短劇已經轉用 AI， 導致真人開劇率大跌70%，演員收入減40%。當認清事實，亦都唔代表要氣餒，反而係要令人類、令一眾打工仔明白，要喺未來贏過 AI， 就唔可以淨係做一個朝九晚5嘅機械人，而有 AI 呢一個對手嘅存在，先至可以逼出人類成為高價值嘅人力資本。例如係 Preface 自己發表嘅 AI 素養調查，當打工仔磨練自己，接受高強度嘅 AI 培訓，對未來就業嘅信心就會上升1倍。咁在座咁多各位嘅你，應該係被動接受定係拎翻主導權呢？多謝各位。
正方二副嘅發言時間為3分鐘10秒，冇超時，無需扣分。接住落嚟有請反方二副沙偉迪同學，你嘅發言時間為3分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪試咪試咪試咪。各位大家好，嗱，話說我而家戴呢隻手錶咧，佢可以準確咁話俾我聽時間，所以就唔使一個人喺度敲鑼打鼓話俾我聽而家幾點。咁唔知呢隻手錶算唔算我對手咧？嗱，所以今日有方同學嘅邏輯咧好簡單嘅，一旦咧佢取代咗一部分嘅人咧，佢就叫做我哋嘅對手。但係要問嘅係，當整體社會經歷緊轉型，當人類喺社會嘅地位發生改變嘅時候，呢啲就被稱為對手。有方嘅邏輯成唔成立咧？嗱，所以有方去到下一個論點啦，同我哋講 AI 取代咗我哋人類核心嘅價值。個論證嘅方法係咩？同我哋講 AI 依家可以模仿到我哋嘅同情心。OK， 論據係乜嘢咧？就同我哋講佢喺一個醫院嘅分數係2分對3.5分。有方同學，你點樣定義同情心咧？呢個分數係點計出嚟嘅咧？有方同學通通冇解釋過。好啦，所以有方啦，下一個辯委一副出嚟問我哋係咪要用 AI 取代晒所有醫生？咁當然唔係啦，因為我方好清楚啊 ，AI 係我哋嘅幫手啫嘛，唔係叫佢取代晒我哋，而係作為一個工具，可以幫我哋做到更加多嘢，快咗、可靠咗、準確咗嘅時候，今日我方嘅立場咪得以論證咯。所以最後啦，有方再問我哋係咪助手就等於完全冇競爭呢？唔係啊，而係今日我方見到當 AI 同我哋喺社會上面一齊進步，一齊透過唔同嘅方式，令到我哋喺社會當中認清咗自身嘅價值嘅時候 ，AI 咪做咗我哋嘅一對手咯。所以啦，去到最後，我哋嚟到反方二副啊，我哋不妨嚟睇一睇對手嘅定義係乜嘢。其實好似我方主辯同你講，會有競爭，會想贏你，但係 AI 咧。
除咗我方前場確立咗會喺好多唔同嘅方面幫助到人類嘅時候，細到我哋平時用嘅聊天式 AI、Gemini、ChatGPT 都令到我哋嘅生活便利咗、生活快捷咗嘅時候，可以幫我哋用快咗幾十倍嘅速度完成咗計算，幫我哋有一個工具去幫我哋完成一啲高門檻嘅工作嘅時候，從研發嘅初衷去到實際執行，唔難發現其實 AI 一路係幫緊人類社會，就如同我方前場同你講過嘅蒸汽機、計算機，呢啲都係人類社會文明上一路會出現嘅唔同嘅助手，去幫我哋達至去到更加遠嘅進步啊嘛。所以今日有方嘅眼界咧好狹窄啊，話我方嘅邏輯好簡單，但係有方唔明嘅就係、當人類社會係一路延續嘅時候，一個嘅進步，一個工具去達至我哋去往一個更加好嘅方向嘅時候，點解有方會覺得佢係我哋嘅對手呢？當 AI 越嚟越融入我哋嘅生活嘅時候，我哋唔使再去處理一啲重複性嘅運算，唔使再去掙扎於依家需要耗費大量時間去做嘅嘢，而係能夠空閒落嚟，靜一靜心，冷靜下，重新思考自己喺呢個社會嘅定位，重獲翻我哋生而為人嘅感情同獨特嘅時候。或許今日有方會認為 AI 只能夠係我哋嘅對手，但係當 AI 同我哋一齊進步，而雙方嘅競爭確實我方見到就係社會嘅轉型嘅時候 ，AI 就係我哋嘅一對手，而唔係好似有方所講嘅我哋嘅對手。多謝各位。
反方二副嘅發言時間為2分鐘56秒，冇超時。啱啱反方二副嘅同學講咗英文 OK， 請各位評判酌量扣分。接住落嚟係自由辯論環節，再次提醒對賽雙方正反雙方各有累計3分鐘嘅發言時間，由正方先開始發言。正方第一次發言前請先站立並向主席示意，等待計時鐘聲響起之後先再開始發言。於正方第一次發言過後，任何一方發言完畢後，另一方辯員需要立即開始發言，計時員亦會立即開始計算發言時間。整個環節期間，辯員發言期間必須站立，而每一辯員不可連續發言多於2次，否則主席會提出警告。另外，請對賽雙方留意，自由辯論環節不設15秒緩衝發言時間，聽到鐘聲亮下時必須立即停止發言。自由辯論環節正式開始，首先有請正方第一位辯員站立並向主席示意開始你嘅發言。
時咪。仲有各位，有方摧毀辯題，有方論點2話死物冇自主意識就不能夠係對手，咁唔明喎，我方仲有咩討論空間啊？
有方同學，其實我方冇講過，其實有方你而家係第一稻草人，而有方其實今日你擔心嘅係 AI 仲未普及，啲人未識得用 AI。咁其實有方你係咪唔識得用計數機？咁計數機都係你嘅對手，乜呢個真係 AI 本質上嘅問題咩？咁點解而家世界個個都係繼續發展緊 AI，而唔係終止研發 AI 呢？
係啦，所以我哋確立咗共識先。所以有方一方面同我哋講話死物不能是對手，後面就同我哋講話有競爭咁就可以係對手啦。我想問而家對於一個文員嚟講，佢取代咗個職位係咪喺競爭關係入面啊？
嗱，有方唔好再打稻草人啦！我方主辯一路都係同你講，當 AI 嘅自主意識唔係同我哋作為競爭嘅時候，今日 AI 確實就係幫緊成個社會。嗱，有方主辯講得好啊，要有比較意識。咁所以依家我方咪同你比較咯。當我方見到成個社會嘅福祉係大於呢個威脅嘅時候，點解唔係我哋嘅對手？
唔係咁，所以有方你話冇自主意識，所以就不能係對手。咁今日呢條辯題，我方有咩討論價值啊？
有方我方係話 AI 佢本身冇自主想有對人類有敵意，因為係我哋去決定佢，所以係我哋主導佢嘅時候 ，AI 本質上呢樣工具唔係一個對手，所以再問有方一個問題啦。請你答咗我方嘅問題先。當今日計算機我哋唔識用計算機嘅時候，請問計算機又係唔係我哋嘅對手呢？
係啦，所以實驗上佢的確係處理緊人類呢一點確立。一般話你計算機係咪對手？我冇答你。對幾百年前計算機啱啱出現嘅時候，冇錯係啊。
點解有方要睇幾百年前嘅人呢？
唔係咁，所以有方好冠冕堂皇回望翻幾百年前嘅工業革命，佢同我講話當時係咪對手先？對於當時嘅工人嚟講，我保唔住自己嘅飯碗，我俾蒸汽機取代，我連飯碗都保唔住。咁你會唔會話對當時嘅員工嚟講係助手呢？
雖然唔難發現有方嘅眼光淨係太狹隘啦，淨係局限喺幾百年前嗰一刻，當蒸汽機出現嗰刻，佢的確取代咗女工。但今日我方嘅眼界比你更加闊，我方睇到咩？睇到現今同埋將來，睇到 AI 發展緊嘅價值，睇到比較，睇到要比較 AI 帶俾我哋嘅整體福祉，遠遠大於有方所講嘅取代威脅嘅時候。咁點解 AI 唔係我哋對手呢？
首先多謝有方承認現今底下已經係我哋嘅對手呢一點確立咗先。所以有方嚟講未來可能唔係對手呢，但大家唔好咁快跳步先。首先我哋點解要轉型先？就係因為我哋驚 AI 取代自己嘛。我哋要轉型，我哋要去揾出我哋自己嘅價值。咁首先第一步，我係咪先要意識到佢係我嘅對手，我先至要學習去轉型啊？
首先多謝有方先啦，有方今日已經承認咗我啱先問你嘅問題啦。你認為只要有轉型就係對手啦，咁所以今日其實唔少人類歷史上不斷都有轉型，不斷都有進步，咁人類歷史上都有唔少對手喎。有方同學。
係啊，咁所以因為有對手，咁所以我哋先至會逼我哋自己去進步，去做得更加好啊嘛。所以有方同學唔好再，所以喺有方同學嘅眼中，係咪呢一個世界發展到而家，我哋係咪冇對手啊？
嗱，多謝有方承認，原來最後係達至進步，咁點解唔係我哋而家對手呢？
好啦，所以有方終極邏輯都係想講，我哋要轉型啫。咁所以要前提係人類都要識用 AI 先得㗎。咁全世界淨係得1/6嘅人用過 AI，咁對嗰啲冇用過嗰8/4人，唔通又係幫手，又係用到 AI 啊？
有方同學一路喺度用現今同我哋講得1/4嘅人識用，咁以後呢，係咪淨係可以用現時嘅眼光去睇未來嘅事？有方解釋唔到，所以唔同你拗呢個問題啦。我方問你，有方全場同我哋講過，因為 AI 分配不均，所以就係我哋嘅對手。咁係咪因為電力，因為非洲嘅人都用唔到電又係我哋嘅對手啊？
係啦，所以而家係對手呢一點，有方同意呢一點確立。所以問有方啦，同唔同意未來人類係要裝備自己去讀 AI 學位先可以駕馭 AI 啊？
所以有方今日其實完全解釋唔清楚，今日呢批人唔識用 AI 係唔係 AI 嘅問題啊？有方同學。
係啦，所以可以攞一個清晰嘅結論係，有方今日你論證辯題嘅前提就係個個都有一個 AI 學位，咁先叫論證咗你嘅辯論。咁但係個問題係未來冇錯，我哋要裝備自己。點解我哋要裝備自己？係咪因為我哋要追上 AI 啊？
所以其實有方今日承認咗啦，承認咗其實今日咁多人唔識 AI 並唔係 AI 本身嘅問題，所以有方今日都承認咗其實 AI 佢本質上並唔係我哋對手嘅時候，再問有方啦，其實今日有方講到話 AI 其實係我哋嘅對手嘛，咁啲現今不斷國家有唔同嘅國家發展嘅 AI，有方講到佢咁嚴重威脅咁大，點解今日唔係停止而係監管佢呢？
唔係，咁所以有方冷靜啲先。咁所以咪就係話實驗上佢已經係取代咗人類，唔係講緊話佢本質上有冇問題。呢一點有方你睇清楚現況先。唔緊要啦，有方一直問我哋係咪要取消未來唔用 AI，我方答你唔係，但我哋要裝備自己，我哋要揾到自己嘅人文特質。首先我哋就需要認清現況，心態上我哋要當佢係對手。有方同唔同意啊？
司機揸車佢都要學㗎啦，咁係咪車到我哋嘅對手啊？
有方我哋解釋下點樣兩者可以類比。
咁其實有方同學，其實你都話要學習 AI 駕馭 AI，咁即係你覺得 AI 都係你幫手，你都有用啦，係咪啊？你都要適應佢啦。
係咯，所以咪就係有方都同意人係要學習。我想問有方啦，助手會唔會取代你，害你俾人炒魷魚啊？
依家我方見到嘅就係 AI 純粹係幫成個社會嘅轉型嘅時候，點解有方淨係一味睇現時嘅取代咧？
咪就係因為我方事實上係真係見到 Amazon、Oracle 佢哋話要炒咗14萬人換咗 AI 咯。有方同唔同意取代係真正喺實驗上係發生緊先？
的確取代的確有發生，但係正如你方同埋我方都同意嘅，今日係要比較，就要比較整體人類福祉同埋你所講嘅取代問題，何者威脅咁大？而我方今日清楚見到就係講緊現時啊，我方見到帶嚟嘅福祉遠遠大於有方所講嘅威脅嘅時候，點解有方今日認為佢唔係一對手呢？
唔係，咁所以有方同學已經承認咗啦，係有取代嘅。咁所以我方同你講緊嘅係你要轉型，但係你轉型嘅前提就係因為 AI 取代咗我哋嘅職位，所以我哋先至要去轉型，去揾到我哋自己嘅價值啊嘛。之後有方同學同我哋講話嗰啲社會嘅效益係高過我哋嘅取代，咁所以有方同學要冷靜咯。多謝個。
所以其實咧，有方今日同我方立場係一致嘅。
反方發言時間結束。
多謝。
正方尚餘9秒嘅發言時間，請發言代表站立並向主席示意開始你嘅發言。
在各位大家好，所以確立咗已經係現今社會已經取代咗，所以未來我哋要用嘅心態，我哋要認清自己嘅優勢喺邊，我哋要當 AI 係一個對手，我先會不斷進步。多謝各位。
自由辯論環節結束，有1分鐘時間俾雙方結辯作整理。提醒現場觀眾喺辯員發言期間請保持安靜，以免影響辯員嘅發言。 準備時間夠，而家有請反方結辯江玉謙同學，你嘅發言時間為4分鐘，請先試咪準備好，再向主席示意。
試咪。在座各位大家好，回顧任何改變世界嘅科技，都曾經令人擔心。蒸汽機出現嘅時候，有人擔心工人失業；電力普及嘅時候，有人擔心社會秩序被打亂；互聯網誕生嘅時候，有人擔心資訊氾濫、私隱問題。今日 AI 出現，同樣有人擔心佢會改變我哋嘅生活。然而，歷史一次又一次地證明，真正推動文明進步嘅唔係零改變、一帆風順，而係人類對挑戰嘅駕馭。所以縱觀全場，有方各有2點錯誤。第一，有方話 AI 嘅好處只可以受限於一部分人，但係咁就代表 AI 係人類嘅對手咩？有方同學，蒸汽機出現嘅時候都只有英國有啦，直至而家非洲都有啲地方唔冇汽車、唔冇電力，係咪佢哋都係人類嘅對手呢？當然唔係啦。有方話 AI 會取代人類嘅工作，自然係某啲人嘅競爭對手。不過 AI 會取代某啲人嘅工作，自然都代表 AI 會給予佢嘅使用者利益。畢竟如果 AI 冇好處，點解仲要用 AI 嚟取代呢？所以要量化比較 AI 造成嘅傷害同帶嚟嘅好處並不可行。我哋要睇 AI 嘅幫助，就要睇整體人類社會方面 AI 究竟對人類嘅生活質素有咩利弊。而喺呢一方面 AlphaFold 拯救咗60萬嘅瘧疾患者，私人 spray 令貧窮地區嘅兒童免受飢餓嘅折磨，咁點會唔係幫助大過危害呢？更何況科技出現取代部分舊產業，新嘅產業形成，呢個係正常嘅社會循環。每當新嘅科技、新嘅工具出現，舊社會未接納佢嘅時候，陣痛都總會出現。部分人會因此受害，但係咁係咪就代表住 AI 係佢哋嘅對手？AI 帶嚟嘅幫助同資源，其實佢哋都會受益。所以現今 AI 其實都唔係人類嘅對手，而且當社會消化咗 AI 帶嚟嘅影響嘅時候，新產業形成，呢啲影響都隨之消失。到時有方嘅講法其實都徹底消失 ，AI 幫手嘅地位自然都無可撼動。在座各位，科技發展永遠快過社會適應佢嘅進度。每當一樣嶄新嘅事物出現嘅時候，佢的確會對社會帶嚟陣痛。所以工業革命嘅時候，好多草根工人亦因此失業。但係咁係咪就代表住蒸汽機係人類嘅敵人呢？唔係，因為呢啲陣痛會出現，係因為社會上面適應蒸汽機。而喺今日新嘅產業已經出現，我哋都可以睇到蒸汽機所帶嚟嘅好處遠多於壞處。好多人話我哋永遠無法想像 AI 時代嘅情景，正如資訊時代之前冇人可以想像到喺3秒之內我哋就可以發送一段短片去全世界一樣。所以有方嘅擔憂係正常嘅。面對新嘅科技，我哋無法想像未來，肯定恐懼。但係人類唔係因為唔冇恐懼而前進，而係敢於接納恐懼，喺挑戰中揾到新嘅方法。人類第一次見到火嚇得雞飛狗走，但係我哋學識點樣使用火，文明開始萌芽。人類發明文字，知識得以傳承；人類發明蒸汽機，工業革命展開；人類走向互聯網，世界彼此連結。今日我哋迎嚟 AI， 同樣企喺一個新嘅歷史轉折點。每一次變革都曾經令人害怕，每一次挑戰都曾經衝擊既有嘅秩序，甚至每一次科技嘅革命都曾經挑戰人類原有嘅地位同工作方式。但係人類從來唔會因此仇視 AI、敵對 AI， 相反，我哋會反思，我哋會學習，我哋會修正制度，我哋會擁抱科技，我哋會創造出新嘅技能、新嘅職業、新嘅文明。因此，我方堅信喺 AI 嘅世代，人類可以走得更加高、更加遠。喺 AI 嘅世代，人類必定可以有一個更加璀璨奪目嘅未來。所以今日 AI 係我哋嘅幫手，絕對唔係我哋嘅對手。多謝各位。
反方結辯嘅發言時間為3分鐘42秒，無超時，無需扣分。最後有請正方結辯吳月森同學，你嘅發言時間為4分鐘，請先試咪，準備好再向主席示意。
試咪。五位評判、各位觀眾，大家好。KM+ 博物館呢一個屬於當代藝術、屬於人類創造力嘅殿堂，呢度展出過草間彌生嘅原點，展出過畢加索嘅方塊。但未來嘅藝術究竟係屬於邊個呢？上年 OpenAI 更新完之後呢 AI 宮崎駿爆紅，每日咧都有過億人用 ChatGPT 將自己嘅頭像、將自己嘅貓貓狗狗生成做吉卜力風格嘅畫。過去一個畫師畫到雙手起繭，1個月時間咧都淨係整到20秒 嘅動畫出嚟啫。而家 ChatGPT 呢一隻完美嘅手，1秒內就已經做到數以千計嘅完美動畫。咁未來嘅時代究竟係屬於 AI 定係屬於我哋呢？所以其實今日 AI 出現，令大眾只係着眼於快速複製大師嘅作品。當藝術淪為消費品，大家都好似忘記咗藝術背後嗰份創作者嘅觸覺、嗰份感動。所以其實成場辯論討論咗咁耐，唔係問緊用 AI 定唔用 AI 咁簡單，而係當 AI 嘅出現，令到我、令到你、令到全人類都只追求效率，呢個風氣梗係消磨緊人類嘅原創、人類嘅情感，定係幫緊人類呢？所以今日有方全部都係只係流於表面，唔緊要，我哋不妨兩方面歸納辯題。第一，實驗上究竟我哋係駕馭緊 AI 定係俾 AI 駕馭呢？其實有方主辯一開始已經承認咗人類嘅職位現時被取代緊，於是佢就嘗試同我哋講一啲類比，同我哋講話工業革命嘅時候係咪當時唔應該工業革命啊？但今日條辯題係咪討論緊應唔應該工業革命，應唔應該做 AI 呢？唔係，係討論緊佢係咪我哋嘅對手啊嘛。所以對於當時工業革命嗰啲俾人取代咗嘅工人嚟講，佢哋冇咗個飯碗，的確係佢哋嘅對手啊！所以有方結辯講得好好，有方結辯話我哋人類就係要對挑戰去駕馭挑戰。所以有方你前提上都係有一個競爭關係，你都要話要去駕馭一樣嘢嘅時候，有方係暗地裏都已經承認咗，我哋首先要認清佢係一個對手，我哋要去駕馭佢本身呢樣嘢已經有一個競爭關係喺入面，符合咗有方主辯所講對手嘅定義啦。於是有方人好加矛嘅，就同我哋講話：喂，咁對手首先你要有一個自主意識，佢要有自主性去同你做敵對嘅關係先。咁按照有方邏輯，其實我方今日唔使討論辯題 ，AI 就係一個工具，就係一個人工智能嘅時候，有方你呢個論證標準對我方唔合理，所以有方你需要論證嘅係佢究竟係咪取代咗而家我方所講 Microsoft 等等嘅員工呢？當佢喺實驗上已經係成為我哋嘅競爭對手嘅時候，點解我方嘅標準唔合理呢？所以第二啦，就要睇未來究竟我哋用咩心態去應對呢？睇完 AI 做嘅動畫，宮崎駿喺紀錄片最後就話 AI 令人類好似對自己失去咗信念咁樣。可能大家都會講佢太極端，都只係貪開心整幅畫啫，有幾嚴重啊？但其實同樣嘅邏輯，聽日老闆都可以同你講市場推廣交俾 AI 咪得咯，啲客都睇唔出分別㗎啦，然後取消晒成支團隊。其他朝一日醫療行業交俾 AI 診斷，準確度甚至比起現行嘅醫生更高。咁我哋係咪要將生死嘅決定，將同病人家屬講生死嘅瞬間都交俾 AI 呢？所以其實我哋社會唔單止要教大家點用 AI， 更加要教嘅係乜嘢唔可以交俾 AI。我哋要提醒立法者、企業家，每一個行業都總有佢需要藝術嘅一面，都總有人性嘅價值。呢個正正就係我方想講，人人都應該要對 AI 有一個對抗心態，先至可以揾到我哋人性最根本、最值得去發揮喺呢個現存社會值得嘅價值係咩？所以其實未來 AI 嘅世界係絕情又刻薄，但係作為人類，我哋照樣可以無懼，我哋照樣可以喺認清現況之下，好似有方結辯所講，對抗呢一個對手，而唔係淨係仇恨佢，而唔係淨係覺得消磨。我哋將來都可以選擇用一雙手握成拳頭，總能夠捱下去，將命運緊握喺自己手中。多謝各位。
正方結辯嘅發言時間為3分鐘51秒，冇超時，無需扣分。今日嘅辯論環節已經圓滿結束，最後一次代表大會多謝雙方辯員精彩嘅表現。而家將時間交翻俾 Grace。
好精彩啊！可唔可以報以熱烈嘅掌聲俾港大同學會書院同埋黃仁書院？好厲害！AI 係你嘅對手定你對手？我希望大家今日咧擺喺你心裏邊，翻到去咧有好多嘅諗法。好啦，嗱而家呢一個咁精彩嘅比賽呢，我哋嘅評判團要啲時間嘅，就去討論一下呢一個賽果啦。咁但係呢，亦都係我哋告別呢一個公眾投票環節啦。咁所以大家睇睇熒光幕，係啦。咁呢就係我哋可以投出呢我最喜愛嘅大獎。咁有2個大獎啦，就係我最喜愛嘅辯員同埋我最喜愛嘅隊伍嘅。咁如果大家入場嘅時候呢，未有手上邊有一張卡呢，請你哋舉手示意。咁我哋黑色衫嘅工作人員呢就會派俾你㗎。因為呢，我哋希望係公平公正，最終章咯，我哋嘅比賽，所以我哋都唔出貓嘅。咁就希望大家唔好 share 出去啦。咁所以投票嘅時候呢，係需要用到呢一張卡上邊嘅密碼嘅，係啦。咁個步驟都係相當容易㗎，咁所以大家睇睇熒光幕咧，其實3個步驟咧就已經咧可以投咗你最喜愛嘅辯員同埋我最喜愛嘅隊伍㗎啦。 有冇現場呢？可以舉手示意，我哋嘅工作人員呢會馬上去到你身邊嘅。咁大家等緊嘅時候呢，咁我都介紹翻啦，因為我哋第3場最終章嘅比賽，過往啦，我哋有14場嘅賽事㗎。咁大家頭先有睇到一個回顧嘅片段啦，但係如果你話，喂，我真係好想咧睇翻每一場比賽呢，咁大家呢離開嘅時候就留意我哋出邊呢一個記錄式嘅展覽啦。因為呢個展覽呢，就係承載住呢我哋咁多個嘅議題，唔同嘅類別。咁今日咧就講你對手，你對手。之前咧我哋有講公義啦，有講人同人之間嘅關係啦，有講教育啦、經濟啦、環境啦，好多好多。咁大家咧一陣出到去咧都可以咧去scan 個 QR code 睇翻每一場賽事。但係咧亦都可以喺展板上邊咧見到我哋咧都已經咧係揀咗一啲咧係我哋評判啦，同埋我哋 Preface 嘅一啲 point of view 嘅。咁希望大家今日咧我咧就荷包滿滿啦，因為好多錦囊，學咗好多嘢，都希望咧呢一個14場嘅比賽咧，除咗係我哋同學仔一個成長嘅回憶之外咧，都希望大朋友你哋咧都帶住唔單止係好多問題，亦都翻到去咧係繼續呢一個思辨嘅一個回憶嘅。好啦，我哋咧計分差唔多嘅時候咧，我都想訪問下咧，我哋其中一個幕後功臣㗎。咁因為呢3場比賽記唔記得咧？我哋都係話分享會嘅時候咧，我哋有個平台，咁就用 Firecube 咧就整成㗎，咁就可以即刻體驗到咧，究竟 AI 點樣可以即時學到啲 knowledge point 嘅喎。咁不如咧，我將時間交俾我哋呢個幕後功臣。好多人都認得佢㗎啦，即係 Sean Tam 係其中我哋 Preface 嘅一個 leading instructor， 亦都係我哋嘅 leader of content team。
Thank you Grace，Thank you。Hello 大家好，咁啊大家如果有機會真係投完票之後呢，我都好鼓勵大家真係睇下邊我哋今日做咗少少嘅賽事回顧，同埋望翻呢14場入邊我哋 deliver 過嘅一啲嘅 Preface 嘅 point of view 啦、評判嘅 feedback 啦，以至係一啲每一場大家諗過出嚟嘅觀點，佢哋嘅論點、論據、論證到底點樣可以即係幫到大家去反思呢一啲14個咁重要嘅議題。其實包埋今日3個嘅 argument， 我唔知大家真係去睇嗰啲觀點嘅時候呢，有啲咩感受？我身為後邊幫手去同個 team， 有 Vincent 後邊我哋有昌哥，我哋 office 嗰邊仲有 Oliver 幫手去 support 個 website 嘅時候，其實我哋發現咗一樣嘢嘅，就係呢。我哋啱啱你哋講過嘅所有嘢呢，正反方講嘅所有嘢呢，我哋全部都係用 AI capture 晒嘅。我哋仲要呢，用咗最勁嘅 GPT 5.6 So 嘅 high effort 呢，去 process 大家所有嘅觀點嘅。OK， 呢個係而家世界上第2勁嘅 AI 工具。咁啊 Claude 喺香港用係有啲難啦，所以就冇用到。咁但係我哋一望到佢整出嚟嘅一啲嘅整合嘅時候呢，其實點解仍然需要我同埋其他團隊嘅同事一齊仲喺後邊做一啲 fixes， 改入邊某啲嘅字眼？點解我哋仲需要我哋去參與喺改呢一啲嘅論點、論據、論證入邊呢？其實就係因為 AI 永遠都只係可以俾到啲好 generic 嘅東西俾我哋。我哋好多時候仍然需要靠我哋嘅 judgment 去話翻俾大家聽。點先至叫做寫到好嘅文筆呢？點樣先至真係將同學仔講到嘅一啲精髓擺翻上去呢一個 website 上高呢？其實入邊我哋嘅用字啦、選材啦，大家今日可能見到係 first draft， 但係聽日大家再 log in 個 website 嘅時候，有機會你已經會見到我哋再進行咗更加深入嘅修改，因為我哋好相信一樣嘢，人文精神呢一樣嘢有人嘅參與係更加令到我哋可以將我哋嘅 idea 活靈活現。AI 純粹係幫我哋起咗一個80% 嘅草稿，剩翻20% 嘅路，人行先至會更加精彩。所以更加多謝大家今日嘅時間，我哋好快有結果，多謝大家 ，thank you。
唔該晒 Sean。嗱，如果大家頭先話喂，原來咁多嘢睇啊個 platform， 咁就快啲碌落去啦。好似佢話齋，全部都係 content team 嘅同事團隊咧嘅精心結集嚟嘅。呢個時候咧，我見到工作人員好忙碌。我就想請教下我哋嘅評判啦，咁不如俾一啲意見我哋今日嘅兩隊 同學啦。咁我哋不如先邀請 analyse 你嘅廣告界大哥，咁有啲乜嘢可以同我哋嘅同學仔分享下呢？
今日好多大哥啊，係啊，呢啲全部都大哥。今日嚟呢度學嘢，我覺得頭先睇大家個辯論過程呢，覺得大家做咗好多功課嘅，即係 research 啊、準備啊，所有嘢都好 impress， 係啊，呢個要讚。咁另外就大家解題啦，或者去 define 所有嘢，我諗都好清晰、好 logical。咁我想講有3樣嘢嘅。第一呢，就係可能好多時候辯論呢都有唔同嘅闊度同埋深度。咁到底取捨係 drill 落去一啲好深嘅位，定係用一個闊度去打呢？咁就睇下你嘅對手啦。咁所以我覺得大家都做緊一個咁樣嘅好叻嘅一個工作嘅。咁第二樣嘢呢，就係如果話一個題目，好似而家呢個今日呢個題目，其實我好中意嘅，因為亦都係我哋啲真係同行呢去寫呢個咁好有深度，亦都好有一個反思嘅價值嘅一個題目出嚟。咁其實一個咁有深度嘅題目呢，係有好多空間去大家去辯論嘅。咁我見到今日大家都識得用好多唔同嘅一啲唔同嘅維度、唔同嘅角度去辯論。咁我覺得最終其實你哋本住應該係2樣嘢，一個就係點樣去贏今日嘅比賽，係咪？辯論就係為咗要贏。咁呢個大家都見到好努力，各出奇謀。第二樣嘢呢，我會想提一提呢，就係我見到頭先有啲隊伍呢做得比較好啲嘅，就係會唔會俾到一啲 inspiring 嘅諗法，或者有一啲係有共鳴感嘅一啲感覺出到嚟。咁我覺得我哋 as 評判睇晒啲所有 logical thinking 所有嘅一啲邏輯思維或者係辯論技巧之後，最終呢可能都有一啲嘢好 impress 嘅，就係嗰個情感係咩呢？我帶住啲咩翻屋企呢？咁我覺得今日係有所得着嘅。Thank you。
多謝你。好，不如我又訪問下Helena。
好，首先我想恭喜所有呢度嘅同學啦，因為我覺得你哋好犀利。其實我唔知你哋係邊一年班啦，但係真係好好。我諗呢個 topic 對大家嚟講咧，都係不停嘅思考。咁作為我哋亦都去lead 緊我哋自己公司，咁當然我哋會有唔同嘅 AI products 都會出啦。咁但係對同事嚟講，亦都究竟好似今日個 topic 啦，究竟對同事每日返工用緊 AI 嘅時候，佢覺得係真係一對手定係佢嘅對手？咁我諗喺商業世界入邊，我覺得 AI 始終係一樣嘢，大家要去 embrace 嘅。即係無論你真係覺得佢係對手定係幫手都好，都要 embrace，因為個世界係永遠都前進。咁但係一個咁難嘅 topic， 我覺得大家做得好好咯。咁同埋有位同學嗰個急口令真係好犀利，佢好快，但係咬字好清。咁同埋亦都覺得大家真係做得好好咯。
多謝你 Helena。我又想問下阿 Kim 啦，阿 Kim， 我知道咧恒生銀行都帶領住 AI 發展得好快㗎，你自己又點睇咧？
咁呢個題目就好似頭先有啲評判講，其實都係每一日我哋喺個工作環境或者生活裏邊都去 debate 嘅嘢嚟嘅。咁冇一個啱或者係唔啱嘅。咁所以呢個好好嘅題目啦。咁今日我覺得同學仔俾咗好多維度我嘅，即係唔單止有時穿越時空啦，即係究竟我哋個時間點，即係今日嗰個討論可能究竟去翻即係工業革命啊、今日啦，定係睇將來？咁當然喺唔同時間點咧，可能望嗰樣嘢會有唔一樣嘅。但係就我有Alexis 嗰個 point 覺得好重要就係有一啲inspiring 嘅嘢係我自己都冇諗過嘅嚇。咁喺個同學仔嗰個即係討論裏邊咧帶咗翻去。咁我覺得呢樣嘢重要嘅，因為其實呢個題目我哋個個都會講嘅。咁但係有啲乜嘢唔同嘅角度去睇，同埋AI 人嗰個特別位就係人係人咯，唔係 AI 嗰個情感嗰個聯繫咧，我覺得都係好需要我哋去即係留意啦。咁不過真係好犀利，同埋好冷靜。係好犀利，呢樣嘢係好 impressive 嘅。
多謝你 Kim， 係啊，急口令式帶領我哋穿越時空啊，我都覺得係。咁不如我又問下呢位大哥，係啦 Rudy， 係啊，有啲咩嘅鼓勵咧或者提點俾我哋同學？
大家都好叻㗎。我諗我喺你哋呢個年紀，我唔可以咁樣行出嚟講嘢啦。咁啊，同埋大家做功課都做得好好啦。我唯一想講嘅就係要當你去辯論嘅時候，都要諗下其實你會唔會做到一個所謂嘅同理心，對住你嘅聽眾，令到佢有共鳴咧。頭先 Alice 都有講，我諗嗰點係好重要，即係唔係鬥口才咁簡單，同埋唔係淨係鬥邏輯咁簡單。我自己個人可能會比較感性啲，我會覺得有啲時候，當你去講表達嘅時候，嗰個情緒啊，同埋個內容會唔會令到大家有同理心咧？咁樣我即係有啲兩邊嘅同學都做得到，咁我覺得係好叻嘅，咁細個就可以做到嘅咁樣。
多謝你 Rudy。最後咧請下 Leslie 啦，有冇啲個人 IP 出咗嚟啊？佢哋
首先恭喜晒各位同學先啦，非常之好，我都學咗好多嘢啊。咁我諗以我經理人嘅角度啦，咁咧
留意啦，各位同學。
其實咧做我哋嗰行啦，我諗做所有 creative 嗰行啊，或者你哋 corporate 嘅世界亦都係咧，人同人嘅溝通係好緊要啊。咁當然內容係好緊要啦，你嘅辯論點係好緊要啦，但係你個溝通咧係最能夠令到大家去明白你講緊啲乜嘢。咁我諗呢個係好緊要尤其是 AI 嘅世代啦，storytelling 頭先我喺個 panel discussion 都講過係非常之緊要啦。你點樣去 tell 你嘅 story？ 你首先要明白咗你講緊啲咩啦。咁當然應該急口令都應該好了解嘅，咁但係可能咧就要慢慢講俾大家聽，講俾觀眾聽，究竟你想講啲乜嘢啦。咁我諗有啲同學亦都做得好好啦，譬如有啲 facial expression 啦，有啲台風啦，頭先見到有啲同評判講嘢要 eye contact 啦，或者俾個手勢你啦。我諗呢啲係大家覺得比較頭先Alexis 講嘅共鳴感啦，大家要有係啦。你點樣同你個 audience 去講你想講嘅 message 咧？咁呢一個我覺得好多同學都做得好好嘅。
唔該晒 Leslie， 同埋咧再一次俾掌聲我哋勞苦功高5位評判。嗱，結果喺我手上啦，好緊張，亦都好唔捨得，因為最後一場嘅結果。咁不如我哋先請咧我哋5位評判嚟到台前。我哋咧就宣佈咧我哋嘅賽果嘅，咁我哋嘅頒獎禮咧就會喺3場比賽完結咧就會正式開始㗎。咁我哋咧先請評判嚟到我哋台前，我哋宣佈結果。咁我哋以合照咧去留念先嘅，係啦，有請5位。大家有冇好唔捨得啊？係咪我聽到你哋都可唔可以再辯論係咪啊？好啦，我哋咧要先公佈咧，都係我哋嘅慣例，就係我最喜愛嘅大獎係公眾投票嘅。有冇呼聲啊？我每次都問呢個問題，你哋投㗎嘛？個呼聲係投我最喜愛嘅辯論員係我冇讀錯你個名㗎啦，今次吳月森82票，港大同學會書院，恭喜你！係啦，我哋以合照，我哋嘅頒獎禮會係之後結束晒我哋比賽就會正式開始嘅。我哋以一張合照。恭喜晒你，吳同學！恭喜你！好啦，嗱，我最喜愛辯論員頒咗啦，咁梗係我最喜愛隊伍啦。最後一次啦，大家都嗌大聲啲啦，好冇？嗱，我冇聲，我都好想嗌啦。Debate for Tomorrow 中學組、中文組嘅我最喜愛獎項，我最喜愛嘅隊伍係。都幾接近嘅個票數，港大同學會書院97票對60票，恭喜晒港大同學會書院。係啦，我哋一齊有張合照啦。 嗱，大家要留意啦，我哋嘅頒獎禮呢，有一個非常有創意嘅獎杯㗎，所以大家都要留到最後啊！恭喜晒港大同學會！好啦，請我哋嘅評判留步，因為呢，我就要代表評判呢，就宣佈專業評審由我哋評判評分嘅獎項啦。咁呢，好啦，我自己都好緊張。Debate for Tomorrow 中學組中文組嘅總決賽最佳辯論員，再俾你哋最後嗌多次啦，邊個啊？哇！我係唔會讀錯你個名㗎，吳月森，恭喜你！恭喜晒吳同學，成為呢一致嘅評判揀出最佳辯論員嘅。恭喜晒你吳同學！好啦，唔捨得嘅，我哋都終於要宣佈啦，就係正式結束我哋 Debate for Tomorrow 比賽最後一個獎項，專業評審選出今日勝出嘅隊伍。嗱，俾你哋嗌多最後一次啦，你哋覺得邊隊贏啊？今日咁弱嘅啲聲勢，勝出嘅隊伍係正方嘅港大同學會書院。係4比1票，1949對1927票。我哋再一次熱烈嘅掌聲，唔單止係得獎嘅隊伍，亦都係呢我哋另外一隊嘅隊伍係非常出色㗎。恭喜晒港大同學會書院，亦都呢多謝咁多位評判可以先就座嘅。係啊，我哋可以先就座，多謝5位評判。嗱，我哋呢比賽第3場最終章就正式完結啦。我哋嘅頒獎典禮呢，就一次過頒發呢，由我哋早上去到中午，去到今日最後3場比賽頒獎典禮，大約喺5分鐘之後呢，就會正式舉行㗎啦。咁呢，大家如果錯過咗今朝早其他賽事呢，都可以呢留步等待埋呢。我頭先講㗎嘛，真係好有創意㗎個獎杯。咁大家呢就留待啦。我哋5分鐘之後就正式開始我哋嘅頒獎典禮，因為呢才子才女嘅書呢，都會係其中一個嘅獎項送俾我哋今日得獎嘅同學㗎，咁所以呢，大家就請留步啦，5分鐘後。而呢，不如我哋都請兩隊呢一齊出嚟影一張大合照啦。係啦，我哋再邀請評判啦，5位評判同我哋兩隊隊伍一齊影一張合照留念嘅。係啦，我都知道咧，我哋嘅校長啦、老師啦、我哋嘅仲有 coach 啦，係啦，不如我哋一齊啦，我哋嘅教練啦。我哋一齊去影呢一張合照嘅。係啦，我哋排一排個位俾攝影師。嗱，呢個係值得紀念嘅 moment 嚟㗎。 好啦，我哋咧而家合照。好，恭喜晒兩隊，係啦，我哋而家馬上咧就開始我哋嘅頒獎禮啦。好啦，我哋影埋呢一張相咧，我哋都要進行頒獎禮啦。好啦，請各位觀眾咧都先留步啊，因為我哋頒獎禮咧而家開始啦。我哋咧恭喜晒咧今日所有得獎嘅隊伍啦。係啦，如果大家可以咧都請留步嘅。我哋嘅頒獎禮而家正式開始㗎啦！好啦，我哋咧首先咧就會進行呢一個小學組嘅頒獎儀式嘅。大家知唔知道小學組嘅得獎係邊一個呢？好啦，如果當大家就咗呢，咁我就會先邀請我哋小學組嘅得獎隊伍㗎啦。我哋等一等下。我哋仲有冇觀眾咧係會參加我哋頒獎禮？就先請坐低先，係啦。小學組，我哋先頒發咧我最喜愛嘅辯論員，呢個係公眾投票嘅。我睇一睇我嘅工作人員準備好啦。哦，佢哋咧係可以有阿才子咧 Rudy 嘅新書㗎嚇，同埋我哋當然好有創意嘅獎項。我最喜愛辯論員小學組嘅得獎咧係保良局田家炳小學嘅邱尚賢同學。我哋邀請我哋嘅頒獎嘉賓 Miss Annie Chan，Independent Communications and Public Affairs Advisor。係啦。我最喜愛大獎呢，係我哋所有公眾投票票數得出嘅。恭喜晒李優同學。好，我哋繼續請 Annie 留步嘅。恭喜你！我最喜愛辯論員嘅中學組英文組係真光中學嘅葉心培同學。係啦 ，Annie， 繼續請 Annie 咧為我哋頒我最喜愛辯論員。恭喜你！而我最喜愛辯論員中學組嘅中文組係港大同學會書院吳月心同學。 係唔該晒你 Annie。咁接住落嚟呢，我哋下一位頒獎嘉賓就係 Helena， 係啦，有請 Helena 為我哋頒發呢我最喜愛嘅隊伍3個組別嘅小學組呢，勝出我最喜愛嘅隊伍係保良局田家炳小學，亦都好多謝你哋等到留守到最後一刻，佢哋今朝一早已經比完賽㗎啦，恭喜晒你！我記得你哋打氣嗌田小嘛，係咪啊？田小加油！恭喜晒！好啦，下一個嘅我最喜愛隊伍。中學組嘅英文組，香港真光中學，恭喜你哋！係啦，我哋望一望攝影師。恭喜晒真光中學！好，我最喜愛隊伍中學組中文組，港大同學會書院。恭喜晒！係唔該晒 Helena， 我哋有請下一位嘅頒獎嘉賓 Kim， 唔該晒 Kim。咁我哋咧就係去頒發3個組別嘅評判大獎嘅。我哋先頒發評判大獎嘅最佳辯論員小學組，保良局田家炳小學嘅邱尚賢同學，又係你啊！嗱，呢個呢就係我哋揭盅啦，一個充滿創意嘅獎杯，同埋呢多謝阿才子 Rudy 嘅新書，仲有一張獎狀嘅。恭喜晒你邱同學！好啦，下一個組別評判大獎嘅最佳辯論員，中學組英文組，香港真光中學葉心培同學。好，我哋呢第3個組別評判大獎最佳辯論員，中學組中文組，港大同學會書院嘅吳月森同學。我發現呢評判大獎同我最喜愛係一模一樣。 唔該晒你 Kim， 多謝晒。好啦，我哋有請下一位頒獎嘉賓係依煙超。唔該晒依煙，多謝你，佢都係留守到最後一刻嘅。咁咧為我哋頒發評判大獎冠軍隊伍小學組，真係熱烈掌聲啦！因為最後一個獎項，保良局田家炳小學。有獎座啦、證書啦，同埋就我哋嘅才女嘅新書嚟嘅，係啦，咁就可以鼓勵一下咧，你哋學 AI 啦，學個人形象啦。嗱，如果 ready 可以望一望我哋大會攝影師，有冇家長都捕捉住啦？係啦，其實太多獎項係。再一次恭喜保良局田家炳小學。係啦，我哋笑得開心啲，你哋係實至名歸嘅。我哋好多攝影哥哥姐姐啊！好，我哋接住落嚟呢係評判大獎冠軍隊伍，中學組英文組香港真光中學。係啦，同學都滿載而歸啊！我哋望一望攝影師鏡頭，我哋要喺日出之前咧頒晒獎，因為呢個景實在太靚啦！恭喜晒真光中學！最後評判大獎冠軍隊伍，中學組中文組，港大同學會書院。最後一次嘅掌聲送俾你哋。我哋望一望鏡頭，攝影師。好啦，多謝各位嘅參與。咁不如我哋有請所有今日得獎嘅同學都行一行嚟台前，我哋咧拍一張咧最後嘅紀念嘅照片啦。係啦，可以先放低你嘅獎項嘅，因為我知好多嘢拎住啊。好啦， 我哋行一行出嚟先。係啦，最後一張嘅集合小學、中學英文組、中學中文組所有得獎嘅同學同埋隊伍啦。我哋輕鬆啲啦，笑得開心啲啊！我哋向左移，係啦，係啦，舉起你哋嘅獎座啦！我哋再一次熱烈掌聲，多謝每一位參與嘅同學，我哋勞苦功高嘅評判，同埋咧喺成個過程裏邊咧，我哋各位嘅導師、老師、校長，如果冇你哋嘅支持咧，我哋嘅比賽唔會咁順利嘅。我哋而家宣佈啦，唔捨得都要講啦。Debate for Tomorrow 全港學界 AI 辯論賽咧，我哋今日係正式畫上最終章啦。多謝各位。